Hello.
Hello.
All right, I started the recording over. You could name Normie to whatever you want him to be.
Sure. I do like He Who Shall Not Be Named, just
That's
because
fine.
it's not actually Norman. It's
Sure.
not actually a guy.
Yeah. I was gonna. Yeah, that's true. Okay, that's true. Maybe a picture of the radio or something next time.
Why did I lose cursor control? Come on. Geben Sie mir das Cursor. There we go. Okay.
All right.
So
Butcher, you and Stretch need to get stormtrooper outfits and pretend to be Sunai since you can speak the language. And we'll all go in handcuffs, and then I'm gonna use the elephant gun and shoot the comm station. Exactly.
He starts talking Wookiee.
Yep. I don't know. Somebody.
I'm giving everybody their wrestling names, by the way. So let's see. Doesn't have to be. It's just temporarily. First thing that pops to mind. Let's see. Lloyd.
The bathrobe Wilcox.
Exactly.
I had to get dressed specifically for this game.
Had to?
I didn't feel like I could pull off the robe without making people uncomfortable.
More uncomfortable.
I mean, the trick to not making us uncomfortable would be not pulling it off.
Good point.
Every time I get up to get a beverage, it sort of Weinstein's open a little bit.
Me too. Oh, that was too soon.
Yeah, too soon. Hang on, I gotta swap my laundry out. Be right back.
That was me too soon.
Hashtag.
Thank you.
So metagaming.
I don't know if Jacob is eating or performing surgery. Okay, it's eating. I saw you.
I mean,
hands down like this.
Why not both?
Hey, where's your cat?
Yum. Meow. Tender vittles. Or
Nurse
whatever.
Kitty.
Kitty. What do they call that? Is that what it's called?
No, that's my drink. Leave that alone.
So we need to find the treasure, a bunch of weapons, a way to send the platform back to Chuck and Dr. Fu, and a way to get off, and a way to blow it up. And what else? I had a thought. The that cylinder thing that Mabuse was using to like communicate with the creature in that one journal that we can't find or whatever.
Yeah. The sounded like a translator.
Yeah, I wonder. Is that the radio thing that we were using? Like, is that a similar device? That'd be kind of a question for.
I think what he had was smaller because I thought he was.
It was, but I'm wondering if we could make some sort of like Babbage engine roll or science roll or something and say, I wonder if they're similar or connected. I mean, the journals were written by somebody else in real life, right? And he kind of came up with that thing on his own. But
Now, did we succeed in handing that thing off to
yes,
the Russian?
It appeared to.
Yeah.
I think I made a body roll or something. And
What we didn't notice after we seeped into the fog is that Russian guy fell clean off the mountain.
I called it. Yeah, I mean, he may or may not get back. I don't know. Whatever. Be just a shame. It'd be a shame if we can't get Chuck up here somehow, but from a game standpoint. But
Yeah, maybe we can teleport him somehow. You never know. They got future tech.
Well, maybe he was also right.
Yeah, maybe Maboose is in the train station with him.
Hmm.
They'll
Maybe.
wind up like eating dinner at the same cafe and just lock eyes and be like, oh shit.
Yeah. Barry White starts playing. Yeah, but what are we trying to get? We're trying to see if we can find the albedo. That's one thing.
Uh,
See if Morgana's up here.
Morgana.
Literally any technology we can steal, I think we should just grab.
Yep. I also was thinking, are we dressed for the weather?
oh,
Not really, but we made it here all right.
It's got to be climate controlled inside the
Yeah,
base.
it's got to be climate controlled inside.
remember the pictures that he showed us
Was it?
of the hangar we're in, where it's like icicles hanging down from the ceiling? We're still freaking cold right now.
Yeah,
We'll
maybe we
warm
need
up
one of
when
those.
we get shot at. It warms you up.
We need one of those body shields. Maybe they also keep you warm.
Or we just need blood ceremonies.
Yeah. We can do that. We have blood. We can do a ceremony.
All right.
Serenity
So
now.
it looks like we have quorum. We're waiting on Steve and Tim.
And
Who should be
Chuckles.
who's here in a minute. Yeah, oh, and Chuck just wrote. I see something here. Oh, right, because Chuck is away at the other thing.
He's got another game. He's cheating on us.
Okay.
I think it's Chuck's. I got Tim's and Steve's.
He did it. It's a direct message.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was on the big chain, but it's not.
Yep.
Okay, so 11 minus Spencer and Fu, that's 9. That means quorum is 5. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a robot. So we're good to go. And
Buck.
yep. Minus is really 10 because minus Callum. So that's 8. We have 6, so we're just waiting on Tim and Steve, who said they should be here at 8:30. So I don't know if you guys want to get started or if you just want to wait a couple more minutes.
We could bring Matt up to speed, maybe. Or
Sure. So who was not here at the end of the last game? All right.
I think just I think it was
What's the
just
last?
Matt.
Yeah. What's the
Last-
last thing?
Last 2 weeks,
Oh,
actually.
that's right.
John brought me a little bit up to speed, so I know we're going in and killing things, and
That's
that's all I needed to know.
oh, okay. So that's right. So okay. So the short version is you guys with the assistance of the Russians, well, really the Russians with your assistance tortured the 2 Prussian spies and found out they were actually Russians in the employ of the Sunai, trained by Roborov, most likely at his like Hana kind of a camp. You guys figured out that you had a window where you could make a call pretending to be the German dudes if you could figure out the code, and then try to infiltrate Ice Base 0. So you guys did in fact figure out the code because you listened to the phonograph cylinders, and the second phonograph cylinder gave the ability to speak this strange language, which you guys figured was Sunai, now you know is Atlantean, to Howard and to Butcher. So using that information and what Nigel could figure out from talking to them, you guys figured out enough of the language and the code to send a message, which was mission complete, requesting I think you said requesting the platform, right?
Yeah.
And because that's what you know from the Germans, that the Prussians, that's what it was called. So the problem was you got a message back from Dr. Mabuse that said, like excellent. Platform, be ready at midnight. Platform will be at the usual location. And you went, that's a problem, and we can't ask, like where that is. So you had the plan to try and figure it out, or at the very worst, send a message back and say, okay, regular location is too hot, meet us at whatever. But you didn't even know what the platform was. So you guys were suspecting that it was a like a dirigible of some sort.
Or the rings from Stargate.
Right. That was my initial guess, but
Right. Or the rings from Stargate. So you guys took a whole bunch of Russians singing, like Kagadami Bili Navunye, with all their military rifles and everything like that, crammed them all into the Prussians' room, sent the message, and nothing happened. So when you figured out that it was at the usual location, you guys decided to go tramping off and go nighttime bear hunting. That was going to be your excuse should anybody stop you. But for some reason, nobody stopped a party of 20 heavily armed guys tramping off into the woods. So
We're the local militia.
right. So you were trying to decide where to go, and you made the guess. Nigel actually asked, if I remember correctly, the Germans, or asked the Russians, were you tracking these German guys? And they said, of course. And they said, did you ever lose sight of them? And they said, actually, yes, we did. On the night before your arrival, they had gone up to the top of the waterfall, and then we lost them in the woods, and we suspected that they had gone over the mountainside, but we didn't know. So, and at that point, they were not high priority, so the team came back. You guys said, okay, so we're going to go up that way. We're going to go over, and we suspect that there's going to be the pickup is at the cabin in the open fields on the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the valley, on the other side of the mountain, where you guys know that Von Prince met his mercenaries. So when he was escaping. So you guys go over through the woods, do this whole thing. You did this whole big search. You don't find anything. You searched everywhere, and you said, screw it, we're going over to the cabin. You go over to the cabin. You make a whole nighttime assault on this moonlit night up on the cabin and find it empty. And you did find a bunch of many horse hoof prints outside, and Turkish cigarettes. So you guys suspected that those were from when the mercenaries had been there, and you saw that they went back down the valley towards Brienne's. But that was it, and you didn't know what to do. So Spencer is like, look, we're running out of time. It's going to take us like an hour and a half, 2 hours to get back. I'm going to run back, grab Fu, and catch the last ferry to Brienne's, because it was going to be like 2 hours or something to get to Brienne's by foot. So down the same track that the horses went. So you said, we're going to try and catch the ferry back to Brienne's, and then maybe either, you already had talked to the platform manager and the conductor, so they were going to maybe take the train one more station up and see if anything had happened, because Mabuse was theoretically taking that train north to Vienna, and then thence to catch the Orient Express was the surmise with Morgana, or he was going to go and reconnoiter Reichenbach, and you guys didn't know. So from your perspective, Spencer just hoofed it and is gone. So you guys are like, well, I don't know, we don't have anything here. Let's work our way back. And the only thing you can think of is they're like, okay, if it's not going to be like the Stargate rings, then it's got to be like some kind of airship. If it's an airship, it needs space to come down and pick us up, and it needs to be in a place that's loud enough that it won't be noticed. And like the big open field with the cabin is totally open and moonlit, like everybody'd see a big dirigible coming down. So you're like, well, shit, it must be somewhere around here by the waterfall. So you guys were hanging around there, and you had spread out in a fan, and I think it was Malcolm's idea, right, to determine how long was it? Oh my gosh, my dogs are fighting, they're barking, there's everywhere. For all I know, Sprite's throwing up everywhere and peeing on everything. Lucy's attempting to herd him. He doesn't like that. Uh, so
Yeah, I was theorizing that because they were like enhanced, that they were further away probably than where they should have been. So we should be looking out further.
right. So maybe they had gone acting like normal people until they got near the top of the waterfall, and then when they went into the woods, $6 million mandate or whatever it is that they do,
Yeah.
and made it a further distance. So you guys estimated, how much you think based on how they ran in the garden, how far they might have run in, say, like 5 minutes, because they Malcolm's idea was, when did you lose them next to the waterfall? And they said 5 to 12, and they were like, well, shit, that must be it. It's got to be somewhere up around the waterfall within 5 minutes of it, because it's coming at midnight for us. It must have come at 5 minutes, or at midnight for us. It must have come at midnight for them. So you guys spread out in a fan through the woods on the right-hand side of the waterfall, centered on the face. And nothing happened. And all of a sudden at midnight, you hear this. And Nigel and Malcolm were right at the face. And all of a sudden, the moon is blotted out with darkness. And something virtually silently, but just like with a pulsating wave that you could feel press against you gently in time with your heartbeat, just settles down, floating over the chasm of the cascade that leads down into the waterfall, right next to the face. And it looked something like this. And each one of those squares is 1 foot by 1 foot, so it's 10 feet square. Virtually no noise, no heat, no propellers of any kind, no obvious, gas bags or anything like that, and just floating over the chasm. And after about like 30 seconds, everybody's calling like, come on, this is it. And after about 30 seconds, it starts to go, and so everybody's running on, jumping, and you have to, step out, a foot across or more over this chasm onto the platform, onto that little ramp. And it doesn't even budge. It's just everybody starts piling on. You only have like this much space each, and they're cramming dudes in. And at 1 minute after midnight, exactly, it just starts to go up into the air. And 2 Russians were almost left behind. One jumped and managed to catch on to the platform. You guys hauled him in, and Henri threw the last remaining Russian who couldn't get onto the platform. He threw him,
Tossed.
throw, like tossed like that. The
Big
the
difference.
box, the device. And he caught the device, and he said, take it back to the princess. So he disappears into the woods, and you guys, with just about that much noise and at a prodigious rate, shoot thousands of feet up into the air, to the point where it suddenly gets freezing cold, and ice is starting to crystallize on people's mustaches, and it's hard to breathe, and you're like, whoa, and all of a sudden it just comes to a dead stop, and you guys don't go flying out, and the back of it is totally open, and then it just goes like a shot at that height, like almost the top of the Jungfrau or the Monk, or the Eiger, and just across through the night sky. The wind just like past you, and you guys all hunker down on the platform so that you don't get blown off and freeze into death. And then you're flying straight into this mist of snow and ice crystals being blown off the top of the mountain, like off the snow cap, just like this, and you are. Thanks a lot, Sprite. Thanks for that. At least he peed on some towels that were there. That's better than nothing. So, you guys just through the night sky, and you're flying straight at this ice storm. And what's not really storm, but just like swirl of snow. And then, hang on here. At the last instant, at the very, very last instant, the platform all of a sudden slows, and you don't go flying ass over tea kettle out of it and fall to your death thousands of feet below, over this ice field, just like, just like reflecting the light of the moon up onto the snow and the ice. It's blowing through the air. There's nothing but the snow and the ice, and you can see the curve of the Jungfraujoch, the big the ridge of the mountain, and then all of a sudden it slows, and you seem to pass through like a curtain, like a shimmer, like that. And the next thing you know, as you pass through that, the snow and the ice is much, 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 much reduced. And there, for all to see, lit by the moon, on the curve of the Jungfraujoch, was this. And you guys swooped in progressively slower, and the platform swooped around and into this opening. And as you go into that opening, it settles down gently as a feather. Here. But at nighttime. And no people are standing in the area. Figures are drawn purely for scale. And the platform comes in, and it's settling down right here. And that is where we left it. What do you think, Matt?
Let's get to killing.
Right.
Are there
And burning.
there's no people? Are there other platforms?
No,
Like,
there
does
are-
this look like a shipyard? Like, I guess that'd be the closest thing, or a train yard. I guess be the closest thing we would.
Or,
Yeah.
or a motor pool.
Right,
True.
exactly,
Right,
exactly.
that's-
Yeah, motors are
yeah,
brand
yeah,
new,
Yeah.
but yeah, train yard makes sense too. It is
Is it reminiscent of that? I guess.
no, there are no other devices like this. There is only your platform.
And it is as large as that one was with the people to scale, etc. But
Yeah, and imagine your platform is 10 by 10.
so it's very, very, very large. And did it land in a
The
dock?
space is very, 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 very large. Yeah, and your platform is quite small compared to like
plug
when
into someplace, or did it
nope, it just
kind of
comes
like
in
random?
to the middle of the space and silently alights. Like it just barely goes like, in fact, it doesn't even go. Ding.
It doesn't touch.
It doesn't touch, but it's like this far off the platform surface. And it's settles down directly in the middle of this, let's call it a hangar bay. I don't know why, but let's call it a hangar bay.
Are there doors?
Exits.
Yeah. So let me pull up my map. I have to take care of my dog really quick for a second. And let me pull up the map here, and I will get back to you momentarily. Plan amongst yourselves.
Post the map.
You guys
Are
don't get one.
Are those the crates and stuff in the picture? Are those actually there, or is this just fully barren?
Let me look at the picture here real quick.
Giant
The
Legos.
full garrison with 200 ARP sentries at the Overwatch location.
Windows, doors.
I'm going to bring up this picture for you guys to look at. And I'm going to say that those things,
Robotic machine guns.
exactly. I'm going to say that those things are there, and I will have more detail on that when I return to you.
And is it cold? Is it as cold as it was outside, or is it like room temperature? Or
It is
maybe like a
Out the
chilly
wind.
basement?
it is out of the wind, right? But it is as cold as it was outside.
Okay. So it's not like
No,
it's naturally
not.
cold the way you
Yeah, it's
expect
not
a
heated.
large cavern
Yeah.
to be. Okay.
Right, and it's a big, gigantic, large cavern, and you didn't like pass through a force field entering the cabin,
Yeah.
but you did pass through something shimmery, something that
An illusion.
reminds you vaguely. What's that?
An illusion.
An illusion, exactly. Something that reminds you vaguely of the Phantom
Mhm.
or of
Roborov.
Roborov. Yes. Yes.
So I guess only a few of us would notice that. Well, actually, most of us, but not me.
Right. Let me
Okay.
share this for you so you
That
guys
means-
can get a better look. And
We have a way to kill him now.
I will have more detail on this for you as soon as I return. I'll be right back.
You know what this means, though? We have a way to kill Roborov. We have to figure out how to make this thing move and hit him with it.
Why would that kill him?
Because it went through the shield here. So
Oh,
it might go
yeah.
through his shield as well and kill him.
So this is a gentleman. This is someone standing there.
They're
They're,
for scale.
they're not there though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if it's that huge,
Yeah.
Yes.
so it's just like Darth Vader ship landing here, and there's
Yep.
ways of kill zones.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if there were like windows or murder holes or anything like that in the area around, right? Like, obviously we want to look for doors.
Trapdoors too,
To get out of this, out of
because
the-
it's hovering. As soon as you land on the floor, it might just drop through.
True. Actually, you would have probably your character might be the most familiar with this thing like this because that looks like cargo-y stuff, right? Oh, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but I deal with the 7 Cs, not stuff that flies through the air.
No, sure. No, of course. But actually, have you ever transported stuff by Zeppelin? Is that a thing?
That
Not
was
that
all
this-
seafaring. It was all seafaring for me.
Not that this is like a Zeppelin hangar or there's no such thing.
Well,
guess.
I know about mode of transport and stuff like that, like freight transport, but
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could extrapolate,
Not
maybe,
30.
like make some guesses, but whatever. I mean, okay. So what is our goal again? What are we trying to do?
Fine.
Zeppelins are not a thing yet, by the way. It's purely experimental. Only like Henri would know about it.
okay.
Okay,
So,
so we're trying to get Morgana. We're
yeah,
trying to.
he's here.
We think
And
she
the
is,
albedo. And the albedo, if it's here,
because
and-
it
Or
was
what?
hidden in the same way, right?
yeah, under the same darkness, I think it was.
So hopefully those two things are here. Let's see how I said things. And what else?
Steal
Crush our
everything that's
enemies,
not
see them
held back.
driven
Treasure.
before us, and hear the lamentation of the wind.
It's
I
great.
want weapons. I want like gizmos. I want one of those shield belts or
I mean-
whatever he wears.
There are crates here. We could start looting.
We could
immediately.
actually. That's a good idea.
Maybe they have clothes in them.
Are the crates like? Well, so where does it put us? Right in the middle, or like
right
sort of
in the middle.
like literally like basically dead center, like eyeballing it. We were like, could be the very middle.
Yep, correct.
Wow. And doors.
Okay, so yeah, it's the layout is not exactly, of course, like that picture because it's a picture I stole off the internet. What you have is it's not entirely regular. Like the picture that you're looking at here is
Yep.
can everybody can see me, right? I'm not still sharing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
correct.
Is square across the front, and it's mostly parallel on the left and right sides. And then if you're looking down from above, it's almost like a as it heads towards the back of this open space, it's almost like a if you were to like a kid drawing a house, it's like a what do you call it? 5-sided pentagram. That's well, not a pentagram. You know what I mean?
Pentagon,
Pentagon. That's it.
but like square on the bottom and triangle on top. Triangle on top.
Correct. Triangle on top, which is at the far back. There are let's see.
How deep? How many
On so
yards?
let's say 50 yards all the way to the back, so it's huge. There is on the triangle point on the back of the hangar. So if you're looking into the hangar, which is the view that you guys just had.
How high is it off the ground? The peak.
Shit, I mean, I don't know. Look at the picture.
So call it
Say
30
like
feet.
50 feet, 50 feet up.
Yeah, let's say 50. Let's say 50 feet. Yeah.
20 people high. Okay. No. Okay.
Yeah, so 10 people high, a little less. And there are icicles dripping off the roof. There are those strips lighting the roof. They are not arc lamps, and but they are as bright as arc lamps, and they don't look like anything you've ever seen before. They're not incandescent light bulbs. They have a blue-white light is coming out of them. They are
No flickering.
no flickering. They are not like a neon tube. They are, for people like Henri and Norman that would know about that, they are almost perfectly flat. They're like maybe this thick, maybe not even. And
Okay,
they're
so-
suspended in pairs across the ceiling.
They're hanging.
Like
Like that.
stuck.
Oh, okay. They're attached to this.
Yeah, attached to the ceiling.
Um,
So-
It must be recessed.
how
They must be
wide?
Exactly.
How wide is the?
How
you said
wide
it
is
was
the
50
space?
yards deep. How wide is it?
Yeah, so if it's 50 yards deep, it's 150 feet. Actually, I'm just looking at that parallelogram. So whatever that base is, if that's 50 feet and it's maybe, and if it's 50 yards.
It's that picture.
So
is
yeah,
what
it's
you're
that
saying.
picture. Yeah. So what, like
Okay.
100 feet wide?
It's got to be wider than that.
Here, I'll share the picture again. It's got people for scale, but it's hard to.
We'll just call them 6 foot tall and lay them down and however many across.
Right.
Like that's like
So
one.
6 times, like 9 people up,
18.
and then you lay them across. That's
I gotta
like
say that's like 150 feet wide at least.
yeah,
Don't you
maybe.
think?
I think this person, they drew him too small.
So the guy that's standing by the yellow blocks, if you lay him backward, if he fell backwards, that's
Yeah.
6 feet, right? And to the wall,
All right.
you would
Right. So
have
why don't we
1,
say it's
2,
What's the
100
difference
yards?
between
five.
those things? So if you say
Yeah, we'll
10
probably
feet-
say
Yeah.
75 feet wide, 50
like that
feet
block's
high.
like 50 feet. Like from him to
So
the
if this
wall,
is so if
behind
this
him
is
is 50 feet, I would say.
all right, screw it. If this is 50 feet, it's 100 yards deep and it's 50 yards wide. Let's
Okay.
go with that.
Whatever. Actually,
Right.
what are we nitpicking about anyway?
Right.
Um,
it's
Big.
We're all
it's
gonna
big.
die. We're all gonna
Right.
die.
And nobody's going to map it, and I'm not going to sit still while anybody tries to map it.
Okay.
So just remember where you are.
This
Are
is
those-
Randall saying, "Don't worry about it.
Don't
You're
worry
gonna die
about
soon
it.
enough. You're gonna
How
die
many
soon
door-
enough."
How many doors? Or are there
Right.
doors?
So that's what
There's
I
one
was
big
describing.
door we came through.
Correct. There is one gigantic
Sounds
door.
that. Yeah.
And then there is immediately when you come into the hangar on the right-hand side, there is a door. There's an archway, like you saw. Further down on the right-hand side, like in the picture, there is an archway. On the left-hand side, almost directly across from that second archway, there is also an archway. And then at the back, on like the triangle part, there are, if you're looking into the hangar, there's 2 doors on the left-hand side. So if I'm the end of the hangar, there's 2 doors over here. And then at the point of the hangar here, there's a flight of steps up to a platform, which then at the end of the platform has a door and a door in the middle of it. And a platform, I can show you a picture of something like that.
And no writing whatsoever.
I was
Nothing
literally
to
just gonna ask
barracks or mess hall or anything like that.
Nothing like
Not
that
American.
at all.
Nothing printed.
No
glyphs.
Hold on.
So
No
in essence, it's like
posters.
It's about the same capacity of inside of an aircraft hangar deck.
Correct. Almost exactly. In fact, not that anything like that exists.
There isn't a door that just has like abandon hope all you who enter here. We could go through and ignore this.
Or
No,
the sign
we
that says
choose
play
to
like
do-
a champion today, and you tap it as you walk through the door.
Is that a thing?
Exactly.
Is
Yeah,
that like
there-
a Navy thing or something?
No, it's Notre Dame.
Oh,
Other thing, that just hanging in there cat poster.
So
that would be pretty awesome if there were things like that. Velvet Elvis or something. Stunning. It's velvet.
So actually, this is. You guys have seen like the hangar bay and the Death Star, right?
Sure.
It's not that big.
Right.
It's like one of the smaller hangar bays in the Death Star.
So are there these like sort of seemingly random crates around? And is
Yes.
it like that
Yep, just like the picture.
plastic? Does it look like?
Yeah.
Like how far away we are? I mean,
Yeah, you are directly in the middle of that space. And let me bring up the picture again.
And they are like man-sized crate kind of thing.
Correct.
Let's
Okay.
go over and wander around.
So
Okay, so all right.
Yep.
So you can all see the picture, right?
Yep.
Somebody take an effing screenshot of this because I'm not bringing it
already
back
did.
up every
I
2
did.
seconds.
I did.
All right, so these crates are everywhere.
Yep.
You have not walked up to the crates yet to inspect them, but as you can see on this like kind of corrugated metal kind of a ceiling or anything like you don't see any insignias or writing or anything of any kind. These, however, are there, which do appear to be like giant metal doors. And you can see here, you know, in your engineer's eye, Henri, you know, you can see, and you too as well, Jean-Claude, these look like giant pistons or something like hydraulics or pneumatic systems. Okay, there is also this gigantic cable of some kind and these lights on the floor as well that you guys see. There is also this device.
Oh, little forklift. Okay, but we don't know that. Okay.
Yeah, and it has like what we would call like articulated arms on the front and those
What's that?
treads.
So it's a mount from Stargate.
Yeah. But I don't know when the tread was invented. Probably you guys would know, like engineers would know what a tread is. Nigel, you would probably know.
Tanks
what that
World
is.
War One, so it had to be.
It
at
had to be
least the
somewhere in that
development.
zone, right? But like, literally, motor cars were just invented like
True.
a couple years ago. You
Yep.
know,
Yep.
so 3 years ago, I think.
Okay. Jake had mentioned that the floor, maybe they're trapdoors or whatever. I mean, does the floor look like a floor?
Yes. The floor is stone, but it's
stone. Okay.
stone, but it is as if it was perfectly polished.
So like marble ish.
Yeah, like marble, you know,
Like that kind of.
yeah, or like the most perfect smooth concrete you've ever seen.
So Randall,
Yes.
not to say, to show you something else. This is what I would envision, like the rails up above.
Yep. Just like that, but not exactly looking like that. But yes, that's exactly where I'm going for with the platform, with the door, and then the like a bigger door at the end of the
Yeah.
right, exactly.
So this is a well deck of an LPD.
Yeah,
This
and
is
it's
the
about
thing.
it's about that size, right?
Is the
Maybe a
door
little
that
wider.
we see like closed and look like one of them, or does it look like a door, like a normal?
You mean the door behind the door that would close and close the end of this thing?
No,
looks
the
like it's
door
like-
at the top of the steps that you mentioned.
It's made of metal. And
Is it
all the
like one of
doors
these?
all the doors you see are made of metal.
Okay, so they kind of look like these doors on the side. of
Yes.
some of these pictures where they're
Yeah.
sort of
But
rounded.
smoother,
Okay,
nicer.
not as. Okay,
Yeah, like
I
literally picture Star Wars
gotcha.
look.
Okay,
And they're all closed.
They're all closed.
okay. I say we get out, look at some of these
Except
containers.
for one. And there's a plate of food laying on the floor there.
Ooh, what is it? Are they
Ooh.
wings?
Ooh.
And the little woman come hither. Come
Right,
hither.
exactly. Yeah,
I
and a
gotta
naked
follow. I
girl
gotta
with a
check
bag
that.
of
I check out
gold
the food and the
yeah,
lady.
Yeah.
Now Henry's like,
there's-
I have a date with Destiny. I'll be back. Yeah.
yeah, there's none of that.
Destiny to the floor.
So yeah, nothing is labeled of any kind. If you're looking at sizes of doors, the biggest doors are, if you're looking straight back, if you're like, if I'm the end of the pointy end of the hangar on the right hand side, and the one up on the end of the platform, which is also the same size as at the ones at the top of the steps going up to the platform, which are double doors.
All right, let's get out, check out some of these containers. Maybe they're filled with weapons
All right.
or poison gas.
I'm going to be looking around for if people come storming in.
Very
Me
well.
too.
Yeah,
I'm
we
keeping an
may
eye on
want to
doors.
move. We may want to forgo the looking through stuff and just try and go as quickly as possible and use our
Because if they left it out, they don't need it.
use
Right.
use our surprise as much as we can.
Why would they even need cargo?
So just in terms of your, what you had said as of last time, as you guys were floating in and I showed you the general space you were going into, the last things I have from you are that you were all leaping out of the vehicle, whip sword is coming out, rifles are getting loaded, that whole thing. And so what I imagine is the thing goes, and as it settles almost to the ground, people like Russians are vaulting to the side, guys are charging out the base, running around and making a perimeter around this thing. The Russians are kneeling down and racking the bolts on their nagants.
Yeah.
And
We
you
all-
guys are spread out in a fan and you're looking around like, the F is this?
It's
You
still
know?
cold.
I
And
said
it's
we get
really
close to one
cold.
of the.
Yeah.
We get
We
close
got-
to one of the sides, and while we're there, I think we should at least look at these things just to get a feel for new technology or whatever. Not even
Well-
we don't need to like root through it, but
You do that, we'll cover you.
I think we have to secure the place first before we because we have no
Okay.
way of getting down,
down.
and we don't
Yeah, let's
off
pick
the
a side.
mountain.
Okay, all right, that's
we-
fine.
We got to make sure we get this place cleared out before we.
Let's pick a wall to get to. The
Yeah,
one,
I-
with the one with the
Get out of
steps,
the open.
presumably.
Okay. So if I'm going to presume you're all generally facing towards the back of the hangar, which is
Yep.
me. So you can go to this side or this side, which is closer to the platform. Though the steps to the platform are at the point here.
Steps to the platform.
I would head toward the bottom of the steps.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
straight up the middle. and
No,
then-
I think we should pick a side and go up. Don't you think?
All right, whatever
I
you
mean,
like.
isn't that? I don't know. You got military guys know that better than me. I think. We'll follow. I'll follow.
They can,
I'm not
they can
making
pick
this. I'm not deciding because I'm a scientist.
if they come out,
And a
if they come out onto the platform, they can pick us off no matter which side we're on. So going up the middle's faster.
Fine.
All right.
And Jean-Claude's kind of thinking like if this was like unloading crates from on a dock, you'd have an elevated spot where a foreman would be looking out and making sure everything's going proper, and that's the spot we want to eliminate first
Right.
because we want to kill anybody who's in charge
I have the elephant gun out.
or capture.
Okay, and everybody remembers what guns you have, right?
Yep.
All right. So, all right. So you guys rush straight at the bottom of the steps, and you start making a perimeter at the bottom of the steps. As you go to rush towards it, the platform is looming. Maybe I don't know,
Ray,
15.
I have one more question. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
The platform that like brought us here.
Yes.
Was there a control panel or any buttons or any writing or anything on that?
Excellent question. Yes.
Oh, I thought there was.
Well, there is and there isn't. Here,
Okay.
I'll bring up the. I just closed up the picture. Hold on. Oh my gosh. So I have dogs throwing up, running up and down the steps
And you're saying it
Jason.
literally looks like this picture that you showed
that
me
I sent
before.
you. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Yep.
I don't see any buttons or anything. I took a screenshot of it. I don't see any.
I swore.
I mean, there's things that you could interpret as
Maybe when it lands, like a control panel pops out.
I mean, this just
I
looks
wish I
like
could
a.
find my actual picture of it.
I could share my screen.
Yeah, just share your screen real quick.
Is that what you see? You see it?
Yes. So if you look on the no, I was right. There are little lights on those things that are hanging off the front of it.
The
See over
front.
to the you see where Hawk is?
Hawk. Yeah.
Go directly to the left of it. That device that's hanging off the side,
This thing.
which is the front of it. Yeah, that's the direction it flies.
Oh, this is the front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There are little blinking lights on those on the side.
Okay.
But there's no like writing.
Okay. Did they blink? How did I'm gonna like retcon, like paid attention to how the lights lit up as we were going up and traveling and whatever, going through the shimmering thing, like paying attention to just how the device reacted, any just
Sure.
filing it in my memory, science wise, whatever.
Sure.
Okay. I will stop sharing.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
I just thought you're welcome. What's weird is I didn't have any exit full screen option for that. All right. So you guys rush to the bottom of the stairs. The balcony, let's call it, as so that it's separate from platform. The balcony is, say, 15, 20 feet up in the air. You notice as you are rushing to the steps that drawn on the floor in front of the balcony. So like if this is the room and you guys are running this way and here's the balcony running diagonally, there is a square inscribed in front of the balcony, like centered on the balcony, but inscribed on the floor here. And it's in between you and the steps, which go up to the balcony this way. You guys see this. It's inscribed on the floor in yellow and black.
I'd want to tend to go around it.
Yeah,
Can
do you
we-
run right through the middle of it? Do you go around it?
We'll have a Russian guy run right through it. We'll all go around.
Yeah, give me your weapon first.
What Russian guy?
In case. I mean, does it say anything? I mean, when you
Nope.
say it's yellow and black,
Yellow and black,
what's-
like crosshatch in a making like the border of a square.
That's a newer invention than what we have than like
Oh, yes.
convention than what, okay.
Still, I don't like it, and I'm going around it.
I mean, is it-
Admittedly, Butcher did say that we should look out for trap doors, and that seems like it's
Yeah.
a separate thing in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a trap door.
Yeah.
We don't need anybody shanghaied.
no, of course not. Like, did he say how large it was?
No.
It sounds like it's large enough for us to walk through, so it's probably like
Yeah.
10 by 10 or something. What do you guys think it is? Like
Loading zone.
Oh,
Yeah, some
duh.
kind of demarcation for
yeah.
a landing or a
this-
or a targeting.
yeah. This is where you're gonna put the giant crate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just drop a cargo container on all of us as we walk through it.
Elevator.
Yeah. An elevator platform.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the platform to the train station that Chuck's at.
Yeah. If we get closer, we could see if there's a seam in the floor. that
Yeah, and if-
corresponds to the marking.
Yeah, because everything else is concrete, so we can. And if that's like metal or something,
Yeah, and this kind of demarcation is not in use at all in our time period, right?
No,
in real
but-
life, like in real life, I just said whatever. You know what I mean?
Which is why I'm more
In
which
not
is
real
why I'm
life.
yeah, but it's why it makes Nigel suspicious.
Yeah,
It's strange and unusual.
it must be some weird Sunai thing. Maybe it's like a ritual.
Yeah.
sure, right? Like we would have no idea, right? And we don't see that. I wonder if we see anything similar to it anywhere else. Okay, that's kind of cool. All right, let's shoot it.
Bless you guys.
Like in a video
Thank
game
you.
where you just sit there and shoot the wall. Bam, 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 bam. Trying to like, walk through the wall.
Here, I'll
Grenade
put a grenade on it.
Yeah.
We'll see what
Yeah.
happens.
Oh, Coke cannon pops into the air, lands. Do it again.
Okay.
Hmm.
Maybe this is where they do their blood rituals.
Yeah, right.
Yellow
It's a
and
magic.
black.
It's a magic box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supernatural.
Spear and magic helmet.
Spear and magic helmet.
It's an occult. It's an occult thing.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
crosshatched yellow and black of the occult.
Yeah, it's a symbol
Black
of,
and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
That cult OSHA.
right.
All right, and my wife is home, which is awesome.
Right.
That solves a lot of problems. I would hear Lucy go,
Honey, can you check on the dog vomit, plece?
Exactly. That's already cleaned up. And then I would hear her come down the steps and then and chase the dog around and then tackle, and then he'd squeal, and then they go around, and then he'd go pee on the towels and then go throw up, and then she'd run up the stairs and run down the stairs, and he'd start barking it. Okay. So now I can concentrate a little bit better. So that's when the automated defenses fire. Oh, wait. You know,
So Howard was theorizing that this box is an occult symbol of the ancient cult of OSHA.
It might quite possibly be.
We don't see this same symbology sort of anywhere else, right?
No.
Anyway, we're going around it, but when we get
Anything
close,
above it?
Yes, in fact, when you look up, there is a matching same size square something in the ceiling. We would say it looks like a rooftop kind of like, AC unit kind of a thing, but the bottom of it has a faint blue glow.
That's what Matt said. He said it was an elevator,
Should we shoot it?
but Lloyd has no idea what it is. Yeah, let's shoot it.
They have
Shoot it with the
elevators,
elephant
right?
gun.
Oh yeah, you guys have elevators.
I mean, they're.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Yeah, right.
You know,
How large was the area? We were saying like 10 by 10. or
Like the
something.
size of the platform, let's say, yeah.
Okay, 10 by 10.
we'll just go around it and continue.
All right.
And
very well.
there's no like it's not like a trap door that would like
Not
don't have a
obviously.
seam or anything.
Nope, no seam.
Just paint or
Same material as the interior of the square is the same material as the floor outside it.
Correct.
Okay.
And the what's interesting is you said it's paint. It doesn't look like paint. It looks like the stone is that color, which is bizarre, frankly, especially as a chemist, because it's not like it's inlaid with like lapis lazuli. At which point, all the hobbits in the party would then like kneel down and take out their daggers and start.
All right then.
Right, exactly. I start wiggling it off like this. Okay, so you guys are at the bottom of the steps. You've formed a cordon and a perimeter. The steps are like you would imagine, metal corrugated steps.
Right. And we'd now be under the overhang, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yep, because you're trying to get into Defilade.
Yeah.
All right, what's the plan? This has taken much less time than it took to say it. So let's say you've been here like a minute maximum.
And I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand that balcony, that platform doesn't
Mhm.
extend down the sides, right?
No, only on
No,
that one
so-
side, this side.
Yeah, right.
Mhm.
Got it.
I
Okay.
guess now would probably be a good time, since we're undercover and everything. Now it might be a good time for me to put down and open the case and offer people grenades.
Ah, excellent.
Okay.
This is probably a good moment. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
not just wandering into combat with a big box of grenades.
You're the first person who gets shot, and then
Everything.
well,
And I'll
so
make sure.
I've been playing a Byzantine fantasy game.
Oh, but you'd still have Chuck.
right, exactly. We still have Chuck. He
That's
goes back
Chuck
to the hotel. Everyone's gone.
He's
They
just gonna have to
never-
recruit all our relatives.
Yeah, they never return.
We go back to the hotel, open the door, and it's just our heads are laid out on his bed.
Closes the door and never speaks of it again.
That's right. You just go back to America. It's like screw this European shit.
Who's got the stopwatches?
Yeah, there were 2 explosive stopwatches, 1 vial of strange yellowish liquid chemical, and a box of grenades. The grenades are currently being apportioned. Raise your hand if you would like a grenade.
I'm happy to take one of the watches. I'm probably one of them more familiar with them, but I'm also happy not to take one of the watches if somebody else really wants one or whatever. But and either way, the grenades, I'm definitely going to give like a quick primer. We probably already did that.
Yeah.
Although
Oh,
the
yeah.
Russians,
The Russians
as long as the
are-
Russians don't take them,
yeah.
but if they end up with one, I am going to give them like a 5-second, like, oh, by the way, this is
How many do we have?
I think you have 6.
12. Yeah, okay.
6.
All
Yeah.
right.
A dozen.
I tell you right, exactly.
A couple dozen, I think it was.
20 dozen.
Or is it 6 dozen?
I think it was a gross dozen.
Howard
Alright.
has it in his bag of holding a lot.
It's like, all right, and grenade,
He's like-
grenade.
Okay, so who gets the grenades? There's 6 grenades. Lloyd got one.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Jean-Claude gets one. Howard, you have one.
At least one, yeah.
I don't
Right.
want one. I got the elephant gun. I'm afraid I'll smash one.
Henri
No.
has a pocket watch.
I'll take a pocket watch, sure.
You want one, Nigel?
A watch?
Well, you have a grenade. Jean-Claude has a grenade. Lloyd has a grenade. Howard has a grenade. So there's 2 grenades left
Okay.
and
Who has
1
the
more
wa-
pocket watch.
Who has the watches?
There's 2 watches, and the watches are both like time bombs, basically.
Yeah, who was carrying them?
Well, now Henri has at least one. I don't know who has the second.
I
Right.
think Jean-Claude may have had the second one, but
All
if
right,
you
so
want,
Jean-Claude.
if somebody else wants it,
And
I
both-
took a grenade, so
This 2 suit coats are being worn, right? The ones with the garrote and the
with
collar.
the garrote in them. Yep.
I think Howard had one. I think.
Yeah.
yeah, 'cause it was one of those guys was big enough.
Who's got the other one? And if not, Henry was happy to wear it, but
I thought he was.
Howard's
Okay.
wearing one. Did you say?
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
I had put it on to then do the crystal stuff. And,
All right.
Imagine
And the
doing it.
cigarettes? Who has the cigarettes?
well, Henry had them initially, I guess.
Mhm.
I'll just keep
There's
'em.
two packets of
I
cigarettes.
mean, if somebody
plus-
I'll take the Black Lotus cigarettes if nobody else
yeah, if
wants 'em.
nobody wants them, just take just those 3. That's all right.
just purely for interrogation purposes.
immediately turn around.
And if anybody's like skilled with the garrote, I know Brian probably is.
I have my own.
Okay, so
All right,
you
Butcher. I
want-
mean, Butcher, if you want it, I mean, I'm just
Well,
carrying because
I'm
nobody else has
prof-
claimed it.
I'm proficient with the garrote, so
Well, take it.
It is, by the way, if you take just the groat out of the collar, it is a fine, what looks like steel wire, but much lighter than you would think. And it seems like it's got no stretch to it at all. Like it seems ridiculously strong. And it has 2 loops
okay.
on the end.
So it's an elven garrote?
It's an elven groat. It's made of mithril.
It's this ridiculously fine wire with two big wooden handles.
You're right. Exactly. On the end.
Will stop a shark. Can use it as leader for
Lights up.
Those exist, but that's not these.
Shit.
Just saying.
Well, if nobody else is really excited about it, I'll take the other watch.
All yours.
All right.
All right. So you have a grenade and a watch.
I don't know. I don't have a grenade.
Oh, you don't have a grenade.
No.
Okay, so that means there's 3 grenades left.
I'll take
Howard, you'll take one, Brian.
Yeah.
So Howard, then you have the 2, right?
Sure, I'll just.
Stick
well,
2. Yeah, I
watch
mean,
the
you know,
pockets.
Yeah.
Just don't
They're
get
only
caught.
they're only, you know.
Yeah, I'll look like
Just
I have
don't
breath.
trip.
Don't shoot me in the chest.
oh jeez.
And don't trip.
Yeah, don't try.
I have already tripped with grenades.
It's gonna
Hey,
be great. We're
actually,
gonna
you've
go up
proven
the
that
steps,
you won't
trip,
blow up.
blow up.
Right. They're not that sensitive to impact.
Obviously not.
Falling-
He rolled a 12.
Falling, they're sensitive to impact. What's more sensitive is the friction fuses.
Okay.
Make sure they're really stuffed in, not gonna get popped out.
Yeah. Okay. So if you shoot a grenade, they will explode. That's just
Especially if you shoot with an elephant gun.
That's a feature.
it's a feature, exactly.
Feature,
you
not a
may
bug.
rely on that, in lieu of a timing device, right? All right. All right, so you guys are huddled momentarily. This takes another 30 seconds or whatever. You're passing out the grenades. Give me one of those. All right, here, take this. Take the watch. And who has the second watch?
I got to
John Claude,
watch.
right? Oh,
and-
you 2 guys have the watches. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So
Not Jean Claude.
and
Sorry, Nigel.
Henri has all the cigarettes, is my understanding.
No,
all
I
the-
gave somebody.
Jean Claude has 1
I
pack.
got the
of-
Black Lotus.
All right.
At least. I'll
Well,
I'll
they,
take one.
they
It's
have
not
come in
good
those
to-
little silver cases.
cigarette-
So,
I might as well
case.
take a pack of
all right, so
cigarettes.
Jean Claude, Howard, and Henri.
So they got like what we think are real cigarettes, and I smoked
Yeah.
a couple of
Ooh,
them. And
here's
one
Steve.
Black Lotus, one
One's like a
Or-
poison.
we'll go
dart.
with poison dart or a dart. I don't know if we determined if it was poison, and then one was something else. I don't recall.
There was the Black Lotus. There was the
Kinetic poison dart thing.
one was 2 were dart-like. We'll just put it that way.
Okay. And we never
Okay.
determined if they were
Nope.
different or the same or
Nope, you never took them apart or anything like that.
okay. And then
Steve,
Let's see. I need a good name for him.
Malcolm the Bankrupter. Oh, the shark. That's good.
Everybody got their wrestling name for the battle today, Steve.
Nice. The battle that just happened or the one that's going on?
Just starting.
We
Yeah.
just got off the
Excellent.
platform, walked across the thing, and
Across
to,
the room already.
to
Can you
the
believe it?
stairs.
Oh, sweet.
But we did see a giant 10 by 10 square of black and yellow cross hatched whatever.
On the
And above
floor.
it,
Alright.
the ceiling was
Yeah.
Well, it's like an hour, so I assume you guys stopped in the middle of crossing and tried to decide whether you should go the rest of the way or not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Pretty
Deciding
much
whether to
exactly.
shoot that square.
no,
on the
we
floor.
once we got off the platform, we went pretty quick.
Yeah.
So a total of like a minute and a half has passed.
we handed out grenades. Do you want one?
Nice.
Landed since the platform
No, I
landed. And it
don't
did not
think-
touch the ground. Everybody got out, made a cordon, looked around at the room. Yeah, looked around at the room and went, "Whoa!" And then quick ran to be underneath this balcony, so they'd be in defilade, and they just finished passing out the grenades. That's the short version. So, remember the picture from last week, Steve?
Yeah.
All right, so you're in basically this giant hangar type thing. Not that you would know what a hangar is. Like a railway station with giant metal doors and glowing strips on the ceiling and on the floor. There are strange shaped crates laying around, a gigantic like a cable, like a ship's cable size cable, but clad in what looks like rubber or something laying across the middle of the floor. The platform landed right in the middle. You guys got off and have run for cover. If it's roughly pentagon shaped, At the far back side, there is a balcony about like 20 feet or so off the ground. There's a couple doors out of it, steps down, and there's a few more doors out of the room. We went over their exact locations. There's not too many. Some are large though.
You say it was pentagram shaped?
Roughly pentagon. I
Oh,
said
pentagon,
I did
sorry.
say I
Like
did
a
say
house.
pentagram originally to the team, but they
Oh,
corrected me that it
When
is
you
in fact a
said-
pentagon.
God,
Wow, they had transatlantic telegraph cables already.
Yeah, so kind of like that actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is crazy that they
that is
they have-
crazy.
yeah.
In the mid 1800s.
Yeah, they just took some ship. They're like, we don't even know what's at the bottom. We'll just keep lowering more till it
Yep.
stops going, and then we'll just keep sailing across the ocean until we can.
Yeah,
you know?
seriously. Like, what happens when you run out? Do you just like wait there for the next ship so you can hook them together, or what? Like,
I guess, and if it's broken, how
yeah,
do you fix
where?
it? Yeah, you got to run another one.
Fuck.
You know, and they did have bathyscaphs though.
Oh, the one they laid in 1857 broke on its first day.
No
Wow.
shit, really?
They
How
grappled.
depressing is that?
They grappled it and repaired it.
Wow.
How do they
Wow.
know it broke? Because I guess they didn't work.
I guess
I
you
don't
could.
know.
I guess you could test it. Well, how do you test it though? You can't get an answer back.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's such a weird problem, right? Huh.
and that's why they're smarter than us.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we can't imagine how you would determine where a break was and do it, but they knew how to do that.
And they're lighting their houses with fire.
Well,
they
you
laid
know,
a
whatever
cable
works,
across
you know,
the Atlantic Ocean.
deal with it. Yeah, we're doing the same thing. People in 100 years will be like, those dumbasses. Ah.
But diving bells did exist for certain purposes at least. I think they think even the Greeks might have had a diving bell. So
Yeah,
Of course, that's
think
a good-
I saw that. Yeah.
it's like a good quick way to die. Diving bells. Also, they're the diving suits that they have right now. Meaning right now in 1891. Good way to die.
In real life.
Horribly.
Right.
Yeah. Pretty quickly. Or pretty quickly get yourself in a situation that you're going to die slowly and horribly. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I think I saw the Greeks on like some show on special forces or navies or something like that. Was one of those ancient mysteries. But
Yeah,
it was all military and all those big barges in Rome. And all this
Yeah, they
other
had
stuff.
crazy stuff. Like an Archimedean screws and all that. I mean, shoot, they even tried energy weapons. With all the shields and trying to set fire to the Persian ships or whatever, which again, they say, no, after all, it's been proven to be impossible. Mythbusters says it's impossible,
Right.
but yet there's eyewitnesses from the ancient times. So it's like, who knows?
Yeah, well, Mythbusters have to satisfy their sponsors. So
Mythbusters, whenever it came to anything like martial too, they were always useless.
a bunch of hippies.
Yeah, if it was like guns, sure, because that's just like energy in and
Normal.
energy out, and yeah.
That's interesting. Well, Randall, what did you call this place that you kept referring to it? I keep calling it Ice Station
You can call
Zebra,
it
but
Ice Station Zero. It was Ice Space Zero.
Space Zero.
Mm-hmm.
but we never heard it. That's just like you being funny saying that. Like we never saw that written anywhere, or maybe it's not even. you
No,
being
they
funny.
actually called it Ice Space Zero.
Oh, they did.
Yes,
Okay, so that's-
they specifically called it Ice Space Zero,
okay, good.
like Dr. Mabuse
All right.
or the Prussians, whatever one they were.
Oh, okay.
Russian Prussians.
Okay.
Somebody told you that it was called Ice. I think it was the Prussians actually said it was Ice Space Zero. You know about Ice Space Zero? We do now.
Of course we do, you dumbass.
Right. Give him
It's
more.
Dumas.
Right, exactly. Give him more
Dumas. Alexander
scopolamine.
Dumas.
All right.
Up the steps.
Sure. Let's do it. let's
Marching
get-
order.
Let's get moving.
Russians first.
Yeah. And in the back. and guarding all the dangerous parts, and then we're in
And
the,
on the flanks.
we're in the safe place with the elephant gun and other awesome weapons. I'm gonna email out these screenshots I've been taking, just whatever.
Okay.
I'll have them.
I should say nameless Russians first. Then
Nameless Russians.
then we get to character Russians.
My name is
Then-
Ivan.
Yeah, well, no worries.
Yazavut.
Mr. Leontov is
Piotr.
not going first. We'll just, he's not that stupid.
I never go first. I always send the Irish.
And the Cossack who is with you, his name is
All boots. All boots.
Whoops.
What? I guess he doesn't have a name.
Well, so
Wait, what happened?
You're in
Yeah.
charge, Jean Claude.
apparently I'm the host now.
Oh, damn.
We're running the game now.
He who shall not be named is in charge. So how does he join back in? How does this work?
I don't know. Do I have to let him in?
Wait, I don't know. You know what? Since you're in charge, give us all cool weapons.
All right.
And an
Everybody
energy
gets
belt, one of
laser
those
cannons
shield-
and a shield.
I want a cyber horse.
Yeah, cyber horse be cool. Pretty neat. Pretty cool.
I want my nickname changed to Lloyd Stone Cold Wilcox.
Do it.
You have control over your own name.
Yeah, you could do that.
Oh, okay.
Ice Base Zero, is that what it's called?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I just hope they don't send anybody from Ice Base 1 to investigate Ice Base 0.
Ice Base 9.
Is the theory now this is an unmanned ice base?
Not,
You know
I
what?
don't
not necessarily,
think
just,
so.
So
just
far,
happens to be quiet.
Yeah. Randall sent out his
Oh, the
message.
machine went off.
script.
Oh, I'm no longer the host.
that's lame.
Aw,
My
We-
unlimited
we-
power was short lived.
Well,
Do we have to
luckily,
give all our points back?
no.
Nah, you
that
can
you-
keep
that
the
you gave
50
us?
extra. You can keep the 50
Yes!
extra points that I gave you.
so let's agree what happened while he was in the
Right,
Well,
exactly.
we found the albedo. That's great in one of those crates.
Yeah,
Holy
that
shit.
monk. I was really surprised that monk was alive.
We had to use one of our extra. We each got 50 points, but we had to use one to make a reroll. But we got it luckily, and we found a crate full of energy weapons and
And
Mabuza's
shields.
dead body. So we're good.
Yeah, I think Spencer got him. Spencer somehow got
Yeah.
actually did get here.
Spencer, yeah, he had those
well, let-
special shoes that he used to fly around in.
Let's
And
catch
he-
Randall up with all the stuff he missed.
The voice of doom.
Exactly.
Oh shit!
And the 8-second looping device. So if something goes wrong, we can go back.
Right,
8
right,
seconds to change
exactly.
it.
And then,
Exactly.
Lloyd, and
What?
then Lloyd earned his new. He turned from the bathrobe to Stone Cold. He earned that name. So,
amazing
I
how
mean,
much-
it's written down, so we can't. That's canon at this point.
It's amazing
just
how much
saw-
we got done while you were away. Maybe we're not the problem.
Right, exactly. Well, you guys take it where you want.
I just saw
It
the
just doesn't matter.
Right, exactly.
what's the 8 second. What's that? Is that a reference to something or?
It's like Looper, right? Or
Uh,
there's
what
a-
was
is
it?
There was
Uh,
a show.
There was a movie, Galaxy Quest.
Galaxy Quest.
That's it.
Okay. I just saw a very similar thing in Magicians, one of the 15 seconds, and I just watched it like yesterday.
Like 8 seconds is a thing elsewhere too.
And then there's the snapback thing from Loki, the where you snap back to your
Oh,
original.
is that 8 seconds too?
No, I don't think so. I just
That's
and,
the default setting.
it's a
Speaking of-
class of projects, class of products.
Speaking of movies, Steve, I just watched the Silver Skates, which is kind of like a take on like
Hans Brinker?
Hans Brinker, but it's a Russian movie. and
Oh.
it's set in St. Petersburg
Nice.
in like 1899, right at the New Year's, and to 1900. And
Should we
it's
all watch it?
awesome. Anybody who's interested in Russia and the game, if you're just interested in the game but don't care about Russia, it doesn't matter. But if you are interested in Russia and the game, it's gorgeous. Oh my gosh. And it's kind of like Downton Abbey, David Copperfield, Oliver Twist, Sherlock
neat.
Holmes, kind of like all this kind of thing together. Like they make it into a whole thing. It's like the young guy who becomes a thief because he lost his job and meets the beautiful girl who's kind of like a princess, but she's the daughter of the police minister. And there's
So it's Vanya Brinker.
yeah,
Brinker.
exactly.
Vanya Brinkerov.
And there's some like occultish things, but it's not really. And it's cool. It's just, and the costuming and the sets are
A movie or a series?
the movie, and the costumes and the sets and everything are just absolutely amazing. And they almost perfectly seamlessly bring in CGI for the long shots and all that. It's just absolutely stunning, and it's perfect for the time period. And it's just a lighthearted, romance drama. It's like a Victorian novel, but it's
Nice.
it's very nice. But it's in St. Petersburg in 1899. I mean, and it's got
Nice.
yeah, it's pretty cool, and it's got the the black clad St. Petersburg police and all, just like they were. And
I'll have to record some of that for an upcoming journal if we ever have any more journals.
yeah,
Maybe.
exactly. Well, you guys are pretty much at the point to start writing your own journals now. You've already had 3 adventures, right? London,
Yeah, true.
London, Glastonbury, and Paris, and you're in Switzerland.
Hmm.
So whoever makes it out can write a journal, or write an epitaph, whatever you want. So,
Booze's epitaph.
all right. So what's the plan?
Well, we take our new weapons and our new platform that we found,
You have man-portable wave motion guns.
and we fly around, start blowing shit up.
Sorry, Traveler FGMP 15s.
And you cut off right before you actually gave us the name of the Cossack.
Ah, yes. So your Cossack's name is
Von
Yuri-
Brinkerov.
yeah. Yuri Grushnitsky.
Yuri.
Grushnitsky. He stays back with Leontov. And the other Cossack's name who stayed with the princess is Danil Krubachevich. Sorry, Krubachevich. It should be, I believe.
You need to work on that accent. I'm kidding.
Danil Krubachevich.
-1 point for John.
Fuck you.
I can
Exactly.
Again.
I can see
Because
see
Stone
the
Cold
gold.
said so.
I can see why Leontov isn't willing to go first. If I go first, will he sit? Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Oh, there you are. You moved.
Oh, wow. Okay.
While
Glitter.
if I go first, is he willing to send a couple of his guys back out on the floor to cover the balcony while we
absolutely.
go up the steps? Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
they'll
all
do- yeah,
all
they'll
his
do that.
guys, they look like they're just wearing normal, like, middle class, blend in, gray man kind of clothes, but they do not move like that. They move like trained soldiers and not like line infantry.
Yeah,
They move like
Special forces.
special forces. Yeah. Like riflemen, like
so
like
if they'll go,
Sharps rifles kind of.
if they'll go back out on the floor to cover our ascent, that would be good. I'll take point.
All right.
Whip sword it out.
All right. I guess you keep it kind of like coiled in your
Yeah,
hand
yeah.
rather than dragging it
Yeah,
behind you.
then I'll trail it behind me.
Right. So you cut people's, and cut their feet off, sever their arteries,
Whole
Ah!
stairwell just falls off.
Right, exactly.
How much room do I have to give him in front of me?
If he wants to start using that sword, it's like 9 feet long.
That's why I was going up first, and
Right.
and I'll have my pistol in the other hand until I get up, and then I'll sheath it.
Got it. All right. So you you walk up the steps. What's interesting is that the metal steps don't have they're not connected to each other. They
Mm.
go directly into the wall.
Oh,
And as you look, there is no gap. Like you can't see how they're affixed to the wall.
Huh.
And the wall is stone. And it's like they extrude out from the stone.
weird.
Yeah, that is quite strange. And the metal doesn't really ring either. It's not like clonk, clonk, clonk. It's like dunk, 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 like that as you walk up these steps. All right. And you reach the balcony with two of the guys covering. Who else is going with Nigel?
I'm behind him.
What kind of
All right.
metal? Just
It's my rifle. Yeah. Check the metal.
It's strange. It's an unidentifiable alloy. I mean, it definitely is something steel, but mixed with something you don't know. And if what do? You're not going to like test it with acid. Or
no,
something
no,
like that.
but I'm very familiar with metals and
Yeah.
working with weapons and whatever. So like
it's extremely, extremely fine and like perfectly polished. It's not shiny,
mhm.
but it's almost like it has like a perfect crystal structure, which is the best way I could say that, not being a proper metallurgist, but to describe the thing I have in mind.
So obviously I don't have time to like test it, but I can like tap it to hear and like feel it as I'm kind of walking up the steps, kind of that
Sure.
type of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody's going up after, with these last two Russian guys coming up last.
Yeah.
That's
And
all
not
right.
just the
Everybody else-
steps. Like I'm like paying attention to like any surfaces, like doing
Absolutely.
quick tests that I could potentially do without.
Sure. Well, you can do like a
slowing down.
Rockwell hardness kind of thing. You like scrape your,
Yep.
scrape a knife on it as you go and that kind of thing. You can't actually scrape it.
The wall,
The metal.
the metal. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
and the
guess
balcony is made
I'd
of the
say,
same.
like I know, like that's like yeah.
The balcony is made of the same metal. And as you reach the top of the stairs, there are double doors right in front of you, and down at the right-hand side, there's a single big metal door. And by big, I mean the width of the platform, basically, and all of the doors here that you see are like 10, 12 feet high.
Oh, okay.
And continually we're looking for symbology, writing, glyphs, that type of stuff.
You do not see any.
Ready,
Yeah.
9'6" adversaries.
Right, exactly.
There
Are
aren't any
handles on
windows
the
or
doors?
anything up here.
Okay, but the double doors are
No.
man size. The double doors are man size.
The double doors are just above man size,
Right,
but
right.
yes. Yeah.
And that was a
The
note to
big doors are, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Jacob's question about handles or whatever.
No handles.
I was looking for windows.
Oh, I thought you said handles.
So it's
Sorry.
like. in case
Oh,
you
I
come
thought
up
he said.
and
I
it's
thought you
not-
said handles too.
That was
Yep,
that
no,
was
no
me.
windows.
I asked handles.
Oh, that was
So
weird.
no.
Weird.
Yeah. No to all your questions.
Yeah, because it was like, if we go up there and there's windows, then we should probably have gone through there. But now I don't know where we're going.
Yeah.
We don't even know how to get them open though, because if they don't have handles.
So Nigel, you are the first to step onto the platform.
Hmm.
Do you go to the doors? Do you stay back from them? Do you walk down the platform?
I was gonna if I'm looking at the double doors, I was going to go to the right, the wall, so
Okay.
we can line up on
Okay.
going in that door.
Okay.
If unless
And you
somebody has
diagonal
another
it. You diagonal it right over to the right hand.
Yeah.
Right.
mhm,
As you diagonal it
Yeah.
straight across in front of those doors
Uh-huh.
to this wall, the double doors go like
I dropped down.
Dive out of the way.
that. Okay. Ah!
Is there anybody down there? I'm up, ready.
Yeah. And they make well, you can be coming up behind with your rifle,
I
and
am
they
right
make
behind, yes.
almost no noise. Like it's not like a Star Trek, like it's like that. And about that quick, and they are open, and you are looking into a space. So whoever was behind you is like, "Oh shit!" and drops down flat. and you are looking into.
What do the
And-
cost? What do the Russians do? Because I would imagine
That's what I
they-
mean. Is they go down prone and they're pointing their rifles
Okay, so
into the space.
I follow their lead. Yeah. anyway,
Okay.
whatever.
And you are looking into a space wider than the width of the doors, and you can see circular tables with
Like a Golden
chairs
Corral?
arranged around them. No,
Damn it!
let me find a nice picture. Hold
That'd be
on.
awesome. I get a
Let's
sirloin
go with
too. Actually,
Sizzler.
yeah, man, Sizzler would be awesome. I miss Sizzler.
Sizzler was good.
I'm
Rustler
going to
was
salad
good.
bar.
What was up? Up by you,
That's no
Randall?
fair. You
That
live
was
right
Sizzler?
next to the Sizzler.
It was well, before I was born, it was the Broomall General Store. Then it was the Phillips 66. Then it was the Rustler, where my brother was a grill
Rustler.
cook.
Okay,
Then it was the Olive Garden, and
that was
then
an Olive Garden.
Yeah, and
Before
then
it was a Sizzler?
Yeah.
We went there, Hagen.
and in fact, it might have been a Sizzler right after the Rustler, and then it was an Olive
Rustler,
Garden.
yeah, Sizzler, yep.
Rustler,
Oh, okay.
Sizzler, Olive Garden, and then and it was definitely an Olive Garden, and then it was
I don't remember
McDonald's.
being an Olive Garden.
Yep. I went there and ate Italian. It's the one and only time I ate in an Olive Garden that I
Huh.
remember.
Okay, it's weird that it was a Rustler and a Sizzler because
Yeah, because I think Sizzler bought Rustler and converted them all.
aren't they kind of the same exact thing? I can't
Pretty
tell the
much,
difference.
very similar. But
We
Rustler
going
had the cowboy
Sizzler.
hats and
We
the whole,
going Sizzler.
they
Okay.
wore kerchiefs and had the whole cowboy boots that you'd get drinks in and stuff like that.
They need to bring that shit back. Anyway, all right.
The steaks were great, and man, my brother,
they were
my
great.
brother can
They're
cook
good.
his. Their ribeyes were really good. They're flaming young.
I mean,
They're
for
really good.
$5, it's amazing. But
And
I'll
the
tell you.
salad bar. Come on.
salad bar is amazing. Amazing. Love that shit.
My brother
Anyway.
can cook a steak by looking. What is this video?
But
that
is it
just
any
comes-
good?
Oh yeah.
All right, let's look at this.
What is
Look at
this
boy.
video? Oh, it's Alpha Base.
Oh, nice. What the fuck is this? This is what we're doing.
Airplane 2. Oh, that's great. All right, so hang on just one second here.
What is this? I've never seen Airplane 2. All right, anyway.
Okay, so something like this, just larger. Oh, come on. Here we go.
He's supposed to be going up with Bezos.
Yeah, Captain Kirk. Yeah, that can't.
Oh.
end. That's at least that's a good way to die, I guess, in space.
Let's see if it really holds true. He'll find some alien woman and bang her in space.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's a lot to overcome when he's like, what is he, 90 or 85 or something?
He wants to boldly go where no one has gone before.
That would be super cool if that happened. If he did get,
I think
to
he's
go.
got a new album.
Man, if he could sing it from the moon or from
Why are you not
space.
laughing? You guys
No,
haven't
it's
heard his
amazing.
other album?
Yeah. I've heard it.
So would he go up there with a gold shirt or would he be with a red shirt?
He
That's the
should.
point.
I
At
mean,
his age.
he should wear a red shirt, like, and then come back and be like, I beat the red shirt. You know what I mean?
The curse of the red shirt
Either
does not
way
exist.
would work for it, no matter what happens, he wins.
Well, unless the rocket blows up, and then it's like, well, that damn red shirt.
No, because that's fine, because that's what he was wearing the red shirt, so it's it's
Yeah.
expected.
He was on the away mission and everything went bad.
Yeah, finally caught up with him.
One too many away missions.
Okay, so something like this, just larger. And without people in it.
Is Wesley Crusher there?
No, it's Discovery.
Okay.
So so there was nobody apparently that opened those doors.
Correct.
Weird.
That's and there's nothing like that, right? Like
No, though I'm sure the idea of an automated door is not. I mean,
sure.
right. You guys have moving walkways, shit, in Paris, you know.
True. All right.
People
So is
movers.
there like look on the ground for pressure plate or something? Or-
Yeah, that you don't see. Because
Okay.
it's like, whoa, oh, fascinating. They have implemented automatic door technology. Clearly, there should be a lever or a dial or a pressure plate or nothing.
Or a poor child just pulling a lever as you get close to it.
Right,
There- and
exactly.
There are no
exactly.
no lights.
Two
or-
guys behind the set who just yank the door as quick as they can. That's what they did. That's why the doors went like this in the early shows. You were saying, jump?
Yeah.
I was just any . Or any
There
I
are
mean,
lights
obviously
in the
it
room.
opened when Nigel
Right.
got to a
There are
certain.
lights in the room that come up to the brightness of the space that you are in now. As
I
the
meant
doors
around the
open.
outside, but that went on when the door opened or something like that. Okay,
No, but in the
HG
room.
I'm using too much of my current day.
H.G.
knowledge.
Wells wrote about them in 1899.
So 8 years from now, H.G. Wells will write about what you just saw.
Although the first
Is
century,
H.G. Wells with us?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Jules Verne is. Go on, Dave.
in the first century, a Roman mathematician invented an automatic door.
That's cool.
Not auto opening upon approach, but it opened when a fire built up pressure in a brass vessel, pumping water to containers that counterweighted a door.
Oh, neat.
That's really cool.
Yeah, amazing.
See, the thing that's fascinating about just the Romans in general is they had all the same ideas that we have. It's just, and they implemented it 2,000 years ago, just with what technology they had available, and they were just out of the Iron Age, basically. So they're like, their steel wasn't even as good as like medieval steel. In fact, but in many ways, the medieval people reinvented the stuff that the Romans were doing, and some things they did better, and some things they never got at all. Like heated floors in houses and shit like that. But like the Romans had all that. Public toilets with running water, and I mean, it's crazy. Crazy.
I think we
yeah.
just underestimate them.
And ourselves. I mean, we just, had barely gotten out of the industrial age, and look at all this stupid crap we have.
Right. Well, it's like electricity makes the big deal. Like suddenly everything leaps forward, super fast because of electricity.
Thanks, Scotland.
Yeah, exactly. And then that leads you to all kinds of like, metallurgy stuff and all you can do, and there's all kinds of things, electrochemistry and all that.
Efficient death penalties. Yep.
Right.
So after
Nothing-
getting over the shock of these doors
I see what you did there.
and peering inside, there's
Leaning
nobody
around
here.
the-
Yeah.
No one there that you
Wow.
can see. The space goes back. It's overall maybe about an eighth of the size of the hangar bay. Much lower ceiling.
Mhm.
Looking in, you can see series of tables going all the way back. So maybe close to a quarter the size of the hangar bay, but a much lower ceiling.
Does that mean the big wide door goes into some other space?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
What was to the
Um,
left when we got to the top of the steps?
Rock wall.
So when we got to
So
the top,
the
it was
steps are against
rock
the wall.
wall and doors here.
Rock wall doors go
I
down
thought the rock wall was on the right when we were coming up.
No,
I'm on the wrong side.
if
Okay.
you're looking at
Yeah,
me,
I flipped it around too, actually.
if
Got it.
you're
Okay.
looking at me, here's the rock wall steps you came
Got
up.
it.
balcony here, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I had it.
Double
fixed.
door straight ahead.
Doors right
other door
here,
down here.
Yeah.
big door down here. Yeah.
Got it.
Got it.
When you look through the double doors, it's all these tables,
Yeah.
and you
Saw
can
that.
see 2 doors on the left and 1 door on the right towards the back.
Okay.
You're right or my are right.
Your right as you're or your left and right as you're looking into the space.
You said left and right.
Left and right.
Right. There's 2 doors on the left and
Wow.
one door
Got
on the
it.
right.
Left-hand doors are on the left wall. Is
Oh,
that
no.
right?
Correct.
And the
That's
right,
correct.
but the right door is in the back wall on the right. Is that right?
No, it is on the right
On the
hand
right
wall.
it's
wall.
left.
Okay. Okay.
On the right
Wait,
hand wall. Yeah.
will this
It's not
be
right, it's
easier if
left.
I turn around and face the same way you're facing?
Yes.
It's on the
So,
left, right?
so
There's
you're looking in
stage
the
left.
room. There's 2 doors here.
Which stage?
There's 2 doors here, and there's 1 door here. If you're looking into the room with all the tables.
Got it. Well,
That's nice, Matt.
I'm gonna try walking in front of the big door.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Like dance around a little bit.
Oh,
Doesn't
Nothing
open for
happens.
me. Okay.
you mean the big door at the end of the
Yeah.
platform?
Yeah.
Ah.
Wait a minute. Hang on a second.
What?
Should we finish here, or
Well, I didn't figure we.
if we go down there and then leave this behind us?
Yeah.
I thought you were the military
We can have
intelligence guy.
Russians watch it. We can have Russians watch it.
All right.
We can't split a party.
Won't be split. We're in
They're
the
not
same
going
hallway.
anywhere. It's just
Okay.
like,
Don't split out the party.
We're
Not
about
going
4
to
feet
East
from
End.
each other.
hands.
We're not going to Constantinople. We're just going to the end of the hallway.
yeah.
Go to
I
the
wanted to
train.
finish at this depth before we proceeded into another depth.
Where did
Yeah.
Chuck?
Right.
Where did Chuck go? What was it? Where's
The last you knew, he was heading back to pick up Fu and go to Brienne's.
Brienne's?
In Brienne's, he was either going to go to the next train station up the line, if there was a train at that time of night, or go to Reichenbach.
Okay.
In either case, he was hoping we would meet him there.
Correct.
He was wrong.
He was expecting you guys to go down the road to Brienne's and just get there a little bit later, and he'd already be there. maybe with rooms for y'all. Who knows?
He should be like, all right, guys, I have this party. Where'd y'all
Where'd
go?
you go? Yeah.
It's okay though. He's just gonna get captured by some other alien entity, and we're just gonna have to find him.
Yeah, right.
It's just what happens when he's alone.
Morgana's twin sister or something.
They'll probably take him to the closest local base.
Maybe. Anyway, all right.
Who knows what can happen?
Maybe he eats Maboos. What?
You have never seen both Spencer and Mabuse in the room at the same time.
That is
Did-
true.
I found a picture
Only
of
Spencer has.
Jean Claude in a Vistani outfit. You want to see it?
Sure.
He's in Vistani land.
Oh God.
He's staring up into the ether above Caliphas.
I finally made it to the place where I must.
I mean, you
travel.
can't kill a cat, so
He's never
I
been.
Just had to.
He's never been to Tir na Nog, though.
So he says, I have proof otherwise. Anyway,
Alrighty. So, okay. So Nigel, you go down to the big door and it does not open.
Oh, okay. Well, is there a handle? No. On this.
a what?
Nope. Nor is
What
there
is
a
this?
pressure plate, a lever, a dial, a crank, a wheel, nothing.
Huh.
And you guys have seen big things made of metal. There are
Yeah.
big ships made of metal, like there's ironclads and stuff too, even from years before. But now there's whole ships made of metal with big hatches and things like that.
That sounds like they would sink like what's his name ships.
Right, exactly. It's
Metal's too
impossible.
heavy.
Oh wait, if we're looking into that room with the tables,
Mhm,
and on the back right wall is that one door.
correct.
Does that look like it would go into this space?
Maybe. I mean,
It's the right
platform-
direction.
It's the right direction. Exactly.
But it's not necessarily. It depends what the other space is shaped like.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So for there's no visible controls and the thing doesn't open by itself, then I guess our best bet of seeing what's behind the big door is to go through the room with the tables. The what would I call it this day and age?
Oh, dining hall.
Cafeteria.
Yeah, the dining room.
Yeah, dining room. Yeah, exactly. The dining room.
So
Servants' quarters.
all right,
So the door at the end of the hall, it's a door, right?
it's big.
Or does it look like a steel wall? How do
Like-
we discern
like
it's
a- like a-
door?
You wouldn't, other than that it's set into the rock, but yet it's metal. So yes, it could be a steel wall.
So no seams, no nothing.
No,
It's
but
just a
just
steel-
neither were these double doors, except they had the seam down the middle.
Is
Right.
it solid or is it made of strips or
It's solid, like a single
solid?
sheet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not knock on the big door in case anybody is getting that idea. Let's not do that just quite yet.
Is it cold?
Yes, but no colder than anything else
That's-
around here.
Yeah.
Right. All you guys, your breath is
It's
coming
not
out. in.
warm.
Right.
That's what I was getting at.
Right.
Okay.
Is it warm in the other room now that that's open?
Do you
Yeah,
walk
I
in?
Like
guess-
the lights are on and everything.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
do we
Yeah.
want to go check it out since this is kind of an obstacle?
Yeah.
As you cross the threshold, you step on a tripwire and a giant blade sides.
No,
Yeah.
Not again.
Oh,
I should have checked for traps.
Actually, you walk in there and it is not any warmer.
Okay.
Okay. Well, unless somebody else has an idea, I was going to cross to the back right door.
Sure. Keep moving.
Just
Yeah,
interrupt
let's
me.
go. I'll
Yeah,
stay on.
I was gonna
I'll
say
stay
just
on
interrupt me if
Okay, so you guys are gonna all go in a troop down through.
through
Well,
the dining room.
somebody's got to stay
Okay.
and watch that.
Right. So you
wall.
were at the double doors on the platform. Who stays where and who goes?
I'm
I'm
heading
going
in.
with Nigel.
Yeah.
Why do we have to?
I'll move up to.
Well, I mean, yeah.
You can't go in a place and leave unexplored things behind you to lock us in here.
Yeah, let's have a couple of the lesser Russians
I mean, what do you want to escape to the what?
watch our back,
Mouth
watch
of the,
the
mouth
watch
of
that
the
platform.
hangar?
Yeah, once we've cleared something, we're fine. Nothing's cleared yet,
All right.
except
fine.
the room that we're standing in right now.
Okay.
That's only cleared till things come through it.
Right. But I mean, there were trailing Russians.
Yeah, sure.
Whoever the
No,
whoever the
I agree.
trailer,
Right,
who's
right,
in
right.
that group? There's a Russian group who's bringing up the rear.
Right.
They covered us as we went up the thing. Now they
Correct.
They
So
cover, us as, they
Leontov-
cover us as we go into the.
Leontov, Yuri, and two of the Russian dudes with rifles. So that's half the Russian party. Because remember, there's a total
Right.
of 9,
Yeah.
I think now, right? Because there were 10, one stayed. So there's 9 guys. 4 of them are your rear guard. Leaves you 5 plus you guys, of which there's 11 minus 3, 8. Right? So 8 of you plus 5 Russians. So lucky number 13. And then 4 Russians behind.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
let's drop 2 Russians at the door, at the double doors.
All right. On
No,
the platform.
Yeah, they'll watch
Yeah.
they'll watch our backs from there, and I guess we'll reel them in later.
Okay. So they'll stay there at the doors on the platform.
Yeah.
The 4 Russian rear guard comes with you, but a distance apart.
Yeah.
Right.
That leaves you with 3 Russians plus you 8 guys. Who goes with who? Or how? You make a wedge, you go in a straight line, you zigzag.
I don't know. It's
2 by
just a
2.
room, right?
Right, it's just a room. So you kind of wander in.
I will say straight line is probably not a great choice since it seems like everything they have could probably fire through a number of us.
I will slalom through the pillars.
You guys are aware of the idea of don't walk in a straight line in front of like artillery that fires grape shot.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, or even
Right.
solid shot for that matter. Infantry columns die. You know, when they approach guns.
Which we would not consider being in the cafeteria
Right.
where they would be artillery. Which,
I mean,
the great luncheon battles of 1687.
Right.
it is
exactly.
a future cafeteria, so we don't know how they slice their luncheon meats.
Well, there's
Honestly,
nobody
if
here.
I'm-
They're closed.
McDonald's
There's nobody here.
charge.
They're closed.
Honestly, if I'm going to that back rear door, I would probably stay to the front wall and then the right wall,
Okay, fair enough.
because the door, and watch the doors in the opposing left
Okay.
wall, so we don't
Okay.
so we don't get surprised out of there.
So as usual, rooms are not exactly regularly shaped, but yes, you can do that. So it's going to go along the right wall. There's a bit of an extrusion along the right-hand wall, and then it
Yeah.
comes to the door. You can keep your eye on both of the doors on the left.
Yeah.
As you go along the right-hand wall, and I'm presuming you're still leading because you were leading originally.
Yeah, unless somebody objects.
Well, Jean-Claude walked in with you at this point.
Right.
No, I'm behind. I will be.
Oh, Malcolm's
feet
right behind.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
That's for the duration unless I say otherwise.
Okay,
Right.
so
Where
the
Nigel
lead,
is, I'm right.
Nigel, Malcolm, and Jean-Claude are the lead.
Yeah. And I'll
Alright.
definitely let Nigel lead since he's got a military background and knows what he's doing rather than
And then we'll say like 3 Russians,
Yeah, that's.
and then the rest of the team.
And as we come up to the door, I'll turn to the Russians and I'll give them the eyes thing for the other doors behind us, like those doors on the other side.
Yep.
While
they're,
we work on this.
they're already watching. In fact, they're out there. They're
Right.
kneeling with their rifles with the muzzles down, and they're looking. They're watching the big doors going into the open space.
Right.
And they occasionally glance over their shoulders, almost as if
They know
they've
what they're
cleared. They know what they're doing exactly, and have cleared
Exactly.
urban spaces before, which is honestly a relatively rare thing.
Yes.
Mm.
At that point.
Yes, at this point in history, it's a relatively rare thing.
Perhaps not for Russians with their assassinations and everything.
Exactly so. That is exactly so. Policemen would know how to do this kind of thing more if
Policemen
they
were
are.
just invented.
Yeah, except the thing with the Russian policemen, they're not really police like we think of police.
Right.
They have an anti-riot and an intelligence function. So, and again, you'll see if you watch Silver Skates, they talk about replacing the policemen's sabers with British truncheons. And they're like, why would we do that? That's just stupid. And they're like, look, you can beat on someone and it doesn't kill them. And again,
They
they're
can
like,
still give you information.
they're like, why would
information.
Oh yeah, they're like, why would we do that? And to
I
be
would do
fair,
that
a lot of police in Europe carried like hunting hangers that were blunt, so it was like a truncheon, but it would hit a lot harder. Like the idea, well, and even until like 1990, the idea of a police baton was to break bones. So a blunt short sword is pretty good at that. It'll also rip your flesh open, but it will definitely crack, like a forearm or a shin or something like that. So
slow you down.
it'll slow you down. The Russians, though, they probably used just sharp sabers. Said, screw it.
Yeah.
If you made me use a saber on you, you probably deserved it.
Hmm.
And again, I'm just channeling, the kind of stuff Puck Tristan used to tell us about how their police would deal with the peasants. So peasants are treated differently than like if the university students are rioting. Those you generally you bludgeon them because they're of value to society, but the peasants you don't really care about as much, but you try not to kill them because, as he put it, as soon as you kill one,
Terrible.
then they have a rebellion, and then it's just a lot of work for everybody. So that's probably, I would say, an accurate assessment. And he wasn't joking. sadly.
Right.
It's just non-humans, like my ancestors, because by this time Lithuania has sadly been ceded to the Russian Empire, the bastards. So everybody ganged up on us.
Jerks.
Yeah, that's right. They were jerks. And that's why we came to America. America. All right. So we're gonna say the 3 team members, 3 Russians, 5 team members, 4 Russians, 2 Russians left at the gates. Sorry, doors.
Got it.
I almost say gates to hell.
If I need I need to step
Oh, we
away
jump
for
into that.
1
Definitely.
second. I'll be back.
All right.
If I need to shoot something, I'm
Very
fine
well.
I'm fine to do that.
All right. As people are walking along, Dave, as you go, Nigel, as you go to the right-hand wall, there are strange metal machines along that wall.
Huh.
And their cafeterias probably do exist. I know for Mr. Whiting, he had a cafeteria for his employees. So Wilbur Whiting or whatever his name was. So there is like a kind of like a recognizable like a shelf at like waist height, but strange machines that you don't know what they are, and they're covered in like dials and buttons and things like that, and they do have Atlantean symbols on them.
Huh. All right. I mean, are there? Okay. All right. Nothing recognizable then.
Nothing recognizable. There are like on a couple of the machines, there are strange like thin horizontal slots underneath them.
Weird.
Again, above that waist high shelf.
Sorry, there was like an audible scream from outside at our
That's not
house.
good.
Weird.
Yeah, I would check that.
So you sent
Yeah.
you sent
He said Jacob.
Jacob.
Is it a
wouldn't
fox?
check. I mean,
It's
we
foxing
do
season.
have foxes that live in our area. They came out when like everything was closed down, but I couldn't tell exactly what it was.
We have foxes just across the street from us. A ton of them in the cemetery, but I don't hear any today.
They always sound horrifying.
Oh yeah, there's baby murder going on.
I have no idea. I went to look. I didn't see anyone out front, so I'm assuming it might be like the kids from our neighbors.
It sounded like
But it sounded like someone is going, ah! And then nothing. And then there's no one outside.
Oh wow. At least it wasn't bang, 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 bang,
Yeah.
bang. Yeah, that's lay down. Call 911.
Oh no, you get tired of laying down in my house. If you do that.
Even worse, after all that, you hear, "Damn, you're not Jacob."
And I know what you mean, Steve, because we have the whole, the plethora of fireworks, but there's plenty of times where we're sitting here and at middle of the night you just hear and you're like, that's totally not fireworks.
Right.
Like, yeah, like that was absolutely a shotgun, or somebody's shooting a pistol off in the air. You hear that one, the distinctive, pop, 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 kind of.
Right.
Great. I hope it's in the air.
They're not in a big hurry around here. They just fire them off meticulously. So it's like bang, bang, bang. And so you count them up. Bang, bang,
Right.
bang, bang. And then it stops. All right. Out of bullets.
Okay.
Is there any indication of power to these devices?
No, you do not see.
Lights or whirring or
Oh, you meaning are they on? Or I thought you were looking for
Yeah.
cables.
no. Are they on? Yeah. Or
Yes, yes, the lights are lit.
there are lights. Okay.
On so the buttons are like glowing,
Yeah. Any
but they are
noises?
clearly in little ensconced,
Yeah.
areas, so that it's clearly a button.
Interesting.
Do we
Button
recognize
with a
any
light
of
in
this-
it.
the
A button with a
symbols?
light in it. Who'd have thunk?
Exactly. Crazy. No, you guys can't read Atlantean yet. You know, I think 3 numbers.
And none of those are visible.
To be fair,
Depends on if they number their specials for the cafeteria.
right, there are probably some numbers that are identifiable as the number symbols, of which you may see scattered in among their, you know, a couple of the numbers that you recognize.
Yeah. Now, amongst these machines, is there anything that looks like storage?
No.
Okay.
There are similar machines on the left wall, next to the left of the door that's on the far wall. But those machines are smaller.
Stacks of drink cups.
No.
No, just kidding.
Yeah.
I press one of
No
the number.
napkins,
I
you
press one of the number buttons.
Okay. One that you recognize.
Yeah.
Okay. You press the button. And
Does it work like an electrical switch, like the old?
it's like, you know, picture like on a soundboard, you know, like the clear, like translucent plastic buttons that you would press
Right.
and then they change color. So you
Yeah,
press it and it actually changes color, but it doesn't go like from red to green. It goes from like blue to, or cyan to, you know, magenta or something, you know, like just some bizarre.
Not real color.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you press another one?
No, I'm going to sit tight on the one.
Okay. Okay. So you guys have all kind of filed in and you're like, okay. Now what do we do? You know, and you're moving towards the door.
And that was on the front wall? Or
That was on the right
the
hand
right
wall.
wall. Okay,
Yep.
okay. So yeah, we'll continue to the door. I'll the 3 Russians right behind us first 3.
Mhm.
Is that Leontov and the Cossack, or that
Behind you, first 3.
yeah, so it goes
No,
me.
that's the remaining 3 generic Russians.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll wave a couple of them over to the back wall to cover me as I pop the door.
Very well. They in fact, all 3 of them go to the back wall and they
Okay.
kneel down behind the tables and bring up rifles, and they're
Or actually, I consider popping the door, but I realize it may not have a handle.
right. Right, exactly. You know, you hit the control panel. Wait, and there is no control panel.
And no
Actually,
handle.
for this one,
Does it open when I wave them over to the back wall?
no,
And
because
is it
there's
a door?
there's enough space for them to go between the tables
Oh, okay.
that they're
right.
away from it, nor do they go near the other 2 doors.
Right, which makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
But this one, hang on just one second, because I have to translate this map into something
Sure.
useful for me. So that's where that is. That's where that is. That is where that is. Oh no, we have to put that there. And then yes. So that is that. And that is that thing. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, yes, as you approach this door, it just goes. Actually, it goes to the left. No, it goes to the
It
right.
would have to go to the right.
Yeah, it goes to the right.
The left, the back wall.
Yeah.
It
It's
could go
not
in.
in. It's not flush up
It's not
against
in
the
the
back wall.
corner. Oh, okay.
No. But it's
Could
near
go
the
either way.
corner. Yeah, it could go either way, but it goes to the right. Let's just say.
Okay.
And you
All
were
right.
looking down a hallway.
Yeah.
And as the door opens, lights come on those strips in the ceiling. Let's call
Oh.
them glow strips, because they're strips that
Glowing.
glow.
But I didn't see anybody there to turn them on.
No.
Okay.
I don't like the door.
This is bizarre.
There are 3 doors evenly spaced down the length of this passageway. The passageway looks like it is longer than, like, by about twice as long as what was left of the platform.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay, because it's
And the doors are
parallel
on, and the doors are on which side?
left-hand side.
Away from the away from the space that the big door leads into.
Correct.
On the other side. Okay.
Correct. So 3
Alright.
doors on the left-hand side and 1 door on the right-hand side.
Oh, there is one on the right.
Yeah,
Okay.
at the far end.
The far end. All right.
Yes,
So beyond where the platform would have ended.
correct.
Okay. Huh. Well,
Go right
um,
at it, or
let's see.
Okay, so you have left 3 Russians back in the dining hall, 2 Russians at the doors to the dining hall.
Right.
There's the 3 of you up front, 5 guys behind, and
Yeah.
then Leontov, the Yuri,
Right.
and 2 Russians.
Yeah. Okay. Let's head down the hallway. And I'm gonna line up just short of the right hand door.
Okay,
The three we're leaving behind will watch our backs, and
okay. Each of those 3 doors that you pass has a bare metal plate in the wall at like waist height, about this big,
hmm,
next to it.
I'll definitely keep to the right as I'm passing those left-hand doors.
Okay. What does everybody else do? Follow along?
yeah, same.
Yeah.
Okay. And you get to the end of the hallway, and there is the door on the right.
Actually, can we? I was thinking this before. I just didn't say it. Can we? Those 3 Russians that stayed back at the
In
the
the
door we
dining
just
hall?
went
Yeah.
through. Let's take one with us.
Okay.
They don't need more than 2 there.
Okay. So there's total of 5 Russians with you
Yeah.
plus the 8 of you guys. Okay. All right. So you're at this door. This one also has that metal plate next to it, and it does not open when you approach it.
Okay. Malcolm, what were you thinking?
It's another steel wall here.
Mhm.
Is it
It's not
high?
a, it's
No,
not
no,
a
no, it's
huge
just a
door.
regular
It's a
door.
normal size door.
It's
Yeah.
a regular, but it's the same
It's similar.
consistency?
Yeah. It's just so this passageway you've been going down is parallel to the platform, but the length
Right.
of the dining hall further in,
Yeah.
it is a normal human-sized but bare, we'll call it steel for lack of a better word, door. This
Right.
one has a little metal plate next to it that's completely bare.
And a handle.
Nope.
So I'm gonna have the Russian that I pulled with us, and
What's
uh,
beyond this? A
Rock
wall?
wall.
What are we walking on? Rock or steel?
Steel.
In here. Okay, steel. Okay.
yeah. So is let's see, if that Russian and Jean-Claude could,
Actually, let me amend that.
Okay.
That
Right.
same polished stone. The floors will always be same polished stone except the balcony. All right,
So
please go on.
back the dining hall was, I'm sorry, one more second. The dining
No, no
hall was
trouble.
stone?
Dining hall was that same stone, but stone is not really the right word for it. It's
Right.
like the
It's-
finest, most polished concrete you've ever seen.
So
'cause
we're
it's
calling it not steel. So we're calling
not
it
steel.
stone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stone.
Okay.
Exactly.
cool.
And even like the coloration that was on the floor was not paint. It was the stone was that color and not inlaid that color. It was that color.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll have, if they don't mind, if Jean-Claude doesn't mind, I'll have him and the Russian I dragged with us cover me from the opposite side of the hallway as I try and open this door. I'm just going to push on that
Don't mind
that
at all.
plate.
How
Okay.
wide? How wide's the hallway?
let's say.
All right, so I was picturing
8.
like 8. Okay.
Yeah, 8.
8.
8.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Get
not
out
a
of-
full
Get out
10.
of my head, Game Master.
Exactly. Cardinal O'Hara hallways are 10 feet wide. They are the classic dungeon 10,
Right,
10 by
this
10.
is exactly what I picture when we're walking down a hall. I picture the
Yeah.
lockers on either side.
Exactly. This is just a touch narrow.
2 doors,
than
third
that.
one's open.
Yep. By the way, old St. Anastasia, I had a whole dungeon designed for that too. I just imagined the entire old school building with the new school attached to it, but underground. So you would actually be
Nice.
entering from either the roof of the building, or I think for that one, it was the main doors that went down in the cafeteria went down in, and then the rest of the building was underneath.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, just as an aside. So, you are at this door, Nigel. You push on it with your hand on the
Yep.
plate, and there you hear a faint, and nothing happens.
Weird.
I'm going
Brought the
to go
hands
ahead and
of
assume
pressure.
it's cold in here also.
Yes.
Did I feel anything when I touched the plate? I mean,
Nope. Actually, make a
all right.
Make a.
he's
Something.
making a make it.
8.
Okay.
I'm not gonna
Just a
read for
faint
that.
tingling, almost like a very, 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 very slight electric shock.
Now, did we have anybody? Does anybody in our party present? I forget
Yes.
what the have.
Babbage engine.
Oh, I was thinking, does anybody present have any unusual blood results? Like, because we tested everybody.
Oh,
I had vampire stuff, but I don't think any when we did the test. I don't think.
Yeah, no one had.
Thankfully, I
No
don't
one
think
had.
we have anything in there.
Okay.
No one had
Jean Claude
squirmy things.
might maybe should, but he was at one of those ceremonies.
Yeah, but we tested my blood and it was the same.
Well, we tested with what we know to test it
With what we know to
doesn't-
test with, yeah.
I mean, that doesn't.
Jean
I,
Claude,
I
touch
can
this
give it a
panel.
try.
I got a little tingle off of it, but
We didn't conveniently bring any of the Prussians' blood with us, right?
oh,
Leontov
Ah.
isn't like wearing
Nope.
any of his blood.
No,
Like he's not. He hasn't like.
I don't recall making
didn't-
that statement.
We should have brought his hand, their hand.
Yeah, that would have been too.
We
Conveniently.
have no idea about that though. Like,
Yeah.
why would we have?
Yeah, there was
Right.
no way.
Right,
I'm
exactly.
standing-
Take their
Conveniently, this is
eyeball, you know.
Yeah.
I just
run
collect
their
body
hands.
parts.
If this
And
was
so
a-
that plate
Fingerprints are a
didn't
thing
put-
though, right?
That plate didn't depress when I was
No.
pushing, I think it was a button, a switch,
Yeah. No, it doesn't actually push.
and it tingled a little.
It
Oh,
Can we do it with the
lights,
ring? I have the
nothing.
ring on, or with me, for sure.
oh, okay.
We could try that.
Okay. Brian touches the plate and nothing happens.
I'll touch it with the ring. Like, I mean, hold, you know.
Okay. And
Hang on, it's
you-
getting super crowded up here.
Yep. Exactly. You touch it with the ring, and you hear a, and the door
Cool.
opens.
Sweet.
All right, Henry's up front.
Henry's
Yeah.
up front.
Yeah, right. Exactly, Henri.
Elephant
And
gun ring.
you with you the freeze gun.
No, I had the elephant gun. Mm.
Yeah, elephant gun. Keep in mind.
No,
that's
no,
like
I know.
a 12-pound
was
rifle.
kind of kidding.
Mhm.
That was like so awkward to carry, but yeah, whatever.
Okay, so you see a passageway which goes.
Did it feel weird? Like, did I?
Oh
sense
yes,
it?
yeah. When you touched the ring to the plate, you felt your hand. It wasn't painful. It's almost like pins and needles, but again, not in a painful way. But it was like a surge that went up your arm into the very core of your body and then right back down. Almost like, did that actually happen? That was bizarre.
I'm just gonna glance at Leontov when that happens. Is he a completely cool customer, or does he like what is going on?
Yeah, Leontov, he's covering it very, very well because he's a consummate professional. You've met the
But-
type before, but
Yeah.
even he's like, this is effed up. Yuri, every time a door opens like that, Yuri crosses himself. And he does it 3
Nice.
times,
Why is
you
he doing it
know, like
backwards?
old believers. Exactly.
I'm like correct. I
Actually,
correct
like
him.
this, right? He does it like this, right? Or old believers. It's two fingers, old believers, right? Actually, he's Imperial Guard. It's probably 3 fingers, but yeah.
Hmm.
So, you are looking at a hallway that would be pretty much the length of the dining hall from the double doors to the single door.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
then
yeah.
it looks like at the far end, there's a flight of steps that goes down. And there is just before then, there is another door on the right-hand side.
Wait,
So what happens to these doors after we pass through?
They stay open.
It sounded like you just decided that now.
He did.
I had to think about that for a moment, but yeah, they stay open.
wait a minute. So the door we just opened,
Remain shut.
is that hallway straight ahead?
Yes.
That's toward the that's toward the hangar.
Yes, it would be into that space that you surmised is behind the big metal wall door on the platform.
What are you, a civil engineer, Nigel?
Nigel
map-
is a
he's-
forward observer and he's military engineer.
I'm kidding. Okay.
So the answer is yes. Better than a civil engineer, he's a military engineer.
So
That's good.
okay. All right, got it.
Does that make sense? So like you've made like a
Yeah,
a UB, but it
Okay.
leads to these steps down.
Okay. All right. It leads directly into steps down. Or leads
Down
to
the length of it and then
Yeah.
steps down at the
then
end.
steps-
Door
at
on the
end.
right hand side,
Okay.
right before you get there.
All
so
right.
this was off the cafeteria, right?
And we
Initially,
circumscribed the space that I theorized that the big door led into.
Right.
Mhm.
It could be one big space. It could be multiple. We don't know yet.
Okay.
But we went around it.
Right. You think if you made it to those steps,
Yeah.
that would possibly be behind where that big door was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. But then there's a door on the right.
correct.
Okay. All right.
Just a hallway here.
Correct.
Yeah.
Steps,
Mhm.
right? No room at all.
Correct.
Right. So I'm still trying to get into the space with the big door. So the door
Right.
door ahead on the right is the next step to getting in there. So that's where I'm going to head unless somebody wants to do differently.
No, I'm still with you.
All right.
I want to get in that space.
all
Yep.
right. So Jean-Claude switch places with Henri. He's
Okay.
got the magic fingers.
Yeah. We need him to get through.
And
Okay.
we'll go to that. We'll go to the next door on the right.
Okay. So you go up to that door, and that door again has one of those metal plates next to it.
How far is that then?
Like all 3/4 of the length of the cafeteria.
All right. Well, then we'll yeah, whoever's at the end, just make sure we're stretched out so the last 2 people are at the door, and they have sight of the Russians in the cafeteria.
Yeah, I think they'll set themselves up like that.
Yeah. So
And they'll stop us if it looks
right.
if they run out of people.
Once we run out of people, we can start roll. They can pass the word and
Yeah.
roll up
I was thinking the
Exactly.
same thing.
the last 2.
Hopefully we won't get to that point. It'll
Yeah.
be funny when we open the big doors and the Russians shoot us.
That would not be funny.
So explain to me again what you guys just decided to do with the team.
So in other words, like at the door we just went through,
Yep.
whoever the last 2 people are going to stay there.
Got it.
And they're going to be within sight of the last 2 Russians, and those
Okay.
Russians have the other Russians in sight.
Right. So
Right.
you have 2 Russians at the
Right.
doors to the dining hall, 2 Russians in the dining
Right.
hall at the end, you're going
Right.
to leave 2 Russians at the door that needed the ring
Yeah.
to get through. So that's
And basically,
6.
once we run out, we'll keep doing that until we run out of Russians.
Right. That
and then-
leaves you if you take those 2,
Yeah.
that leaves you with Leontov, Yuri, and 1 more Russian.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And then I think at the next door,
This will be it.
this will be it. We'll at the next door, if we'll either be going back or we will holler at them to roll up the last 2 Russians.
Right.
Bring them up. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can whistle their signal however
Right.
they do
Yeah.
such
All-
a thing.
Always leaving the 2 Russians at the doors to the dining hall.
Well, until we go further and need to roll them up.
Oh, and need to roll them
Yeah.
up. Got it.
Right. So we're gonna
Basically
bring
just-
them
So it's going to
over.
be like a trail.
Trail,
like a,
yeah,
Got
uh-huh,
it.
yeah.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was going to say like a
Unless we
human
decide
centipede,
differently,
but that's a
yeah.
whole different thing.
Yeah, unless we change our minds, but that's how we're.
How many-
we're gonna do it.
How many metal plates have I opened with the ring?
Just
One.
one.
Okay.
So
So the next-
you have 2 charges left. Be careful.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The next one, I'm using my
Well,
opposite hand
He has two.
and
He
not
has
the ring.
2 portions of his soul left.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, actually, I don't feel like psychologically.
No,
weird
you
or
feel
anything.
you're all right. As far as you know.
Still
Minus
speaking
2
in-
cents.
Right.
Still speaking
Feeling
in languages we
emboldened.
understand, right?
And that the human race needs to step up its game.
That's right.
I'm here to help it do
exactly.
that.
Exactly.
Oh, God.
So what
Yeah.
were you saying, Howard?
He still speaks in languages we understand.
That's
right?
correct. That's No matter what he says, it's in a language that you understand, Howard.
You're like, yes,
He's
Preach
like,
it,
yes,
brother,
I
preach it,
agree.
preach it."
I agree.
they are a bunch of lemmings.
I'm picturing the guys in the elevator in Big Trouble in Little China, where they're all like, "Yeah, feeling mighty good." Only you guys are like, "I'm feeling mighty good. Yeah, yeah, feeling mighty good." Sunaj kasunai, Hail kasunai. Yeah.
Murderers. So
All right.
I'm going to try to engage the plate with my other hand.
Is it-
Not
Is that the mechanism on this door as well?
It appears
Okay.
to be.
say the same one.
Do you touch it first, or do you touch it with the ring first, or
Touch it with my hand first.
touch it with your hand first? And
Opposite
the
hands.
door, yep, and the door
So it's
opens.
this-
There's that tingling again.
and where do I feel it tingling? Am I the hand that touched
It
it?
goes from the hand that touched it all the way up to your heart and then back.
Okay,
Right at the
so
base of the shaft of your penis.
yeah, keep doing it. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
Stop me from doing this.
Wait, no.
Okay.
I'm
And,
gonna, who's next to me?
guess
so
me.
the would be Nigel and Jung.
I'm gonna
And
take the
Malcolm.
ring off.
Oh, no. Malcolm.
I'm gonna let the door
Nigel.
shut.
No, it
Right?
does not shut.
Oh, I guess it doesn't. It doesn't
Okay.
shut.
Not so far. I haven't.
I'm gonna try to. I touch the panel again without going through and see if it.
Hold on, wait a second. Randall's rolling.
No, I'm pulling up
What?
a picture for what you would have seen before you.
I want to see if I can close the door. Also, I
No.
guess that's
What?
why.
You
Well,
can't. I'm
why?
between you and the door.
He just opened it.
I just opened.
We
it,
just
yeah.
walked in.
I'm gonna like touch the
Oh,
panel.
oh.
He touched the panel, and the door went.
Oh, got it.
And
We're not in yet.
Revealing.
I wanna touch
He
it. I
wanted to
wanna-
try
guys with
closing it
rifles.
before we.
I want to touch it again.
He just wanted to test it before we got further.
Yeah, because I don't want. I want to be able to get out of places.
Right, and inside.
How does closing the door get you out of face?
I don't know. I may want to lock people in. I don't know. Whatever. I want to be able to know.
He
what I'm
wants to
doing
know
here.
how to lock us in the room.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't thinking that, but that's a good idea.
Okay, hold on just a sec here. And Randall is not rolling. Remember, Randall almost never needs to roll. You guys bring your own fate upon yourselves.
None of the doors have shut yet, right?
Was assured.
None of the doors
Yeah.
have shut.
No, none of the doors have shut yet. Hold on just one second here. Randall was pulling up a picture. So when you touch the plate with your left hand, you feel the, with that electrical but not painful movement. And when the door opens up inside, lights come up very quickly, and you see.
Oh, that might be a moot point. We see a bunch of people are about to, because
You
they're
see
They're
bunch of-
closed.
bunch of human supremacists.
No,
this.
it's closed.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I'm
No
definitely closing
way.
the door.
Okay.
I'm closing the door on that. I don't
like
want to see
with the
that.
people, like
with
people included, right?
Are they purple?
with the people in that the lights are that color, and the people are there dangling on wires,
And they're all purple skinned.
and they are, yes,
Maybe.
purplish.
What?
But
So
they're
this-
not like purple people, like they were like Kree or something like that. They're like
It's from the illumination. The lights.
like livid, like almost like bruised.
So it's a spa.
And yes, and definitely the lights are giving them that. There is one other thing. There appears to be, remember,
They're all like
the-
European that we can tell.
yes, in the instant that you look at it. And the other thing is you see on their heads, remember the dudes with the glowing eyes and the armor that came down the hallway that you guys gunned down in the basement of the monastery? Remember how he
Yeah.
had like headphones kind of a thing?
Oh,
Not
shit.
with an antenna.
Yes.
They all of them have them sutured into their skulls
Oh,
with the
fuck.
antenna
We need to
sticking out.
kill every one of these things.
Is there anyone we recognize, like the prime minister or the queen or something like that?
I say we.
Well,
use-
I mean,
let's
how
blow 'em
long do you
up.
stand there and stare?
I
Because you
don't
see
know.
that room,
I get that
and they're
watch going.
hanging
and I
at different
throw it in,
heights.
Close the door. Bzz.
Not long.
and so the door opens, and you see that. What do you do?
Shit myself, and then throw the watch in, and then shut the door,
Do you really?
and then clean my pants. No, I don't know. Maybe.
Much less technologically intensive grenades than
I guess the first question is, Henri, are you
Yeah, I
gonna
want to
shut the
try.
door again?
They don't react to the door opening.
No. So nobody has entered the room, right? So you you touch your hand to the door, and the door, and you see all these bodies hanging there, and you're like, "Oh, that's effed up." And you're like, "Whoa!" And
I'm gonna point to them.
and then you touch the plate, and the door.
Okay, good. So
Did-
that means I can
did-
kind of open and close the door.
Did any of them move?
Well, it doesn't
at
mean you
all?
can
Like,
necessarily reopen the door.
No,
like a twitch
That's
or
true.
anything?
That's true.
No.
I'm gonna give the. I'll give the ring.
They're literally laying
Nigel's
there.
next to me.
Nigel
they
of
have-
Destiny.
I'm gonna take the ring. I'm gonna take the ring off and just hold it.
Okay.
And then
Hey, no, stop.
the door plate again.
I turn around. No, I grab his shoulder. I'm like, stop.
Okay, I
I'm like,
stop.
Let's get everybody here first. Next time we open the door.
Sure.
So I tell the Russians like
To bring everybody up.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember, this is just like a normal width
How-
door.
how
far
and
do they
you're in
in
a
previous door?
an 8-foot wide hallway.
20,
50, 60 feet.
Oh,
yeah,
that far.
50,
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of want to like just play around with this door.
Yeah, but not this door. If you want
Not. Yeah, no, I agree. A door.
The last
That's why
door-
maybe go to the last door and
yeah, the last door would be where to play with the
see
ring.
if I just hold
5
the
minutes
ring,
ago,
what
it would
happens,
be. Yes.
Okay.
and then
But now we're already at
Okay. So what are we doing? Are we bringing the Russians
I
up,
call I
gathering
turn-
everybody in
I
the
turn
hallway?
around, I call Henry's shoulder. I turn around. I'm like, call, like a quiet call.
Okay.
and then I'm gonna
and
point to
then-
the other door. I want to try the ring out on the other door.
You can
Okay.
say that in words.
So where's
I
the,
am.
where's
Okay.
the rest of the team? So you're going to bring the Russians into the hallway that has the 3 doors,
Bring them all the way
and,
up.
and bring them all the way up to
For
here
assault. Yeah.
into this space. Okay. So everybody's in this space, and then Henri, you're going to go
While
back to
they're
the end of
coming
this
up,
hallway.
I'm gonna come to the prior door because I want to test out the ring.
Mhm.
3 quick
Okay.
tests.
And are you going to do
Also-
it from this side, meaning the side that has the steps on it, or the side that has the 3 doors on it? There is a plate on either side.
This side. This
Okay.
side.
Are you going to wait till everybody gets in through the
Yes.
door before?
Yeah.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't
So
want. I don't want to.
And so
what are your
while
three
he's
tests?
while he's doing that, I'll kind of brief the people who didn't see very
Okay.
quietly. Very quietly, brief the people who didn't see.
Okay.
How far past this door are the steps?
10 feet.
Okay, so I'll move past this door so we can get everybody closer,
Okay.
and then I'll brief them quietly while he's testing his ring out, and
Who's got the rifle?
let them know we'll show them in a moment once Henri's
What
done
rifle?
farting around.
Who's
The
got
electric
the?
rifle.
Somebody have the electric rifle?
Me.
Somebody has it. Yeah.
See if
okay.
you can open the door.
I
Oh,
already
you
tried
can't.
opening
You already
one.
tried.
You already tried one. Yeah.
He tried the one that you opened with the ring.
Right.
I want to see if like any of their equipment, if you're holding it, will activate the plate. That's what I'm going for here.
I guess I have the knife. I can
Yeah.
take that out.
Tap.
All right, we only have like 15 or 20 seconds here.
Okay.
That's
So
fine. It doesn't take an hour. I mean,
so
it's
what's
literally
the so these guys come running up. So what's so
While the
everybody's
people
in the
are
hallway that
walking,
ends in
yeah.
the steps. Does anybody look down the steps?
Nigel briefs them as to,
Okay.
to where we're at now.
Fair enough. All right.
I mean,
and
I'm not
who goes
spending like 5 minutes.
Henri,
to
you're
this.
at the door that you have with the ring, and
Yeah,
you're
let
on
him go
the step
test-
side of the door, and you're going to
Test
do your
things
tests
real quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What are your 3 tests?
Well, see if Howard can like, activate it by touching the knife to the plate, maybe.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Just stab it?
Hand the ring to Nigel.
Hand the
Are we
ring
locked
to
out?
Nigel.
Yeah, Nigel.
I'm
touch
up at the.
He's
I'm
at
up
the other end.
Yeah.
hand
yeah,
the
have
ring
somebody
to
else do it.
Howard. I don't know.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Howard, do you put the ring on or hold it in your hand or lick
Because
it?
I was
I'll put
I
it
was
on.
holding it in my hand and I did. Oh, I didn't do
No,
that.
you had it on.
I'm gonna take it off and hold it and touch.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
There's just
well,
that
that's-
faint tingle.
All right, and then I put it just on the very edge of a different
Just a
finger.
tip, see how it feels.
Yeah,
Just the tip. Just for a
I didn't
minute.
want to say it that way, but yes, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Halfway down.
Seriously, you put it like partway down your finger, and you touch the door, and it closes, and there's that surge again.
Okay. All right. I guess
Take
it needs to be on.
Does it take something when it opens and give it back when it closes?
No, but it does feel like something goes out from you and back in.
Each time.
hmm
Interesting.
Okay. And I asked the same, like I look different, right?
I would have
Seriously,
already
I
shot
do-
you on the slightest hint. That you
His
were
eyes
changed.
have turned white and they
I would have already
glow.
shot you. So
His
don't
skin
worry.
is blue.
No, I'm seriously asking that question though. Like, do I
He
don't
seems
like
to
the
look
look
like-
or
No, he looks like Henri.
All right.
and I
He's
explain
not
the
Henri
sensa-
because
I do
he's been
ex-
quantum replaced with
yeah,
a quantum clone each
Fine.
time.
Yeah, I'm Q. I do explain the sensation to everybody, so
All right. All right.
in the
Let's
interest of
station.
science. All right, let's proceed. What are we doing about
let's-
these?
Let's
purple
leave that
people?
door. Let's leave that closed, and station 2 Russians watching it, and let's have 2 Russians watch down the steps. And then what do we want to do about this room?
What's this room?
Wait, you
No.
did 3 things, but I think there's 2.
And I said, there's steps down. We'll have 2
Right.
Russians watching our backs there. We'll have 2 Russians watching the door that Henri was just playing with. And then I'm asking, what do we want to do about this room for people?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think I'll blow that room.
Okay.
That's not
Blow it or blow it up?
blowed up.
Not yet.
Well, shortly.
Well, let's check it out.
Yeah, we'll check it out, but with the
Right.
ends of grenades.
Now,
What's this? What about the steps? Should we check the steps first?
I mean, they got stuff on their ears. That's like technology.
I'd
We can
rather
find
deal
out how
with
the
these-
communication
If we're
stuff
gonna
works.
deal with them, I'd rather deal with them while they haven't woken up yet.
I think we have to do that on the way out.
How many
You
how many
think?
bodies were there, Randall?
Let's see.
Oh, you're saying don't draw attention until we have to.
Right.
Okay.
It's funny. All the bodies in there are actually conscious, and they're all thinking, "Oh, thank God, they've come to save us."
And they
Maybe-
meanwhile they get stabbed in the head.
Maybe a couple
Right.
dozen.
A couple dozen.
Our
That's a
prayers
lot.
have been answered.
So there's-
Thank you, Jeebus.
Well, we'll give them sweet
Um,
relief.
We will give them release. Did you say?
I said relief, but same
Um,
thing.
So what are you proposing? Is there a door on the other side that we see?
I'm
Or
proposing we leave them alone for now since they're not away. They're not apparently stirring. And we don't want to draw attention until we have to, I suppose. So
do
I'm
we
I'm
see
fine.
doors or anything on the other side?
There's stairs going
right,
down.
right here. There's stairs going down.
Lower levels of the
Oh,
facility. Get
Randall,
to the center.
Yes.
did we glance was the big door evident on the forward wall of that room? There should have been a wall of that room facing the hangar.
No, there was no.
Oh,
it was
okay.
just completely enclosed.
Okay, so it wasn't deep. Was it not deep enough for that door, or did it?
It was not deep enough to have reached where
That
the big
door.
metal
Okay.
was. Yes.
All right.
By how much
right.
ish?
I don't know.
don't think we looked long enough.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of hard to tell because it was kind of like, oh shit, you know, close that right back up.
I mean, we could go look. Was there another
32nd of a
another door in there? Like on the on the other side of the
There
wall?
were a couple
room?
dozen bodies hanging, and with all the wires and tubes and
Yeah.
everything, it was
Okay,
very
fair enough.
difficult to.
Yep. I mean, we could open it up again and look.
Yeah,
little
I mean, I
shocking.
could do.
They were definitely
Yeah.
not
no.
moving, and like.
Well, we didn't
asleep
enter the
or-
room either. You know,
The ones we
way
saw.
things work around here, I'm not sure entering the room is a smart idea.
Right.
So
I would
these guys
say
are super
steps.
soldiers,
I would
right?
say steps and shortly.
I'm behind. I could get behind that. Either that or the three other doors in the hallway we
Let's do that.
left. Which I'm not sure what you think's better.
Well, steps, I'm assuming, is leading to the core where
Yeah, I'm fine either
Center.
way.
Sure.
every side door we've checked has been like,
I kind of
Side
feel
door.
like we should open that door again and see if there's like equipment on the edges, or like it's just like, did these guys get
There
out?
is.
And was there?
There was definitely piles of stuff in there that
Yeah.
the tubes and all connected to.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
the tube's connected to machinery or something,
Mhm.
right? But I'm talking about like, can these guys like get up, unplug, get dressed, get
how could they
armed,
get up?
whatever?
They're hanging by wires or whatever.
They're obviously like soldiers of some sort because they had the same exact
Or some
uh,
energy source.
headgear, right? That was
But-
Similar.
all right, I agree. This is a good time to take a break. Wait, did somebody say take a break?
Do you guys need to take a break for a few
Nobody
minutes?
said that? I
Come
gotta
back
run
at
for a
come
minute.
back at 11 exactly. How about we do that?
Where are we at now?
10:52.
Yeah, 8 minutes. 8 minutes is good.
All right.
All right.
All right. I'll see you guys in 8 minutes.
All right.
cool.
The option to have lock in a price at this exchange rate today. Right.
Right.
So then I get into it, and then if the exchange rate goes to my favor, so I get more of my money than that option.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to go. I can cancel it at that option out and get it at the spot price the day I need the money.
Okay.
But then then get in the thing where you have like hedge accounting, where it has to be within a certain parameter, the entire thing. Because then all of a sudden, if it gets to a great price for me that I know it's not going to get to in the at the exchange rate, it's like, I'm gonna buy it right now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's my benefit. I get a gain on buying that right now. On buying GBP.
Right, because what you're paying for the option is far
right to buy
less
it.
than right, and it's far less than what you would otherwise be spending.
Right,
So
because
yeah.
you don't know what's going to
Right,
be in 6
right.
months.
Right. That's why people do. They use the hedge because it's so much cheaper. Like a buy stock, like it's the same principle, like stocks or whatever. But like IBM Software
Commodities.
100, you buy a stock, you buy an option for $2 instead. And it may expire, and you never exercise the contract to actually go buy it. But you have that assurance that if the shit hits the fan and IBM like tanks or whatever, you can still, or whatever goes the other direction, you can still buy it at like a set price, even if it's like selling for 5 times that in real life.
And then you
Right.
have Steve, who was the guy from The Big Short for RBS.
But who?
Who,
Not
Malcolm
me.
Baring? That was Malcolm Baring.
No, in real life.
2 seconds. I'm starting to sugar crash. I was not before, but I am now. I'll just be right back. 2
Right.
seconds. Talk amongst yourselves. Decide what you're going to do.
We're gonna short the market.
Yeah. Short the wall plate. Is that what you're going to do?
Sure. Short
Yeah.
circuit my brain. Yeah, what are we doing?
Going down the steps.
Going down the steps.
All the best stuff will be in the middle, right?
So should we blow those guys?
On the
Well,
way out.
On the way
Yeah,
out.
Malcolm,
I feel like we
Leave it-
should stab them. I think we should go in there and stab them all in the head.
that'd be quieter.
No, just slice all the cables so they'll bleed
Oh.
out.
Well, we don't know that's
Dude,
blood. That might be
they
keeping them
might-
quiet.
It's
Yeah,
our
I think
idiom. It's not our idiom. We actually
It's
need
not our
to.
idiom. Our idiom.
Well, here's-
Idiom, sir.
they might be hooked up and they might not be soldiers. They might be like some sort of weird computing system thing.
Could be that. Could
They're
be
super
us.
soldiers. They're super soldiers.
If you look closer, they're actually us, and then we start to glitch out.
They're
Yeah,
super
there.
soldiers, but
There
they're
we
the
go.
accountant division.
Dune. What is that? Is that a
Is that,
game?
is that the board game?
This is it.
What? So what? Is that the same as the old board game, or am I
Yes.
thinking of something else? It is.
This
Just
is the
different
one we played.
packaging.
Yes.
Let me see one of those discs. Let me see one of the discs.
I just didn't open it. I just bought it. I waited. I
Oh.
didn't want to pay for it. It was $50.
Yeah, that's too much money.
I know. So I had a
I'm glad somebody
20%
else bought it.
I had a 20% off coupon. I was waiting for it because
Oh.
I'm in
Where'd you
their
get it?
club. You can only get Barnes and Noble. It's an exclusive.
Oh, fancy.
Here's the counters.
I don't remember them.
Now.
I wonder if I played this. Maybe I'm confusing it with something
Counters.
else.
And there's your guys you're talking about
Let's see.
with the numbers.
Oh yeah, wait. How come I can't see that?
Because I'm not holding it right.
All right, do it again. Look up.
Hold on, I'm looking for somebody
Stilgar,
good.
number 7.
I know, I'm
right?
looking.
Or-
Here's Lady Jessica and
She's
Gurney
a 5.
and
Fade
Duncan.
Roth is a 5. Fade Roth is a 6. He's the highest in the Harkonnens.
She is a 5. You're correct.
All the
All I
all the
heard
Bene
was
Gesserit.
was
All the Bene
Gurney's
Gesserit
a,
are 5s.
Gurney's a 4.
Yeah, he's like worthless.
all I heard was that Jessica was a 5, and I'm like, Jessica was not a 5 back then. In like '87, she was like a 9.
They didn't have 9s. 7 was the highest. Stilgar was the
not
highest.
the game I'm
And
talking
then
about.
Fade is a 6.
Yep, Fade's a 6. And then
Oh
there's a
my
guy that
gosh.
begins with O on the Fremen. I think he's a 6. Or
Stilgar's a 7.
yeah. What's the other guy's name that begins with an O?
I'm looking for another 6. I'm not looking at names.
I don't think there is another 6.
Oh, you said he was 6.
I think he's a 6 or 5.
I don't have another O.
Who are the is one of the Fremen?
Who would he be with? Stilgar? Oh, Otane? It's a 5.
He's a 5. Is he
Otheyn.
the second highest?
No, Chani is a 6.
Oh, she is.
Shout out Mapes is a 3.
Shout out Mapes. The shout out Mapes. Why they always
Shout out
call
Mapes.
they called her the shout out Mapes?
Mhm.
Right?
Because it means the housekeeper.
We understand.
The Beast is
The
4.
Beast Raban.
The
Raban.
Raban.
It's kind of crazy because the last time I played that, I was probably in 8th grade, and
No, it was high school. We played at Keith's house.
I don't think I ever played. I always played with Charlie.
He
Great.
must have played.
We play that thing fucking all the time, man. It's great. Oh, and then the family atomics. You put it. Where's that wall? You blow that shit up. Mm.
And then you get +2 for the Quitsack hand drive.
Such a great. We should play that some night. We should bring
We
that to
should
the
now that
crossbar.
we're
and play it.
post handy, and we could do it. 2 to 6 players. Somebody's got to sit down.
I'll get drinks for everybody. I'll just sit there and narrate.
Oh, it's awesome. The game of conquest, diplomacy.
That is worth. That's worth
betrayal.
$50. That's worth $50.
It's worth 40, definitely.
It's definitely worth a 20%, right? Yeah.
Right.
Good stuff, man. All right.
Hang on, my dog is standing on my headphone wire. There you go. My faithful corgi came down to protect me from the invading human usurpers. That or she wanted my peanut butter cup, one of the two. All right. So you have done your 3 tests on the door. Excellent, Steve. I see that there.
I can't just buy one thing when I go to this.
All right, so you do your 3 tests on the door,
Yeah, we did the
Henri,
Yeah.
and the door is closed. So what do you guys do? You go back down to reach. Nigel is just finishing catching everybody up on what just happened. It's approximately 12:30. You guys got to Ice Base Zero at 12:15. You've been here 15 whole minutes.
Oh man, we're running out of time.
What do you
And we
do?
haven't blown anything up yet.
We did not.
Not yet. All right, let's go kill some shit. Let's go.
All right,
I got
Let's
that elephant
leave.
gun.
let's leave a couple Russians with a few extra grenades. Open this door, and then we'll go downstairs.
Open the door that you had opened before.
Yeah.
Who opens the door?
Well, this is the plan. I'm not just going to do this, right?
Why are
Do
we
we have
opening the door?
Do we have buy-in for this so that they can
So
see
they
that
see
they're
it?
not moving around? Don't enter.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Just
if they,
open the
if
door
they
and they
move,
can watch.
grenade them.
Yeah,
They
if things
move
go
grenade
wrong,
'em.
just
Okay. All right,
The
but don't
Grenade's
go
not going to
in.
blow up the entire room, though. Just to be
Right.
fair,
I'm not saying one grenade. I'm saying to leave our grenades over there.
all of them.
Yes.
Okay. So you have all 8 Russians with you, or 9 Russians, I should say, with you, plus you 8 guys, right? And you're all in this one hallway.
Right.
Right.
Nigel, Malcolm, Henri, Jean-Claude are the leaders wherever you go,
Right.
Yeah.
right? Because now Henri has had to move up
Yeah.
because of the ring.
Right.
Then it would be normally a bunch of Russians, the rest of the team, and then the 4 Russians at 5 Russians, the rest of the team, and then 4 Russians at the back.
Mm.
Wait.
could-
So the 4 in the middle, they're the good Russians.
5 in the middle were the generic Russians, Leontov,
They're all
Yuri, and 2
They're all better
Russians
than
were at
us.
the back.
They're all better than most of us,
I know they're gonna miss.
like militarily wise, right? Like for sure.
Yeah, probably.
I would
I
bring.
mean, I ride horses or whatever, right? Like I.
And for a suggestion, I would leave 2 Russians here, not with all the grenades, but let's say
Yeah,
half
yeah.
the grenades. I would move Leontov. I would ask him to move forward in the group because I don't want him to miss.
So
If we're
put
going-
him with you, with Nigel, and
Well, not
Malcolm,
necessarily with us, but within the
With that
Russians,
first 5 group.
the middle
So-
Russians.
So
right?
move Yuri and Leontov
Right.
into that middle
They're going
5.
to want to be closer to what's
If they don't
happening.
object.
Sure. And leave 4 generic Russians at the back.
Heck yeah.
Right.
Generic Russian secret police.
We're going to leave 2 at the
Undercover
top. Is that enough?
special forces,
At
yeah.
the top?
So the reason we're doing that is because we're afraid they might wake up,
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so if you leave,
While we're
and we
going
don't want to
towards
take
the-
them out now. Like we could maybe
No.
use the freeze gun.
well, the thing is, if we take them out now, it
Oh,
might
that's
screw
something.
up everything.
It might trigger
How
something.
loud was the freeze gun? Was there?
No, the freeze gun's sort of.
it's like the sound of a
Fire extinguisher.
CO2 fire extinguisher running out of gas.
Not a bad
when it
idea.
goes.
That for once, that might be a responsible use of the freeze gun.
What do you mean for
Right.
once? What's wrong with blowing off the backs of people's heads that we don't know? And crippling one of our party.
All right. I agree.
Right.
But the freeze gun bubble,
So
I don't want to do that right now.
why don't we
when we
take
come back, if they don't wake up, we'll hit them with the freeze gun.
Yeah,
instead of
no, I mean,
grenades.
so we don't want to kill any of them because we're
Right.
afraid that might trigger.
Why don't we
Correct.
take 2 of the Russians from the middle group of 5 so that the middle group is 3 and the back group
All
is 4 and leave them at the door? Yep.
I just,
Right.
I hate watering down the group. That's the only thing I'm kind of.
We haven't. We only
about.
lost 2, and we were strung out already as it was.
Okay, whatever.
So is anybody going to open the door again to show the Russians like you were saying?
Yeah.
Sure. And
And
we'll
those of us
say,
who have already seen will get out of the way since.
Okay, so who's going to,
Yeah. Do you have? Who has the freeze gun?
to?
All right. Why
who
don't
opens the door?
You take that out and let me open the door.
sure.
In case they've already awoken.
Yeah. Take the elephant rifle too.
Well, no, I'm going to get out of the way of the freeze gun.
All right. So I'll.
Oh,
open
so
the
you're going to have
door
like
and-
Henri stand in front of the door.
Right, and I'll
You
open
touch
it.
the plate.
yeah. I
Just
mean, the
in
freeze
case-
gun's only
who
going to
is-
be like whatever. It's not like
Who
it's
is
not gonna
looking
take up
through the
whole room.
door?
Right.
So this wants to
Henri-
show the Russians.
Henri will be standing in front of the door,
I'm just gonna-
pointing the freeze gun towards the.
And then look
If
in
they're
and then
up.
say,
Yeah.
okay, Russians, come
Yeah,
take a look.
Yeah.
Nigel, Malcolm, Jean Claude will move past because we've already seen it.
Right.
Henri has to see it again because he's got the ring.
Okay.
And the others, we're gonna have a group looking through, and then they'll get out of the way for the rest of them to look through.
Yeah. And everybody
Oh,
has
okay, got it.
guns. Like people
Yeah,
have rifles.
yeah, they all have-
like,
keep in
they're
mind-
all armed.
Their rifles are, this is the 19th century.
Okay.
These are not M4s, like these are.
I just
Okay.
want if they've already woken up and started moving around, I
Then
want to be ready to shoot. If not, we'll just move forward with. What
Yeah, I
we're
got it.
doing.
Okay.
I'm going to stay.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to be like ready. But-
yeah,
I want them to see and take the
Yeah,
get
or-
hit by the bullets.
yeah. In case you stand to the side in case they leap out like rabid monkeys.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Open the door.
So, or Malcolm opens the door and you're there with the freeze gun.
No, he opens
Yeah,
the-
just open the door.
Oh, you go up there. So you open the door and you touch the plate and standing in front of you is one of the bodies with the antenna thing standing up like this
Fucking A.
with completely dead eyes, and you see
Shoot.
its slack skin. And dude, I'm not done the description yet.
You're gonna have
And
to
the
change the
door-
description in 1 second.
The door opens and it goes and reaches for you.
Who's you?
You who said I opened the door.
Yeah, I'm not standing in front of the door.
Pull
Standing
the
aside. I
trigger.
said that.
So
Pull the
then
trigger.
who?
The
so who-
Russians.
So the Russians are standing in front of the door.
Right,
is
with the
not-
guns.
Yeah.
Okay. So
We did say that. I'm not retconning this.
then
We
I will
absolutely said
change.
that. I have
So
it on
you're
recording.
I thought Malcolm was standing to the side of the door. You were standing in front of the door. You were
No.
going to open the door. So you're going to stand to the side of the door and open the door so the Russians can see.
Yes.
Okay.
But we were prepared for.
So then this is what happens. The door opens. The dude who's standing there, quick, like a rabid monkey, but not so nearly so
God
crazy.
Damn it, Nigel.
But not nearly so crazy. More like just like that. Just
Yeah.
reaches out, grabs the first Russian, clamps his hands around the rifle and the hands on the rifle, and goes like this. And the Russian goes before he can even scream, is yanked off his feet,
Fuck.
parallel to the ground. The rifle goes boom, and the Russian is flung over the head of the dude who's standing there in his little white, shorts, flung over his head into the room. And whoever can see into the room can see all of the guys
Shit.
are standing there in ordered ranks,
Freeze
Sure.
gun.
moving to the door.
All right. Do we have opportunity to throw some grenades in there and shoot the
Yes.
freeze gun?
Shoot! Throw grenades!
Well, that was a surprise round where I just
We
flung-
did surprise him by opening the door
Can
again.
you be surprised if we're waiting for somebody
we were
to be
waiting
standing
for-
on
We
the
were,
side?
we were somewhat
He did-
prepared.
he
This was
ju-
we were surprised by the speed,
Oh,
not surprised
correct.
by that being the case.
Correct. He did shoot, to be
Oh.
fair.
All right.
The second Russian who was standing there who was also there with his rifle, will fire a shot. So the first guy, and I mean, he doesn't even make any noise. He just goes, you hear bang, he goes flying through the room. Then you hear it almost instantaneously on top of that, bam, the muzzle blast, the crack, the resounding crack of smokeless powder,
What
high
crack?
velocity baton right into the chest of the dude standing directly in front of the door.
Please, I hope he dies. If he just goes, huh?
He
and then looks back up,
staggers back a
he
step
staggers,
with a hole like this
jeez.
in his chest.
and
There
it
is-
melts. It goes
There
like in
is
T2.
no blood coming out of
Oh, shit.
this hole.
The head. We had to shoot him in the head the first time.
And he takes a step back and
Scream
he
that,
starts
say
to
that.
step forward again.
That's freeze gun time.
The head. Also, it's time.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Put that pin back in.
Wait a minute. Get a point for that. At
He
least,
gets
at
a
least
point
one.
for that.
At
He
least
gets a
one.
point. Take a
Yeah,
point.
it's
Howard.
Four
Just
is
wait
right
till they
out.
had.
That was classic.
4
It's a
is
long
right
setup.
out.
You're like,
Yep.
Okay. So that's the surprise round.
oh,
So
shit.
next round, all actions are simultaneous as is written in the rules.
So here's what I'm worried about with the freeze gun, right? Is close
But the-
quarters
the-
it can bounce back, right?
Correct.
So what kind of
You're to the side of the door.
yeah, but I have an angle shot, right? And
You could reach around the door with your pistol
Well, I mean,
and spray it
he was
indiscriminately.
already pointing it. From what I understood,
Right.
he was
He's
off to
supposed
the
to be
side,
pointing
pointing
the
his freeze
ray
gun.
at the thing.
and
because
opening
he's
the door.
expecting the guy
Okay.
to be standing there.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
and if they were out of bed, so to speak, he was going to fire.
Okay.
Right.
So because
That
my
was
my
one-
understanding was if to let Russian, so first I thought Mount was going to open the door,
Mhm.
Henri was going to stand in front of the door. Then it was
I mean,
and
to open
check
the
with
door, you
freeze
gotta
gun.
touch the plate. I mean, that's
Then
not
it
like
was
it's a
Henri. Malcolm is not going to open the door. Henri is going to stand next to the door
Yes,
and open the door while the Russian stood in front of the door.
true.
yeah.
Yes.
But he was going to be leaning around looking with his freeze gun, is what we're
Yep.
saying. All right. So we're going to say
Sorry,
nothing has changed.
sorry about that.
No worries. So we're going to say that the door is open. A Russian got flung through the air. Another Russian simultaneously, a fraction of a second later, shot this dude who has a gigantic hole in his chest,
Yeah.
who now begins to step forward, and all the other dudes in the room,
Yeah.
and seriously, they move like Nazis, like goose step almost. You know, it's almost like robotic.
They're
And
like
they remind-
super
the
soldier
guys,
Nazis.
Those guys remind me of the Doors, the way they move.
That's correct.
The doors.
The doors that
People
the way the doors are
Oh,
the way the
Yes.
doors are going so
Super quick.
guys
That's
sound
correct.
like they're doing the same thing.
Like
Yeah.
they were like binary. They have like two modes.
Yeah.
And they are coming out the door. So the only one who can still do something, because the Russian who just shot the rifle
Is done.
is done. Yeah. So bolt action rifles, I think it's 1 round a second, 1 round a combat round, because it's wait, let me think about that. Lever guns are 2 shots per combat round, right? Oh no, it's per action.
okay, I'll be right back. I
Yes.
like literally less than a minute.
No worries. So semi-automatics and revolvers are 3 shots per action. Lever guns are 2 shots per action, as are single action revolvers. Bolt action rifles are 1 shot per action. So he could, since he's standing still, he could take another shot this combat round, but not before Henri can do something, which we have to wait for John to pee and then.
So Randall, so if you saw the movie Exorcist 3 in the hospitals,
Maybe. Oh yeah, on the. Oh, with
Yeah.
the. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So this is here. I'll share it real quick.
Okay.
This is how fast they're coming out of the door. So this is a nurse who just walked in that room.
Oh, I remember this. I remember this scene.
Is this scary? I'm going to close my eyes.
Like that. Yes.
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 That is one of the scariest scenes ever.
Oh my gosh. Because the thing was, it built up. It's like a good couple minutes of just
it's
total
like
silence.
Clowns. Yes.
And the hospital is peaceful, and there's
Yep.
nothing happening, and there's no music or anything, if I remember
And the
right.
cop just walks down the hallway here.
Yep.
I'll just replay it again real quick.
And she had just checked that room. That's the
Yes.
thing.
So there's a cop there.
Yeah. And she'd been walking up and down the hallway checking
Yeah.
rooms. So she just checks this room.
Yep, cop just
The
walks
cop
down
walks
the
away.
hallway.
Total silence in the movie theater. And she goes,
What's that
"Oh,
noise? What's going on in here?
oh,
Oh, I forgot my coat. Hang on,
Yeah.
I'll be back. La la
cop's like,
la.
yeah, I'm going for lunch or whatever." It's
Is
like
it over?
midnight. Nope. She locks it too. I never noticed that.
That's terrible.
We're done.
Yeah, pretty much just like that.
And those are the shears for amputation to take the legs off and stuff. So she got decapitated. So that was.
I
Anyhow,
remember seeing that in the theater. The entire theater went, like, yeah,
anyhow, but that's how fast he's walking out at people.
I think Henri should be okay because I mean, what's his Norman's accident? I mean, he was point blank, like on.
Oh yeah, I was like on it.
Correct.
And it bounced back from the shield.
There's a force
Yeah.
field. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Henri should be all right. I think
Plus, Henri's got a body of 5, not a body of 3.
Plus, I
So
mean,
I
his-
have a,
plus, I mean,
little
his-
bit of a buffer
I mean, his
in case
ear.
something does
So
happen.
as I'm standing behind him yelling, freeze, grenades.
I think
Oh,
it's sort of on the
and
same
that
page
last
at this
round,
point.
even.
Right.
Everybody's like, "Holy shit!"
Right. And keep in mind now too, there was just a massive rifle report in close quarters in an enclosed space.
But wasn't on the
we're
other
used to
side of the
that
door.
by now.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Yeah, exactly.
I usually fire off a few shots to help me go to sleep at night.
Yeah, poof, poof.
At
Yeah,
this
Yeah,
point,
Now we can't hear
exactly.
anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, no problem.
Henri has, I mean, Nigel has a tin, a horn up to his ear.
Right.
I can't hear the gunshot.
All right.
Oh, that's it.
So, Henri, you want to spray the freeze cleaner as you you're leaning around the side and you're like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, so it was like a
Mhm.
kind of thing.
Yep. Give it a burst.
Yep.
All right. Do you do like, or
So what do I see in front of me?
okay?
Because I mean, it's not like I'm like have my eyes closed, right? I mean, I see
Right.
something.
Sure. All right.
I'm gonna try to go for not right in front of me, but like
Sure. Make a roll.
okay.
You're shooting a cone of effect, white dragon breath weapon
Into a cone shaped
into
attack.
a cone. Right. Exactly.
Perfect.
This is after the other guy got shot, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So, do I see people or
Well,
just for
yes. So
convenience?
radio people. Yes, you see.
Bunch.
No one is hanging by wires anymore
No.
that you saw.
Right. So they're all. So I'm gonna kind of like try to shoot them. All right. So
All right,
here we go.
geez, shoot it into the room.
Using marksman.
All right.
Good.
And your marksman is?
I knew you asked me that. It's 5 or 6.
Now the time to open our character sheets.
Yeah.
One last time.
Exactly.
One last time.
For
I
old
just
time's
finished
sake.
it. I just made it a PDF.
You did.
Why is this thing so long? 5.
Okay.
Well, yeah, 5.
Okay. So, and you hear the noise coming, the honking sound coming out of this weapon. That spray of like it's like Mr. Freeze's
That
freeze
scream,
gun
"Femme la bouche!"
Batman.
That's la manche.
And the
Huh?
the blast of
Pigeon la manche.
freezing gas, billows away from you. The Russian who's racking the bolt on his weapon steps back, going like
He should
this
be
'cause
used
he's
to
in
it.
front of
Wimp,
the doorway.
General Winter,
Ah,
Napoleon.
As you let go of the trigger, does anyone else do anything? You have second half this combat round. Technically, it should have
I
been
thought
entire.
somebody
Well, I
was
did an
grenading.
entire. Say that again.
I thought somebody was throwing a grenade.
I don't think I would, but I'm probably not close enough.
Yeah, I
And
was.
he'd be like, all right, I throw a grenade, and it bounces off
I
the
would
wall and
hope-
kills all of us.
yeah, so I would hope.
Right. There's a limited
Whoever
amount
can-
of space of people
Yeah,
who can be
yeah.
directly in front of the door. So,
So
figure
whoever is there who has
I was-
grenades,
I
I,
was-
would
yeah.
hope would throw them. I think we're out of range of everything.
We definitely had the Russians.
right. You guys were
Yeah.
down toward
To
the
take a
leaders
look.
were
So
down
it would have
towards
to
the
be the
steps,
Russians if they had grenades,
Which
would
they don't.
hopefully throw them.
which
do
they
not.
don't.
I could pass some up, but that would mean like people who are there could use them next round, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, so what we've got then is the freeze gun. So the freeze gun fires as the cloud of ice crystals evaporates into the room. You see that the leading dude who had the giant hole in his chest is frozen in space like that, but without any facial expression. He's just like this. As
It's
are
creepy.
the first 6 or 8 guys behind him, and they're all like, and they're not even making gestures. They're all in this like moving kind of posture, frozen solid with a sheen of frozen water vapor clinging to their bodies.
Feel like the Unsullied.
However, there are dudes behind them who have now bumped into them, take a step back, and you can see that one of the guys in the back picks up the guy in front of him and hurls him against the wall,
Jesus.
and he shatters
Nice.
into 1,000 pieces.
Thanks, dumb. All right, we need to roll some grenades in there.
Yeah. As this freeze gun goes off, Nigel's unfurling the whip sword down the steps.
Okay.
You're gonna kill everybody in the room and the Russians and the soldiers.
If he has
whatever they
to.
Only if I have to, yeah.
Right, exactly.
This is for the Empire.
And
Wow.
okay, so that you hear 2 more bodies shattering as the wave of soldiers behind them is moving forward through the forest of their frozen comrades.
Oh my goodness.
All right,
Terrible.
as I'm yelling grenades, the people have grenades behind us, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
We left half with the back 2.
I could also
Yep.
shut the door.
Well, we could throw a grenade or 2 in before you shut it. Like, as
Well, we
you
should
shut it.
definitely shut the door after that. But
Okay, so who
Yeah,
was
So
at the
I'll
front?
pull the 2 Russians nearest me towards me. I'll be
Okay.
like, grenades.
Right. So let's see. So that would be 1 Russian's gone. That left 4 Russians
Yeah.
right near you. You're probably grabbing Leontov and like
Probably.
Yeah.
Who are
Right.
unlikely to be carrying grenades because they're much more lethal.
didn't we get? Wait. Who did we get?
And
Okay, never mind.
so then on the other side of the door would be the rest of the team, not Nigel, Jean-Claude, Henri, Malcolm, or Brian, because Brian has moved up to the front as well.
Oh,
So that
okay.
would be Howard, Butcher, Lloyd.
Well, Jean-Claude, you took a grenade, right?
I did, but I'm on the other side.
He's
my
behind
group,
me.
Right,
move
he's
back
between. There's
away.
Russians in between
Oh,
him,
right.
whereas you are next
You
to
can pass it up to
where.
Malcolm.
So there's
and
there's
he can
Henry,
roll it in.
there's Henry, me, Russians, then you guys.
We just need to
Mhm.
roll this shit in. It doesn't need to be
Yeah.
thrown.
Right.
Right.
I know. I'm trying to get them
Yeah, I
out of the
got
way
you.
so
I
they
got
can
you.
come
I
in.
agree.
But you can fire again next round.
Yes. So now it was a surprise round. That's first, and then first action of this round was you shooting once. You have another shot you can take this round. Anybody else who is close enough has their actions. The two, Leontov and Yuri are backing away. The Russian has finished racking the bolt on his rifle. He brings it up, and you watch the head of one of the frozen
Fucking great.
soldiers directly in front just explode, and it like this, no blood or anything coming out of it. It's just you can see the frozen organs inside.
So great. That's all I'm saying.
I
Okay.
think Howard,
There's-
Howard, are
so-
you close enough yet?
Howard's close. Howard's already
You're
close
close.
enough,
You're
and
close
there's
enough.
no one to pass
I've
it
seen
to.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
go
thought
right
I was,
in.
I thought I had to go back to after doing
No,
it.
we only gave them half.
Grenade.
Yeah, there you go.
So
Uh,
I
you're
like
going
to
to pull the
I'll
pins
just
on
do
two,
the
or you're going to throw one.
I guess let's pull it and then throw it behind the frozen guys.
Okay,
Cool.
Good thinking.
trying to throw it into the mass of the oncoming soldiers. All right.
And then actually, I should probably be like, close the door soon, because they're also probably just going to throw that back out into the hallway.
I don't
right.
even know that they would recognize it.
Make a roll.
And I'd bounce it off of the stairwell thing. I need to marks
Teal.info.
dice roller.
Something. Teal.dice.info. I
Take for-
don't know, something like that. Wow, awesome.
Ooh.
That's what one of the soldiers looks like.
Decent.
Okay, and your throw skill, if you don't have a throw skill, it would be
Oh,
body.
that's not good.
One.
Unless you played cricket, in which case.
That's a 2.
Oh, it's 2. Wow,
That's-
you're a skinny dude. Oh no, you're
Well,
injured.
no,
That's
because
right.
I was
'cause
at
you're
4,
injured.
but then I fell down off of railing.
That's
and
right,
got
that's
attacked
right,
by
that's right.
vampires. I've been through
Okay.
some shit.
Right, and you got a 7.
Yeah.
Okay. So you throw
Oh
the
my
grenade into the room, and as you lean around the door, I mean you pull the pin, you hear and you throw it, and you watch it chrome off the head of one of the frozen underwear soldiers, and then bounce up in the air and bounce off the wall of the room and go behind some equipment.
Ah. It's all right.
Well, causing
Okay.
property damage.
This
Poor
is all
crap.
simultaneous. It has not gone off yet. Anything else anybody else is doing?
Anybody else have a grenade they can throw in? Jean Claude?
I'm not near it.
He's not
Who's-
near enough. There's
anybody's
Russians
close?
and a bunch
Nope.
of people in between. It's literally Howard and Butcher were standing right next to the Russians that just got pulled away from the door
Right.
or thrown into the room.
Can we actually shut this door?
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
That would be your action should you choose to take it, Henri, for the second half of the round.
You want to leave the job half done. Yeah.
Or you could fire again.
I mean, we could close the door and then get a bunch of grenades
We're
ready.
not deciding anything.
How do
Henri,
you
you
close the
will
door?
fire again or
Yeah.
you will close the door.
Yep.
It's
Mm,
true. Yeah.
What do I see? What do I see after my?
Well, you
first-
saw a grenade go into the room. Tap
What
past
do I
you.
see in terms of bodies?
There's a bunch of
threat.
shattered. There's just a haze of ice crystals in the air. There's some shattered bodies there, and you see the movement of more of
Yeah,
these.
A lot. Like
naked
right, like
guys,
you had
like a
said, there was
lot.
like a couple dozen
Yeah,
before when we before the first time we entered.
and you
So
froze
that's
like 6 or 8.
24-ish, right? So call
Right.
3.
So yeah,
We say froze 6 of them or something.
so like 20 guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So potentially, and a grenade went in there, but the room's fair. So here's a question. How big is the room? I know did I see where the grenade went?
You saw it bounce off the guy's head and tumble through the air in behind something, and then you lost sight of it.
So knowing I'm probably the most familiar with how these grenades work.
Mhm.
And
It's
and
about half the size of the dining hall.
the dining hall, the one that we just walked through.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, so a small room.
it is.
Yeah,
So,
the dining hall is bigger than on the Discovery, by the way. Figure like about 4 times the size of the Discovery. It just looks like the one on the Discovery.
So this is going to be a quick decision. Having done many, 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 many gunpowder tests and grenade tests and whatever,
Sure.
what do I think based on where I saw it land
Mm-hmm.
and the sort of, targets that we're trying to hit? How
Make a-
effective do I think it's going to be?
Make a quick roll,
And I don't know what that would be against chemistry, maybe.
or just flat out intelligence at this point.
Your body.
7 against a
What's your mind?
mind of 5
5.
and
Okay.
scientist of 6. I would say it's more against scientist.
I could
Just
I could see that argument. And you got a
7.
7. So you would guess, considering these are not full of like bent nails or musket balls or anything like that, it's just a single, case full of high explosive. Depending upon how resistant that equipment is that it fell behind, probably not
Super
very
effective.
effective. Yeah.
I close the door
All right.
because I don't feel like I have a clear shot either. Past like a lot of frozen like half
Correct.
bodies.
There's still a couple frozen bodies in the way.
I
Well,
Yes.
I want to toss my grenade too.
oh
but,
okay.
Oh,
but,
very
but I
well.
just sort of want to roll it in.
Roll it along the floor.
So before
All right.
I'm at the end of the round, right?
Okay.
So
Fair
before
enough.
before
You can declare
after
that,
Lloyd.
sure.
After Lloyd.
All right, Lloyd, go ahead.
So make sure that my grenade goes in before you
Before
close,
you
the,
close the
door,
door, yeah.
or both sides of the door are going to be fucked.
Well, I would say I would make my decision after you roll your grenade in too, right?
Possibly. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
5.
All right.
plus
And what do you have for body? Yeah.
12.
12.
What?
All right.
Wait, you have a body of 12?
No.
Why do you think he's been in the bathtub so long? He's just get that Adonis
Body
body.
of 5.
Okay. So
Look at a
you
body of 12 by
you-
laying in the sun.
and roll the grenade in, and you actually bounce it like playing like
Billiards?
exactly like what do they call that, billiards with the pegs in it, the
Yeah.
like a bagatelle kind of a
Snooker.
thing.
Snooker?
It might be snooker, the one with the billiards with the pegs in it,
Yeah.
and then you bounce it off the first guy and chrome it in like a pinball into the room. And Henri, and then probably you're like, close the door. And Henri, you close the door.
Yeah.
And a second later, you guys hear
Nice. Excellent.
Do we feel that?
yeah, and
shaking?
it reverberates, but only in the door, not in the rock of the
Wow.
Awesome. That was perfect.
Body of
We want
body
to
of
just leave now? Like leave these guys in there? Just ignore it? Or do we want to go in there and try to finish them off?
I kind of feel like we need to look.
and the door opens.
No. Well, we don't have a choice though.
And they're all
And-
fine.
And a cloud of yellow, acrid smoke rolls out
From
and-
the explosives.
from the explosives, right? A cloud of yellow, acrid smoke, which you identify as a picrate, oxidation reaction, rolls out of the room, and stepping into the doorway is one of these guys, missing half his face and one of his arms, and he is walking out the door to you with more guys behind him. But the floor,
I close the door.
the floor is littered with pieces of bodies, frozen and unfrozen, and you can see big arcs of electricity and sparks shooting out from.
So Randall, when you said a lot of us might die on this, you weren't kidding.
No, it wasn't.
Fuck.
This is
So
a
my
boss
third
level.
character is Anyway, okay.
So you close the door, and it closes on the dude.
I do that.
It's like seriously, and as he steps forward, his body gets almost squished in half by the door. He's crammed into the frame of the door, and his arm is still doing this as he's looking out of his left undamaged eye at you.
Does anybody have a sword? I have a sword. I could.
Yep.
This Yuri steps forward actually,
Okay.
and in one fluid motion, his shashka is out and takes the arm clean off of the guy, and it drops to the floor and starts twitching and flipping over in an uncontrolled fashion, but still grasping.
Wow.
It's Thing.
Anybody need a hand?
You're hysterical.
But in an uncontrolled, undirected kind of a fashion.
He'd slap the man in the face with his own hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say beat him to death
Stop
with
it.
his own
You're
arm.
being bad.
Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?
And the door reopens. His body falls
I
to the
closed the
ground.
door.
Exactly.
Yeah, just keep catching them in the door as they come through.
I mean, it's not a bad. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Well, I was waiting for to whip sword them as they came through, but
As long as you don't hit us, I mean,
And
go
No,
for it.
Jesus. Of
So,
course he's gonna
so
hit us.
And now you hit the plate and the door does not close.
Oh,
Oh.
The body
I only had
falls to the
5 open
ground.
and closes charges.
so
I used them all.
Yeah, it's actually there's credits on the ring, and we just spent
It
everything.
costs 5 credits per open of the door and
Oh
closing
my
of the door.
goodness
so
gracious.
have they opened the door ever, or has every door opening and closing been us?
No, they opened it.
They opened it.
Something
They
other than
opened it
us opened the door,
These last 2 times, yes.
which means we need to get those earphones off them because maybe that has something to do with it. After we kill them all,
Oh, I was gonna say, why don't I just ask?
take them with us. Maybe they'll pay them.
We should see if we can bribe them to our side.
So, would you like to join the? I don't know.
Incendiary crows.
Yeah, is that what our group's called?
I don't know. I'm still working on it. That's the working
The
title.
incendiary crows. All right.
Yeah.
How would
So
you like to become an employee of Poudre de Messe?
exactly. So the door has reopened, the body falls to the ground, and one of the soldiers, I mean, there is carnage inside. Whoever can see in through that at that angle, which is you standing there, Henri,
Not enough.
Lloyd, and Howard, I suppose. There is just carnage, smoke, explosive residue. There's a fire going on in the corner of the room. There's that shower of sparks coming out of the machinery on the wall. There are, some uncountable number of bodies on the ground because they've been blown into bits, whether because they were already frozen or they were standing next to a grenade when it went off. Let me see. And total, it's let's see. There's make a mind roll, whoever can still look in.
I assume I'm one of those people. I got a 5 against a 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got an 8 against a 4.
Okay.
A 3
got-
with a 4 mind.
3 with a 4 mine. Lloyd, with your battlefield experience fighting the boars and keeping track of, multiple members of the commandos coming up on you guys while you're, defending the Battle of Heat Hill or something like that. You see that there's easy about a dozen still left up who are stepping over the remains of their comrades, stepping
say
to the
we're-
door.
We're fucked. Run.
There's 2 more in the doorway right now. And in fact, the way they're doing it is one is stepping through the doorway and one turns and places its hands against the door in the frame of the door and braces its legs. So each one has to step sideways and step over its buddy's leg to get out into the hallway. But you wonder if the door will close even now. Of course it might. They might not be strong enough to hold it. But now
Close the door.
one is coming out into the hallway. You hit the button and nothing happens again. That's the second time you've hit it.
Fuck.
Now, what are the chances our party has moved away to the wall opposite the door?
That's an excellent choice.
Because
So
I'd like
Say
to
something. Say something.
your shot. Yeah,
sure.
I'll just shout, make a hole.
All right.
I get that.
So Leontov grabs Yuri and pulls Yuri back because Yuri was stepping forward with his shashka. He pulls Yuri back and you step forward.
Yep.
All right.
Nice. I can't wait to see this thing fucking work.
You activate it.
Yep.
Let's hope it
Yep.
does, and let's hope it actually does what we hope it does.
Yeah. All right. And
That would
Oh.
be
Yeah,
terrible.
as it turns out, it's not actually a sword. It's just a cat toy.
It's like
or
a giant streamer.
yeah, just sex.
The
Okay.
Translation
Yeah,
device.
The guy's just there.
Yeah, that it's the translation
A
device.
remote robot repair tool.
Right.
It fixes zombie
All
soldiers.
right. That'll be good enough.
Hopefully.
Henri,
Something.
when you s-
Melee
when
of
you
6.
oh, 6.
Yeah.
Henri, when you see Nigel come running up the stairs, he is trailing this whip
Oh,
I'll
sword.
try and keep it in the vertical plane.
Right. So Leontov pulls Yuri back. The other Russian goes with the rifle goes diving to the side. But Henri, you were in the path of where that sword's going to go because
Oh, no.
you were hitting the plate. I would suggest that you spend an action in
I'll do it.
diving way. All right. So you
And I know what his intention is because I know he's been talking about it for like weeks or,
God, he
or
won't
at least
shut up
at least
about it.
hours.
What? Oh.
You have to spend an action making a new character.
I got another
all
one.
right.
All
Roll
right,
your
four
damage,
characters.
Dave.
All right.
Damage. Dave. Oh, nice.
3.
All right. And you come up, make a hole. And you guys see the red eyes begin to glow on the hilt of the snake's eyes and the sword. The blue glow rockets down the length of the blade as it whips and arcs through the air, leaving a blue swath in your vision as it slices clean vertically through the dude who just stepped out into the hallway and bisects him along his frontal plane. So clean through him so that his face and the whole front part of his body sloughs off to the ground and all the organs in his body fall out, leaving an empty shell which collapses to the ground.
It's 1.
11
And-
more. Or at
And
least,
no
12 more.
blood pours onto the floor, but there is a thick, sticky black ichor. Yeah.
As a person who works with corpses and stuff, does any of this smell like formaldehyde or preservatives?
That's great.
In fact, they do.
Okay.
But they're still
Don't drink
moving.
it. Don't drink it. That's not good for you.
Oh darn! Really? I was
Also, we're gonna
drink-
smell
I
like
was-
this for
I
a
was
long
about to.
time.
I was gonna put it in my flask and give it to Chuck. Oh, that's terrible.
Now, from our experimentation before, what did I get? What did I glean about charges?
That's a
That-
good question. So
I think I
you
did it-
took the blue tube out of the thing from the egg, right?
Yes.
And that's
Mhm.
what's powering it.
I
So
think it was full, and I think I used it once.
yes, and
Yeah.
I know with the rifle we figured there was like 30 full power blasts.
I want to say it used 5%. I don't know where I'm pulling that out of. Does that sound right?
You could have pulled 1%.
Well, that's only 20. That's only 20.
Yeah, it's only 20 hits.
And the
Yeah,
rifle was-
I
Am I
would say-
confusing
I
that
would
with the
say
gun,
two-
maybe?
I would,
might be
yeah,
confusing
I
it
would
with the
say
gun.
2%. Let's say 2%.
Okay, good to know.
All right.
I think it used 50. It didn't use.
Percent.
It used 70% of it.
Yeah, all in one go.
You just can't use. I don't know what you do with the 30%.
And
Sorry.
Henri, as you throw yourself to the ground to the side and you see this blue flicker as there's this hum past you, not only does it slash through the dude, it cuts a groove about that deep in the rock of the
into
floor.
my leg. Oh, good.
Right next to
Another-
you, and
another
sparks
wheelchair.
fly up out of the floor of molten rock.
Holy shit! All right, so
Hello,
does this look?
Mr.
Does it
T.
look like it's glowing? Like it's just like a glowing light? Does this? Or like you
No,
see
it's the blade. You can see the blade, but the blade
It's just,
itself
like,
is
sort of
is
shimmering.
glowing with like it's not, yeah, and it's almost like it's well, you know what ionization looks like, right? Like from an electrical arc.
I guess. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, similar kind of a thing, but not that. You know, it's not electricity.
Okay.
There's this humming.
Well, that's fascinating.
High.
Yeah. Okay.
Like Howard's knife that hums, but whereas his knife hums and it's like this one is like
Take the next one, Howard.
and it's this
Ah.
blue vibration.
I'm not sure if
blue
I should be in
glow.
melee combat considering
Okay,
the
that's
the ribs and shoulders.
Okay, so that's round 3. So we had a surprise round. We had 2 rounds of combat. So round 4.
Wait, did we all get to do something in the round?
Lloyd
three?
did something in round 3. Anyone else who can move forward, keeping in mind that you have a limited amount of
Wait.
access to this door, and there is a big, gigantic vibro whip sword just interdicted space.
Ooh, I love that. Interdicted.
It's like Montantes are space interdiction weapons.
I guess I'm here.
I'll fire in. If Leontov pulled back his boy, that was round 3. He pulled him back.
Yes,
Right? So I haven't taken an action yet.
correct.
So I'll
Lloyd has
fire in.
not. Lloyd is not taken in action. Howard has another grenade. So you're
I'll
going to fire
shoot.
in with.
Yeah. The Mauser.
Okay. There is
You can take
another.
the door open.
Oh, you could do that.
I mean, it's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be shooting for like the head jewel area where all
Head
the
jewel? Okay,
nonsense is connected. It seems like
got it. His weirding module.
his other parts seem to like work on their own or whatever. It looks like the
Mhm.
center of.
Very
So
well.
I'll take a shot at that.
All right. Yeah. So from like 4 feet away, you can. You have the silenced Mauser.
No, I do not.
Okay.
I have Spencer's.
You have Spencer's
military
full-on
mount.
rifle.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. So from like 4 feet away, you're basically almost touching his head with that rifle.
Yeah, I feel bad for this guy, but
He's not. What?
All right.
What are you talking about?
And he's holding still. So make a roll. Don't roll a 12.
don't roll a 12. Where am I at here? Ah, nice. 3.
Okay.
That's not a 12.
Roll for damage.
Is that sharing? I don't know. I'm sharing. Okay. Well, maybe need to pair of shoes. 6.
All right. So you from like halfway
All
across the hallway out of the range of the whip sword, you raise up the rifle. Again, you're like this far away from his head. You line it right up with the equipment on the side of his head and crack. and most of his head evacuates into the room. The muzzle blast, the overpressure is so much so that it basically, removes like half
It's so
of his
close.
skull. Yeah, half of his skull with it, and the body just drops to the ground bonelessly. Though it has bones in it. That's a metaphor. So all right. And how
I say, let's get the fuck out of here. And I make my way down
you
the
still
hall.
see like a squad of guys, easy amount
Yeah,
left.
I say, we only got half of them.
All right.
Who's left?
Howard.
I have a raise my shotgun, but I also don't trust that I'm not going to just shoot Nigel.
If you shoot into the room, you wouldn't be anywhere near
You
me.
can't shoot it.
I'm
Okay.
down. I'm down
Yeah,
the hall.
to the left.
Okay.
Yeah, because his weapon's 9 feet long.
Right. Then I'll fire into the room with the other action, so I'm not moving anywhere.
You have the Spencer, right? The pump
action
shotgun. Yep. So you
Yeah.
get 2 shots.
Well, would I get 2 shots with this one attack or one action? 'Cause
One
I already
action, 2
grenade.
shots.
Okay.
It's literally
Make
that's one
And
action.
then
And
do
he
I
gave it to you,
roll
don't
immediately
argue.
After that, or
Pardon me, dude.
like how many
2 rolls, 2 shots.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'll ask about the rounds I have in there after
5 rounds.
Okay. Come on. Wish it would. There we go. So first shot. So, are you kidding me?
You can re-roll that.
Yeah, reroll that shit.
Yeah. This
You
is
just
a-
got a point for dropping a grenade.
Yeah, keep that.
Oh,
I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens.
Remember the rule,
It
right?
has to stay.
Whoa.
That one has to stay.
What?
And
That's a
the other
rule?
one,
In combat,
Yeah.
remember? Yeah, in combat,
That's
12s
not a
have to
real rule.
stay.
That's a
You
fake
can't
rule.
re-roll 'em.
I'll keep that one because I don't think I'm going to be doing much better than that.
You don't get to that one
Mm-hmm.
because the
Oh.
first one, and your weapon is jammed. So you short stroked it on the
That's what she said.
when you pumped it, which means you have a shell casing halfway ejected out and stuck in the ejection port, which especially at this time of history is only just marginally bigger than the cartridge itself. So that's going to require a whole combat round to manually clear and a successful roll.
What if
to
I
do it.
toss him the elephant gun?
I will say this is probably the worst reroll I have had the entire game.
Well, keep in mind too,
It's noted.
you're in a cloud of yellow toxic smoke because pick rate byproducts are toxic. There's still ice crystals in the air. You're being attacked by like naked, Nazi.
Oh, they're naked. Ew.
Well, they're wearing shorts, but
I'm
still.
just kidding.
They're
Oh, they
playing-
are?
For Victorian
That's
times,
weird.
they're
Big cod pieces.
yeah, exactly. Big
That's
cod pieces,
that's
yeah.
inappropriate.
Naked. What did when these guys were in the other game? What did they call them? Undead Nazi zombies with radio brains or something like that. So, you're probably a little disturbed, and you're in.
Sword thing.
It'd be way
Yeah,
more
there's a
disturbing
sword
if they were
thing.
naked and they had like no genitals. Like they're just like
That would be more disturbing, but even I didn't go there.
okay.
So that's
Like they're
just
like
should-
10 dolls.
that should just tell you something for the next time you go to confession. So anyway,
And I'm probably like, this is why I don't use
Add
guns.
it to the list.
right, exactly. So
Yeah.
yeah, so it's probably. I mean, you're in an alien ice base on the
The whole
top of a
thing is
mountain.
totally like great. Like our minds are blown.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right. We're
Pretty
like,
much.
what? is-
Not mine.
What?
Let's just get on with it.
And you're working with Russian Secret Service in an
Yeah,
alien
yeah.
ice base that you got there
2
by
weeks
a magic
ago, I was
floating platform.
worried about ordering milk from the milkman down in
I'm on Earth here. This is
Yeah.
fine.
Right,
This
exactly.
is not like Elysium and
Right.
like the river Styx.
Right.
or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, right. You've been to
to
hell.
worse
I have
places.
not.
I can
Yeah.
deal with it. This is easy.
I haven't even
Right.
been to London recently, so I mean,
That platform.
And you actually have guns.
I wonder if that platform has anything to do with the magic carpet mythology. Who knows?
Who knows?
Find out in 2 years.
I weave many threads together. But anyway, so along those lines,
How many
your
action?
shotgun
How
hits.
many shots do I get in a round?
You are bolt action rifle, so you get one more.
I do get one more. Okay.
Yeah, as
I've
long
never
as you're
used. I've never used this.
Bolt action is
That's-
one shot per action, and remember, you get
Okay.
2 actions. But if you do a significant move that is more than a step, then
Right.
that's an action.
Howard, do you have a rifle?
So you have another shot
Aside
if you
from the
want to
shot,
stand
you have the
still.
shotgun, right?
Yeah, I just
I'm
have the
good.
shotgun, grenades, and knives.
Okay.
So I still have a ranged attack.
I could always toss you the elephant gun.
I can't use it.
Why?
I'm
Oh,
too-
your body would disintegrate.
Yeah, I would just like shoot my own spine out from the
You would,
recoil.
you would explode, but you would take them out.
Niner.
And your marksman
7.
and you're making a headshot on a target coming to the
Well,
door.
no,
right?
I was a headshot on the guy. Sorry.
On that
Now
guy.
I'm
Are you just
firing into the next
just
guy.
firing into the room? All right, so 9.
The next target, at least. I'm not on target.
Correct. So remember, by default, normal targets without special dodging or anything like that have a defensive 6, and it's a 7 or less is a hit. So just walking you through that, let's say nothing else is going on, a 9,
Can't max this.
what's that?
I can't get you guys back on the screen. You're in a tiny corner of my.
Oh, yeah, and
Sorry.
doesn't it have, there should be the
Oh, now you're
exit
totally
full
gone.
screen. Yeah.
I just
So-
stop sharing.
Oh, is that? Am I
You
sharing
can
here?
stop sharing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't get to the screen where I'm sharing.
I can force
shit.
you off.
Oh, there it is. That it popped up.
There you go.
That's
I
it.
kicked
you
Thank you.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
there's everybody.
So the way that
So
works is
the benefit is that they're walking straight at me. at the
Correct.
door.
so I'm just walking you through in a sense. 9 plus 16 minus your skill of 7 is still an 8, which would be a miss, however, but not a hit on a specific body.
Right.
part. Okay. So
Got it. Oh,
roll your damage.
I'm not sharing this time. I'm just going to roll.
Yeah, it's too confusing. Just lie.
I don't think I ever have.
Did.
Ooh.
9.
9. All right. So you fire into the room and it went in there and you swore you hit somebody and
Right.
nothing happened. They're
Right.
still coming. Next one is stepping up to the doorway.
Nigel's just waiting for the next one to actually come through.
Okay, so this is new combat round in, and you're getting your sword back. This in hallway would be a bad idea.
Yeah, it's like after the
Yep, and
down the steps and then
got
in
it.
the vertical plane.
All right. Anybody else who has not done anything this round?
Butcher. Jake.
Yes.
Want to attack?
I'm guarding the rear.
That door, you with the 2 Russians, that door has not opened. However, it's interesting you should say that.
Oh, no. Oh, that's bad.
Because the people who were on the steps,
Yeah.
at the steps, I presume that they turn around to look at what's going on, and they hear
Oh.
at the bottom of the steps starting to come up the steps.
Is it or dark? They're
So-
coming up in the dark.
So
Fuck.
it is lit. It lit up with the hallway. So who's at the front? So Malcolm, you went back to shoot. You're with
Oh.
Howard and Lloyd and Henri and Nigel. So that leaves
Jean-Claude.
Nigel's
It's me,
Nigel's
baby.
exposed.
Yep.
At this point.
you
So
and
this-
Brian.
So, Randall, I have a question about the freeze gun.
Yes.
Does it affect
Is this a long question or is this
no,
like a
it's
very
short.
short?
very
question?
short?
Okay.
Does it affect if I shot the stairs? Would it cover them with ice?
It would freeze whatever's in the atmosphere. So, and it's already pretty cold, so probably it's not too humid.
Okay, so we need like humidity to
Yeah,
create ice. Okay,
I
All
would
right,
guess.
that was it.
Okay. So, Jean-Claude and Brian, you whip around and you see 4 more of these dudes
Jeez.
coming up the steps at you. And these 4 guys are wearing uniforms.
Which we will need, so don't shoot them and get them all
The
bloody.
uniforms
Jesus
are
Christ.
the uniforms are roughly like a German what they into one or a cuirassier uniform. I'll show you here real quick. World War One.
Oh, cripes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, Jean-Claude, Josh, now might be the time for your grenade. Just down the
But try
step.
not to damage the uniforms.
Gently toss it down the steps.
That's their mouth in.
Stage.
So something like this. So see what this guy's wearing on. So it's
Oh,
kind of like a piecemeal version of what those fully armored soldiers were wearing who came out of the ship,
mhm.
but without all the like extra pistony bits and all the pieces all together. It's mostly seems to be protecting, the torso and the head area, exposing just the face, but the face is exposed. It's not covered in a faceplate. Still has the wireless receiver thing, but it's not it's not built into the helmet like on those guys who came out of the airship. And they are wearing soft clothing and boots. They are not carrying firearms. Let me see. Is that correct? Hang on just one second. Yes, they are not carrying firearms. They are instead carrying, do you know the Star Trek episode where Kirk had to fight Spock? So it's a stick that has like the crescentic blade on the top.
Yeah.
They're
And the-
carrying
And the weight on the other end.
and a weight on the other end. Exactly. They're carrying those, and as they step up onto the steps, those blades start to go or
We
power.
are at, all right. So, okay. There's 4 of them,
4 of them.
and how many are in the room?
Well, there's
Ish.
probably ish now 10.
Ish, yeah. And these guys have all been European, right? So far,
Yes,
same
correct.
color hair. Did they have hair?
Yeah. Well, patchy. I mean, they're dead. So,
They look like they're
they
corpses.
look like they're corpses. Yes. You were asking
Oh.
about that purplish hue. That's the
Oh.
lividity. If you had Spencer here, Spencer would have
Oh.
said they're dead, but
No, he's at the
Spencer's
train
not
station.
here. He's at the
He's-
train station.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's getting the mathematician.
Right. And it wasn't until Howard, who hadn't seen into the room, now sees the guys come out and then smells them and goes, they smell like formaldehyde. I think they're dead.
Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, fuck. This is the Frankenstein. Oh, wonderful. Okay,
We
great.
don't, on the plus side, we don't have to feel bad at all about killing them because it's already done.
Yeah, I don't
Oh.
feel bad about killing
It's a
them.
relief. I was feeling so bad about that.
Exactly.
Just a lot of, oh, sorry.
Wow.
Okay. So that's Brian and Jean-Claude. You have a chance for an action. We'll still make this, we'll make this the beginning of round 4. Ding ding ding. Like I used to
in
do.
terms of the reaction of the corpses as we've been attacking them, do headshots seem to make a difference?
Well,
did
because evacuated the one's cranial cavity, it ceased all action. It to the ground, and it's kind of like this kind of a thing, but it's no longer doing anything of use.
Okay. And then other ones we've attacked where that didn't happen, they just continued to kind of maneuver if
Right.
So it's either headshots or destroy their entire structural integrity.
yeah,
Right.
so they
Or
either that-
freeze gun.
Right. So like
Which
the
is-
one
which is
that
the-
had half his body blown off and
Yeah.
then got his arm cut off, who got crushed by the door, he's on the floor and his legs are still pedaling like a bicycle, like trying to push him along the floor. They're just not getting any purchase on anything.
interesting. Okay.
And that's with half his skull crushed or blown off. So, you know,
And to Steve's point, I mean, whenever I get my next shot, I mean,
you're going to freeze gun in the room.
yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Right
Well,
now.
That's a great. That would,
are we at
that
the
would be a
beginning of
good
the
time.
round?
We're at
I
the
don't
beginning of round 4.
That's what I want to say.
All right.
To Henry, cover us.
Well,
Well,
And
sure.
we need to
Well, what
down
how
the
are we-
hall. We have to get down the hall. We're trapped.
down one hall?
Back the way you came.
I'm not explaining anything.
Are
I
you
need
going?
to
But that's
cover
the.
us.
dir-
We're
That's
coming
the.
behind you.
Is that the direction you're going, Steve? Down the hall,
Right.
back the way you came.
Yeah, because
Okay.
we're pinned right now.
Okay,
Our small group is pinned, including Henry.
sure.
You have to go out and shoot. And then, come on. I turn to the other guys behind me. I'm like, come on.
Okay.
Howard,
So
what were you?
Well, didn't Jean-Claude and Brian have actions?
Jean-Claude and Brian, and actually there should be 2 more
So it's not the beginning of the round.
Russians available. Not Leontov, not
This is the end of the round, then.
End of round 3.
Beginning of round 4.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So Brian and Jean-Claude and the Russians were looking at and all this happening. And then they hear and spin around 4 dudes coming up the steps. And
All right,
their
Malcolm
the
says
steps
down
are
the hall,
maybe
and
15
Henri
feet.
was.
I'll say I got you,
He
and
was
I'll
pulling his sword
cover.
down. Mhm.
I'll cover into the room.
Okay,
And all
So-
I won't cut his hand off.
excellent.
Unless, yeah, I'm looking for. Yes, I don't want to get
Okay,
my fucking hand cut off.
Well,
okay.
I said I wasn't striking until they came through. So if they're not through, then you can fire in.
And Henri, you're going to shoot into the room?
Yeah.
All right. The people who are on the back half, that's Malcolm is moving. Lloyd and Howard, are you also going to perform a retrograde motion back to the door, which is secured
I'm a
at
little,
the end of the hall?
so I'm a little confused. So we came up the stairs.
Nope.
No.
Here is your hallway.
Wait, Lloyd went last round. He left,
hmm
Correct.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I intended to get out of there because
Yeah.
I figured it was hopeless against 10 of these monsters.
So this is the door you came in. This is the hallway that has 3 doors in it and ends in the dining hall. Okay. So this is the doorway you came in. You were going down this hallway. At the end of this hallway is a flight of steps down. There's a door right here. This is the door that keeps opening and closing and having naked guys inside who come out to try and kill you with their bare hands.
Put
And who
the
keep-
candle back.
Exactly. And that's how the one guy was squished pretty much by the door.
So we
Now
turn
there
to
are
our
4
right.
dudes coming up here.
If we turn to our right, we see the guys coming up with the weirdo spears.
If you're facing this room and you turn to the left, if you're facing the room that has the dudes coming out,
Yeah.
and you turn left, you'll see the dudes with the weird spears coming up the steps.
And
If you
that's
turn
not
right-
the way. And that's not the way we came from.
No,
No,
you
no,
came
came
from
the
down the
opposite
hallway
way.
to your right.
Okay, I say, let's get out of here. There's too many. And head. Like, I don't like flee or anything. I
Why?
want to stay with the
You're a
group.
soldier.
but I'm looking down the hall, seeing if anything's coming up from where we were.
Okay. So no, that door is still closed from when you guys had closed it before. The one Russian had been thrown into the room, which leaves two Russians, Leontov and Yuri, on the stairway side of the barracks room door, for lack of a better term. Facing down the stairway are Brian, Jean-Claude, and those two Russian guys, not Yuri and Leontov. Okay. Nigel is facing back up the hallway, but he is also on that left-hand side of the door. Directly in front of the door is a big pile of zombie parts and stuff like that. And then immediately right at the door is Henri pointing his freeze gun into the door so that he can access the lock plate. And then on the other side of him are Howard, Lloyd, Malcolm, and three Russian special forces, Okhrana, special forces commando dudes. So Lloyd, you're already moving down to the end of the hall. Malcolm, you're moving down to the end of the hall. That leaves
Right. Bijat.
What language is that?
Run.
Okay.
Russian.
Oh, I didn't know that. So Howard, what do you do?
I have to fall back because my gun just jammed.
All right. So you're
so,
going to try
yeah.
and clear it, or you're just going to hold, you're going to try and clear it while you move. So you're going to be backing up, trying to clear.
Probably just like, shit.
Right. If
And
you're
then, like,
moving,
basically
right.
turn to one of the Russians, go, you're up, and then go.
Okay, 2 actions to clear it. So that's an entire combat round of no movement with a successful roll. So if you're moving 2 combat rounds,
move to get out of there first.
but I mean,
Okay.
combat rounds 3 seconds. What can happen in 3 seconds?
I mean, it'll be like, finally, have it said and everyone's dead.
Well, you're not, so that's good.
Right. Okay, so you're going to try and fiddle with it while you move, or just fiddle a second and then just go screw it.
Fiddle for a second, screw it, and then just go.
Okay, but you're going to keep it in your hands,
Yeah.
right? All right.
Yeah, just let someone else take my spot so they can shoot into the room and keep everything on.
So Malcolm, you're shot to the Russians to run to Leontov for orders, and Leontov's giving them the.
I'm hoping that they realize that we're trapped.
We're not really trapped.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that over tea later.
We will, because we're not trapped.
Okay.
I hope we do.
So the two generic Russian officers turn at the top of the steps, and they kneel down and point their rifles at the advancing warrior dudes. Anyone who wants to take a shot, let's see, figure 1 action of actions before the guys are upon you, because they are, moving like that, like Jake showed the dude out of the. It's like they quickly still, or they.
And it's clear
like
that everybody
that.
knows headshots, right? Like that's been said out loud multiple times, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So what I have is half the team roughly is evacuating back to the door, if not their bowels. The Henri is freeze gunning into the room. 2 Russians and Leontov. Leontov has his 41 long Colt revolver out. Those 3 Russians are going to shoot down the steps at the I don't know what you want to call these Nazi zombies. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Nazi zombies. And
you can just call them zombies unless there's more kinds of zombies.
unless there's more kinds. Fair enough.
You don't have to get any more specific. if
Soviet
there's no more
zombies later,
specificity.
but
Right, exactly. How about Brian and Jean-Claude? What are your actions? Oh, and
Jean-Claude's
Butcher. I
gonna-
forgot Butcher. Where was Butcher? Was
He's back.
Oh,
up the rear.
Right,
Right, he was guarding a guy. All right, so Brian and Jean-Claude.
Jean-Claude's got his double barrel shotgun, so he'll take a shot at the the guys
Kneecaps.
coming up the steps, and then
Mhm.
kind of back up.
Okay.
Do
you wanna
there's
do-
Russians between him and the?
Do you want to do both barrels or do one barrel and then the next barrel?
We'll do one and then the next.
All right.
Because it's with both, I'm probably just gonna miss both.
And you're going to aim at the face.
Yeah.
Basically, both barrels makes it harder to hit, but more damage if you do. A lot more damage if you do. Whereas one at a time, it's a roll to hit and a roll to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. And you still have an action free to back up.
Back up.
All
I
right.
want to be outside of a melee range.
Above.
basically. Yeah.
Range.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't want that anywhere near me.
So, you're going to both shots on the same dude.
Yeah. I think we're the same guy. I'm not
You
great
can
with the
always
guns.
change if you do manage to.
If it may, yeah, since if it has dropped, then
Brian.
Electric rifle, target being one of the lead guys.
Yeah,
Do
that's
it.
what we're talking
Since
about.
it's a constant stream, I'll use that. If I miss the head, I'll just go, okay, yeah, I just got to aim it.
Mm,
That's
okay.
right. That gun. That's the one of
Correct.
those we have.
So far.
Set.
now.
All
I hope.
To 11.
right.
It's going to 11.
Set to 11. All right.
Don't
Uh,
cross streams.
the
Tasers said to
So
kill.
that's two guys. The two Russian riflemen are going to shoot at one guy, and Leontov's going to shoot at the fourth one. All right. So, who wants first? Let's with Jean-Claude.
I will,
Alright.
as part of my run, I don't know if I was clear. I'm just getting to the other side where I'm untrapped.
Okay.
So that would be like one
Where?
action, and then I'll
Right.
try and fire back on these. with my
So
second
if you guys get to
Ugh.
the
It's not
Okay.
terrible.
I don't need to get to the door. I need to get to the
Reload,
other
reload,
side of this
reload, man.
door.
okay,
You don't
fair
need to
enough.
reroll.
You know what I mean?
Wait.
Right, I hear what you're saying.
I
You
need to
just,
get out of the death
just so
field.
you're not in this
Field.
big mess, and then like kneel down, and you can aim for when they ship their head to the top of the
Right.
steps. Got it.
There you
All right.
go.
Nice.
Yeah,
There you
baby.
go. So that's a
Like that.
re-roll. You
Yeah.
Can't-
it might
well,
as
do you
well
have
be.
to
Yeah,
re-roll that? I
well-
mean, can't you see what happens first?
so
I have
you're-
like a billion rerolls at this point.
How?
I haven't done
Okay, never
anything
mind.
with
All right.
any of my points.
so you're
Yeah,
marksman.
but
Marksman
put them
may
in the
as well.
skills.
So my marksman
with the man?
is like train
I
is
think- I
a
think we pretty much know.
functional zero. I don't have marksman as
Frankfurt
a
hit
skill,
shot with
but I've
eight.
used a shotgun.
So four is great. All right, hold on a sec. Let me see, because you're aiming at the head. I believe that's 2, so that's a 6, so that's a hit. Roll your damage.
Yeah.
Keep in mind they are wearing helmets which cover 3/4 of their head, so this is where we're going to see what happens.
I'm hoping I can hit them in that one quarter.
Hit them
Not
in the
with that
chin
roll.
strap. That's
Look at
crap.
that. That's
Not
exactly
with
what we
that
need
one.
to hit him in the one quarter.
Force
Let me
crap.
reroll that.
Oh,
You're looking for like a
there. A
that's
four.
exactly what I was going to say, like a 3
I'll
or
take
a
that.
4. All right, so you
Right in the mouth.
Yep. So they're, and you just, and you take it right in the face, and nothing actually comes out the
Good.
back of the
Take
helmet.
that helmet. Put
It
it
just
on.
you shot
I
it
mean, after you
right
clean
in
it
the
out.
face, and its brains squirt out its ears, bounce off the helmet, and spray out the front,
And the eyes.
and it just falls over like a
Play-Doh.
stick backwards. Just
You ever make spaghetti with Play-Doh? Nice.
It's
All
a
right.
4.
roll for damage. Oh no, wait. It's with 0. That's a miss.
Can I get a
6.
bonus on my?
Oh no, wait. I thought that was Jean-Claude's second shot.
I was on that.
No,
That's
my second
No,
shot's
that
gonna be
was
next
his.
round. I'm only gonna take one
Okay,
right now.
Okay, and what's your marksmanship, Brian?
a 4.
A 4.
Can I get a bonus
Uh,
since I am keeping a constant stream, and I'll just kind of move it up to his head if I miss. Like if I'm hitting him in the chest, I'll just bring it up to start moving it up till it hits him in the
Okay,
head.
so if let's see, so it's 7.
And he's
13
relaxed
minus
because he's insane.
4 and 6 is 10 minus 4
6.
is what am I just doing in my head?
I don't know, but it sounds.
Take
I think he hit.
take what you rolled, add, and then subtract. So it's 10 minus 4 is a 6. That's a
Six.
hit. but you're using constant stream and you're going to walk it up, I will allow it. Roll your dash. Roll a 12. Because there you go. Set on 11.
Blam. You just
Jesus.
blammed him.
All right. So he just, and you hear the weapon go, and he raises it up, pulls the trigger, and there is a bright bolt of blue-white lightning in a straight
Maybe he hit 2.
beam into the zombie, and it hits the cuirass, and a shower of molten metal sprays off the cuirass, bouncing off the ceiling of the steps and dripping down in molten gobbets onto the floor as you, and it doesn't stop. It takes a step forward. The beam severs through the hafted weapons hole,
No.
it 2 pieces as you raise the beam, hit the head of the creature, and it vaporizes in a cloud of pink steam and a shower of sparks from the electrical equipment that was sutured into its skull, and the body drops to the steps with a gigantic rent burned through the armor and clean through the body to the back. The stench of charred carbon and flesh rises up in a black cloud. Body hits the floor on fire and rolls down the steps.
Does it trip one of the
That was
other
pretty good.
ones?
Sadly, no.
I am
Who
also
wants to
not
roll
back
for the
in
Russians? That again?
I'll be back at this point too.
Significant amount of battery power out of that.
I have no
power
idea
pack.
what you're talking about. So
All right.
Maybe if we're
So,
lucky, their weapons have the same battery.
That was my thinking.
so what were the Russians? And it must be one roll for 2 Russians because they'll do it in assistive fashion, both aiming for the face.
Sure, I'll do it, and then you all can yell at me when I do poorly.
Jesus Christ.
Jacob.
Yeah,
God.
that's pretty poor, sadly.
You use one of
Do
my
Russians have
rerolls.
rerolls?
Go ahead. Use one of mine.
Sure.
That's not fair.
We're using John's reroll for this?
Yes.
Hey,
Sure.
Chucks.
Use Chuck's.
He's Chuck.
Use Chuck's. There you go. That's a little better. Is that enough?
They're assisting each other?
Yes, I will say it with an assist. So you guys hear crack, crack, or you probably at this point hear like that. And you one of the bullets hits the breastplate and caroms off the breastplate, off the wall, off the ceiling, and back down into the steps. The second round takes the zombie in the face, and it staggers backward and drops to one knee.
It's still alive.
It's still functioning. Leontov, with his pistol, he's going to take 3 rounds to the face of the remaining zombie.
Oh, okay. I'm like, oh my God, he's
Yeah.
being shot at.
Not yet. That may happen later.
And then he goes.
So 3 rounds, please, from somebody.
I'm not doing it.
Do it.
I'll do it for him. I'm starting to like this guy.
Leontov, he's all right
Yeah, he's
so far. Until he starts interrogating us. But whatever.
Tell me about your mother.
No.
And just keep the die roller up.
Dog. Oh,
8, roll again.
is that like a reroll or what do you mean?
Nah, we're just gonna roll 3.
Yikes.
8, roll again.
8 the hard way.
Nah, 6 and a 2. just to make it complete.
All right.
Third time's a charm.
All right, and roll for damage on that.
What
Five.
the heck?
Yeah, reroll it. That's
That's a
crap.
five. That's a five.
Dude,
That's a
it's
five.
I
That's
would
a
call it.
five.
I would call it a 5.
All right, good.
All right. So he crack, or at this point more like pop, 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 and pang, pang. 2 rounds bounce off the helmet of the last remaining zombie, and the third one hits it in the face, and it staggers back and then keeps walking up the steps.
Ugh. Shoot him in the kneecaps.
Well, don't kill
I mean,
my
they're not
favorite
dead,
Russian.
All right.
but let's
So
start going for the legs.
Jean-Claude, you've already declared. I am backing up.
Backing up.
Yep. Everybody else is at the top of the steps when.
I think Brian was backing up too.
Oh,
actually.
Brian's backing
I
up.
think both of us
Right,
were.
So that means Yuri and the 2 Russians who are, actually no, they don't even. They're going to club their rifles. Well, yeah, probably club their rifles. And Yuri draws his kinshal, so he's Shashka and kinshal. And he is going to wade in on the zombie who is still stepping up the steps. Henri, fire your freeze gun
Ugh.
before these dudes come out the door, which is going to happen next action.
Oh my gosh. That's a lot of pressure.
Just roll the dice.
A lot of pressure in that freeze gun.
Just shut your face.
Just make it good. It may be your last action. So just
I know,
make it
seriously.
good.
Seriously.
That's basically asking for it to be a 12.
Ugh.
Lucky 8s.
Your call. What's your
So
marksmanship?
I can't find out what would happen, right? I have to like that's a different that's a different
Hence
game.
why I go over the whole,
yeah, all
what
right,
the default.
fine,
Yeah.
fine.
So-
Fine. Litigation. Here we
Oh,
go.
this is worse than the video.
Oh, terrible. I'll take this second roll.
I roll for damage.
How do I do that?
So what's your marksmanship?
5, I think.
Okay. Do you wish to re-roll again?
Oh, I can do that?
You can take up to a whole point of re-rolls. You have 2 more,
Don't roll.
depending on how
low.
many points you have.
Yeah, I have 18 points. No, I just make that up. I don't know how many points. All
So
right,
you're
fine.
trying-
One
7.
better.
That's
That's
better.
That's against the
Getting there.
5 marksman.
Okay.
I'll take it.
All right.
Why
So
do you guys bother carrying guns?
roll your
Jesus
damage,
tits.
please.
Nice.
All right. So right as they funnel together these 10 zombies, like 2 or 3 in the doorway moving towards you, and you just and again there's a cloud of ice crystals, and you see that the first 5 zombies have been frozen solid, and again they're and have blocked the door, and again they have no kind of cringing or anything like that. They just ate
Stop.
it.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Yeah, they
and-
just like
and
stop.
just stop dead.
they don't
And
care.
and then the 5 remaining behind them, you see, kind of rebound off them, and then they pause for a second, and then you see they immediately begin clawing their way through these guys, and it's not like it's like they grab them and just hurl them out of the way.
Just get out of the way. Yeah. So
Okay,
that leaves about 5-ish of
roughly 5 plus
left.
the one who is staggering his way up the steps, and one who is just walking up the steps about to engage Yuri in melee combat.
So if so I haven't gone yet because I was holding off for Henri.
Okay,
I don't know if
no one has come out the door.
yeah, so I was going to
You could warn me to move.
I was going to go up to the door.
Okay,
hopefully hopefully just as they're clearing their comrades, I'll whip one of them.
Okay. Now the problem with the whip sword is it's long.
Yeah.
So the hallway's not
Oh, it's true.
narrow, but it's
Okay.
narrow relative to the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
So you
yeah.
have to go into the room.
Then maybe I should wait.
Why
then.
not? Go do it. Take them out.
Well, I
that
don't
thing
know if
will-
I can. I don't know if I
He
can get in
can't
there.
get past the frozen ones, and then by the
Mhm.
time the frozen ones are out, then there's
right.
not space to go in.
Right.
Or if he does go in, then they'll be on him,
Yeah.
which
So I'll.
may not go well.
Yeah.
You can let them come in the hall. We just need
Yeah,
to be
that's-
on the other side of the door.
Yeah. So that maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll take this break to cross to the other side of the door and still wait for them to come out so I can.
When you
Okay.
say the other side of the door, you mean the
Cross
further
behind you,
side.
cross behind
Yeah.
you back towards
Yeah.
the way you guys came from.
Right.
yeah.
Fair enough. All right. And you're dragging the sword behind you so you don't cut anybody.
Yep.
I presume not squeezing the trigger so that you
Correct.
can.
Yeah.
It's not going like cutting sparks in the floor. Yeah. Molten stone flying everywhere.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay. Which leaves Yuri. So I will roll for Yuri because I've been wanting to roll for Yuri the whole time you've been in Switzerland.
That's a weird thing to want.
Because he's cool and he's a Cossack.
He needs to roll less than a 10.
He needs to roll less than 13 in order to be effective.
All right.
Unlike the rest of us who need to roll less than 4.
So the zombie comes up, and again there's just ichor dripping down, out of the hole in its face. And it comes up and swings its weapon. And Yuri dodges to the side as the weapon cuts into the stone of the steps, but not like your sword where it like shoots up sparks and shower. It's just like, and it's cutting a groove in the steps, like this. Yuri jumps forward and presses his kinshal down against the weapon, holding it in place, sliding it right up to the zombie's hands, and swings his saber side on at its head. And now is the roll for damage. And takes its head clean off its body.
Nice.
Nice.
And it tumbles off and goes katong, and rolls down the steps, falling out of the helmet, and the body collapses to the ground, spasming, and the weapon's still going until it hits the wall and jerks itself out of the zombie's hands and stops. All right. That was round 4.
Wait, I have a shot still.
No one has stepped out into the hallway.
I don't have any open shot.
Nothing
Okay.
to hit. Nothing has come up the steps yet. It's not
Got
going
it.
to be till next round when the staggering already shot in the head once the zombie makes it to the top of the steps, by which time, hopefully, other people will have gunned it into oblivion, but you never know what'll happen.
You never know.
Right. So, anything else for this round? The zombies are picking up their cohorts and whipping them against the walls. They are going to be free by second action round 5.
So 3 more rounds from now.
Exactly. So, first action round 5. What does everybody do? People at the top of the steps who are backing up don't see a zombie. There are the Russian officers who had clubbed their rifles are all like and start track and start racking the bolts again.
Take this action and make sure I'm free of friendlies for the whip sword.
Okay. Yes. Absolutely true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, we're
Henri,
aware of Whipsword now.
Yeah, he's telling
Range.
Henri basically to get out of the way so he can stand in front of the door and whip it into the room.
I
without
tumble out of the
hitting
way. or
Right.
whatever I'm able
Sink
to
into
do
the earth?
athletically. I wish I could sink into the earth.
I sink into the earth.
I sink into the earth.
I'm gonna
Um,
hit you. All right. So people at the steps, the Cossacks or the officers are going to get to go, but not until second action. Leontov could shoot. Yuri gets to go because he has his forever loaded Shashka. Anybody who backed away want to move forward to the top of the steps or book it past the door of the room towards the other end of the hallway.
I will probably remain where I am, and so that once I
Wait,
do see a head, I'll be able to just be close enough to just kind of point blank shotgun it if the guys that are there don't manage to get rid of him before that.
who's
Okay.
still in the killing field? I mean, between the door and the steps.
Jean-Claude,
Of
Brian,
us. Yeah.
yeah, Jean-Claude, Brian, Leontov, Yuri, 2 Okrana officers.
Okay.
Okay, so Nigel, you position yourself in the doorway, waiting for them to throw away the last body. Who is next would be Yuri, I guess, because the Russians are still reloading. Leontov's going to raise his revolver as Yuri steps in front of him. So, Yuri, ooh, very nice. Also very nice. Okay, so the zombie that is coming up the steps like this, he approaches it on its blind side, and he let's see, how's he going to do this? So for the first roll, he's going to bring his shashka around across his body, and he's going to slash it across the back of the knee so that its leg goes out from underneath it. It goes down on one knee, and as its face comes forward, he steps forward and he drives his kinjal up underneath its jaw, right, just like at the end of Dino De Laurentiis Dune. So, and when he hits Sting with the blade up underneath the jaw and just rams the kinjal up underneath the guy's jaw and rams it clean through the skull into the helmet, and you see the zombie drop its vibrating blade and begin doing this, but not in a good way. And after a long moment or two, it goes still as he twists the blade inside its head and then puts his foot on its chest and kicks it free so that the body rolls down the steps.
He's good.
Imperial bodyguard, baby. Been
Are
doing
there
it
more
longer.
than just
Right?
those
I'm just
four
a
coming?
banker. Like, I don't.
Right,
we're-
exactly. You guys do amazingly well for what you do. You do not see any more. If you advance cautiously, you do not see any more coming up the steps
Okay.
or stepping forward to the bottom of the steps, which you can see from the top of the steps.
I'm gonna kind of. Well, I guess we're pressed for time with the other ones.
Yeah, so right about now is when they hurl the last of their comrades away, and there are 5 more zombies about to step out of the room into Nigel, who is facing them down alone, which is something that you can definitely relate to from the battle at 33 Golden Square.
I'll make my way to the corridor.
Okay. So, Nigel, you are up. You get first shot as
All right.
they can come through the door one at a time.
Mm.
And again, your swordsmanship is
6.
all right.
Yeah, I think I'll take that.
All right. Roll for damage.
Right.
And you get 1 stroke per action because of the long recovery time of the.
Right. Got it. Yeah, I'll see how that goes.
Okay. You whip the weapon forward, and again, you're limited to vertical or nearly vertical strokes, and you whip it forward and hit its One. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hit its right leg. So I guess maybe you came this way and hit its right leg and take its right leg clean off midway through the thigh.
Okay.
And it staggers to the side and falls to the ground, where it begins attempting to push itself up off the ground with one, stump of a leg dangling there.
All right.
Alrighty, so that's your one. He's kind of blocking the doorway. There's 4 remaining behind it, plus again a cloud of acrid smoke. There's all kinds of horrific smells: formaldehyde, blood, goo, whatever this black ichor is, vaporized black ichor, nitrocellulose, gunpowder, cordite, black powder, pick grates. I mean, fire from PCBs or whatever the heck is burning inside these machines. It's a fun little environment you just created for yourselves. There's 4 more guys. Anybody else doing anything round 4? Or sorry, round 5. Yes, make your roll. Because you've had now 2 rounds to do it. So you should be able to accomplish it this round. I'll give you a plus to your roll. Easily done. So you're like, oh, that's what you do. And you put your finger in the casing and you can yank it out, and then and your shotgun is ready to move.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else?
Just moving to get near Nigel.
I think I'm gonna I need to get out of there, I think. Out of that area.
All right. You were moving back down towards the door that everybody else had moved towards.
Yeah.
You see Malcolm kneeling in the middle of the hallway waiting with the rifle to take a shot. Nigel is behind you with the glowing, vibrating,
Okay.
snake sword. And there's a bunch of guys past him looking down the steps going like, are there any more? Do you see any more? Not that you hear that, because pretty much everybody just hears now is like, that's pretty much all you hear.
All right, I'm gonna pull out my revolver also. Just to ever.
All right. So you have weapon in each hand. Anybody, anything else?
I'm going to open the door that we came through earlier and just take a quick look and see if there's anything out there.
Okay. You touch the plate and nothing happens.
Oh, right.
You want to say something to me, or am I close?
You're getting there. Yeah. You can be there by the end of the round.
I say, where's the knob?
You,
I see you
I'm
and
like-
say,
I'm
oh,
like,
there you
you're
are."
the knob, you knob.
So you're wearing the black ring of the Sultan
Yeah,
of
the
total
murderer of
incarnate
murderers.
evil. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. I'm sure it's doing nothing to my heart every time
Yeah.
I feel the
Yeah.
charge to and
I
from
would
my
be
heart.
worried more about your soul than your heart. Jesus.
Same thing. Yeah.
So do you go up and open the door?
If he's beckoning, it's like, hey, open the door.
Yeah, he is definitely beckoning you.
Yeah,
So by end of round 6, you touch the
Sure.
plated door and the door opens. Presuming you're still wearing the ring, yes?
I am.
Okay. All right. So round 6, Nigel, you get
Ooh.
2 strokes with your vibro sword.
Is there another way you could phrase that?
That's
like a
what
true
you
stroke
said.
engine. I'm top gearing it up. All right.
That's what it is.
First sword,
Oh, dear
first
God.
sword stroke.
Yeah,
Oh,
baby.
yeah.
What's that for? Opening the door?
Exactly.
Yeah,
No.
good.
So
Nice work, John. You opened
no
the
need
door.
to roll for
Yeah.
damage for that one. So for the crit, I'll just give you, and you
Oh,
bisect it vertically. And not only that, but you cut off the other leg of the one that was trying to stand up in the middle of the doorway.
Nice.
Or cut off the other leg of that one, and it falls to the ground, just scrabbling, pulling itself along out into the hallway by its hands alone.
All right.
So that leaves you with 3.
It's like it's just a flesh wound.
Exactly. Which leaves you with 3 and a half
Oh,
zombies.
what's your kneecaps?
So you get 1 more stroke.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Unless anybody else wants to go this round and shoot into John Claude, you have one round still in your shotgun, and you've moved
Yeah,
up to
I
him.
figure if I can get close enough to shoot without being in Nigel's way.
Okay.
I figured if it looks like I'd be in Nigel's
Yeah,
way,
you
I would
can
probably just
absolutely
stand
come
back
up
and
and-
cover.
And he's throwing, arcs like this. You can
Yeah, then I'll take a shot at one of the.
headshot.
Do my best for it. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I'll
Let's see how
bisect
low
this
you can roll.
bullet and take out 2 zombies.
Exactly.
That's
Cut it
with
out
my
of the
bullet.
air.
He'll shoot his bullet and you'll cut it in half
Nice.
midair.
Right.
6, but he has a marksman of 0.
Yeah.
Whoa.
but
hey.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You're an
so-
American, Josh. How do you have a marksmanship of 0?
Because I built my character to have skills, unlike the rest of you jabronis. You
I
guys all have 2 abilities each.
When
You're
the,
Yeah.
all freaks.
when the mathematician is like, I am deadly sniper man, even though I've never been in the military.
I have like
Yeah.
8 skills, but I'm normal at all of them. You guys are insane.
I have a bunch
Yeah.
of skills as well. I just made marksmanship one of them.
So
Yeah.
that's a
We needed
miss,
talky
sadly.
people. Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll it.
Okay.
What
So
you could
we
do,
want a
Josh,
5
is
or
just
less.
walk into some gunfire and get another character.
Jesus Christ.
You got one more reroll on
Just
that
saying.
point.
Yeah, might as well.
You need a 5 or less for them funneling through the doorway.
I have some extra characters.
Nah.
Come
No.
on.
Yeah.
Nah.
So just spend one more point.
You can only spend the 1 point. All
I
right.
know.
Right,
We're
guys,
gonna have
go.
to make some exceptions for some people who play this game.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna name
Exactly.
any names, but you know who you are.
That
you
is
get 2 points.
just so you know, Jean-Claude's interaction with the weapons and at this range and in this kind of stuff going on, that is a normal result.
Right.
He's trying to headshot on moving targets in amidst all this stuff with a vibro sword going like that's normal.
That's fine on the streets of London.
Jean-Claude is what is called a normal
In
human
the,
being.
in the White Plume
Exactly.
Mountain with the frozen zombies. No, you got to do better.
I would argue his marksman would be higher because he grew up in the swamps of Knowles. He had to go like hunting for like crawdaddies and whatnot.
Yeah.
with a gun.
With the yeah,
With
exactly.
an elephant
I'm
gun.
serious.
Hang on while I use my rifle to kill this crawdad.
Right.
You could argue for
Just
marksman. I
Is
think you
that is
could.
that you,
the
Dave?
problem is I don't have the
Yeah,
points
and it's,
for it. It was
marksman
the
is
point
6.
buy was not.
Marksman of 6.
You could take it at whatever
Whoops.
base.
Swordsman of 6, right?
The
So yeah,
problem
so
is
that's
the
a
reason
hit.
my skills are so low is because
Yep,
of the way
roll
I
your
built my
damage.
character.
Yeah,
Big. We
that's right. You can.
so
you can give a Stani.
Jesus.
this time your weapon comes in like this and you take off the left arm and cut halfway through the body of the next zombie before you whip your blade back out, and you watch it take a step or two, the arm falls to the ground and it kind of hinges in the middle and flops over to the right hand side and falls over, puts its hand on the ground. Its feet are still trying to move because its feet are on the floor, and it's got one hand on the ground and the other arm is missing, and it can't, because it's got nothing connecting in here,
got
it
the moves
can't
like
get itself
Jagger.
to stand back up.
What was that?
It's got the moves like Jagger.
Oops, like Jagger. So you've got one crawling out into the
All right.
hallway. It's
Yeah.
just a flesh wound. One flopped over. You had destroyed the other one, so that leaves 2 + 2, 1 halves.
Okay.
All right. So that was
Nice.
your second action for round 6, right? All right. Round 7. What's everybody doing? Guys at the top of the steps.
Try to avoid all the gross body parts that are exploding all over the place from his whip sword.
I'm heading towards the door at this point. so-
Okay.
What's
Um,
what moving sort of quote unquote viable zombies are coming?
Half in the hallway with me, half right on the other side of the door from me.
Half
Right.
of what?
And half of a zombie. He's cut kind
Like
of.
literally a half.
He's
Yeah.
mostly cut in half. His feet on the floor and one hand on the floor, and he's missing an arm.
So we
And
have a
he's like
couple
his top
halves.
part of his body is upside down, and he's trying to walk.
There's one that it's his top half, and he's in the hallway crawling.
correct, crawling. And
There's
in
one-
fact, the
Yeah.
two Akrana who were shooting down the steps, they've turned around and they run up in between the two of them. They use their
okay.
rifle butts and they crush its skull because it's not wearing a helmet. And they just hammer its skull like 7 or 8 times
Okay.
into the floor and crush it. So you were down to 2.5 zombies.
All right.
I hate to say this,
Mhm.
but I'm going to do it anyway just because it's the way I am. Are there any helmeted zombies near me?
No, all the helmeted zombies are down and they're down the steps.
Oh, they're down.
Living and dead. I mean, I want to take one of the helmets.
Oh,
You would have to cross back through Nigel's plane of influence,
Yeah,
get past him. Yeah,
it,
exactly.
it would be difficult.
And then get back down the steps and then go find one that's not actively on fire.
Okay, so it's not reasonable. All right.
we may still have a chance after we
After,
take
Yeah.
after.
And there's body armor on those guys too.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
That's why
Yeah,
I'm
there's
thinking
still
I
3
want
more
to
sets of
grab
body
some
armor.
stuff.
perhaps wet and perhaps energy sources in those.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. So we're all on the same page. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm not doing anything. I'm just following the crowd.
Wait until combat's over to loot the bodies.
Well, I thought we were sort of, you know,
You think it's winding
escaping,
down?
and I didn't want to like, if I could opportunity grab something, I would.
I
But
mean,
that's
there's
fine.
only 2.5 left.
Right. There's
I mean-
only, right. Exactly.
That's fine.
Of the like 24 or 30 or whatever it was
I
that
still
you were
wanted to
fighting.
go unsaid.
All right. So anybody else doing anything other than Nigel manfully defending the door?
If there's room, I'll move up to try and support him, but
You could do that.
Begin reloading. Yeah. Well, actually, no, I won't. That's a lie.
Wait, there's one left near me.
I have
If there
mine.
is, and
I
it's just
believe.
crawling around, I can try and smack it with my
None
sword.
out in the. There's nothing out
Okay,
in the
fine,
hallway.
fine.
They're in the room,
Good.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Everything's in the room
Gotcha.
of smoke, death, fire, and destruction.
Yep.
no, since I had moved back, would it take a round to get back up? And then I can fire next round?
Take an action. I would let you get up
Okay.
there in an action,
Okay.
and then you could
Then-
fire second half.
Then let's do that.
All right. So then, Nigel, you get first dibs on the 2.5 coming out of the. In
then
fact, the one just knocks its friend over. On the one that's cut in half, just knocks it over and just walks right past it, straight at you.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
All right.
Yeah, I'll take that.
All right. Make a roll for damage.
Oh, I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
There we go.
All right. And yet again, whip it over. And this time the blade makes a coil in the air as you whip it through the air, and it makes the end snap around sideways, and you take the top of the thing's skull off from here and drop one of them completely to the ground again into a thrashing mess, leaving one kind of on the floor
Yeah.
spinning around in circles at this point. Split mostly in half
Mm.
and spinning around, dropping organs and everything and goo and
Like
ichor
one of
everywhere it
those
goes.
sand darts.
Yep, exactly. So, all right. So what's up? You're
I
here,
will-
Howard.
Nigel doesn't get another one.
He does, but this is simultaneous with you.
Okay, even with me having to move.
Yep, because now we're in second half of the round.
Okay.
See how quick they go?
Then
Unlike D&D.
let's shoot.
Nice.
Yeah,
All right. Marksmanship of
I think 6.
6. Okay. That's a hit. That's
Yes.
a headshot. Roll your damage.
Now, why did I end screen? Come on. Ew. Let's re-roll that one.
Yeah, because even with the head bonus, that's not. I'll take that as a
Thank
You
4.
keep doing that.
I'll take it as a 4. It looks like a 4 to me.
All
Yeah, I
right.
agree.
That's
All
definitely
right.
the direction it was moving.
All right. And you run up and you go, wait, lean around the door and just shoot one right in the face and drop it, leaving just
Vindication.
exactly, leaving just one laying on the floor. You could take another shot, this same action, Howard or Nigel. You could swing at the one that's spinning around in circles.
I wouldn't mind giving it one more shot.
All right.
That's all right.
Yeah, if you wanted that one, it's yours.
All right. This one's a little harder because it's an awkward target.
Although you can take more time because there's no one else coming at you. It's just
Yeah.
this one spinny dude.
All right. Whoops.
Oh,
Cool.
I don't know what I just shared.
It is like a bunch of computer tapes or something, or
Okay.
Naked
binders,
dog with a
colored
woman
binders.
or something. I don't
like more like a horse than a dog, but
know.
like a
Whatever.
small horse.
I have
Large
a
dog.
I have one third of a point left over. I'll use on this.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll take that.
All right, that's a hit. Roll for damage. All right.
I'll take
And since it's already severely damaged, you whap and you finish cutting it in half. Again, it's a whole separate new cut, but you cut it in half, and by now enough of its insides have come out that it starts to just, and then slowly cease moving.
So my weapon is down to 84%.
All right. And an eerie quiet hangs over the hallway, punctuated only by the crackle of flames and the hiss of the sparking electronics from inside of the zombie barracks room. And still the clouds of white and yellow smoke rising up, filling in a pall down the entire length of the hallway. Only just starting to empty out now from where Henri has opened the door and roll up in curling queues out of the hallway.
All right, awesome.
What do you guys do?
I
Reload.
would take everything not nailed down.
Wait,
Right.
how much longer are we gonna go?
This is a good time. This because
Time
we
to
were
stop,
supposed
yeah.
to stop at midnight, but this is a good
Yeah.
time. We were in the middle of a battle. Is there anything in particular other than reloading you guys would like to do?
I want to check those staff weapons for energy modules.
Yeah. Loot
Okay.
the armor and weapons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, so there are 3 intact cuirasses, and 2 intact helmets. One with dents in it from the pistol rounds, but intact.
I give the dented one to Henry.
I'll take it.
Ow, 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 ow.
Does anybody else
ow,
want
ow,
it? I mean,
I'm kidding.
And those staves, Nigel, have power packs that look like the ones in the electric rifle.
Or is that different than the ones in the?
They're like batteries.
Well, I'll take them out and give them to Brian.
Okay, so you have
Yeah.
3 more power packs, Brian, and Brian.
why don't we take
your-
some? Why
How
don't we?
heavy are the staves?
Why don't we take? Yeah. Why don't we use them? Like we can.
Let's assuming
One
that
of
they're
them at
like
least was cut
they're
in
not
half.
absurdly heavy.
Yeah,
Up to
one was
you,
cut in half, so you have 3.
Well, yeah, but even though it's cut in half, shouldn't the energy module?
Yeah,
be
you can
fine?
take the
Yeah.
power pack out of that, so
The
he
thing,
gets
like-
at least 1 more power pack
I just
Yeah,
if you
and
give
then-
him.
I figured the rifle is so effective and takes such a huge amount of charge.
Totally agree. I'm just saying
Yeah,
Probably
but some
you could
some
take
of-
at least one
Oh,
more.
okay.
One,
Just to
like
have-
somebody who's got. I don't know, John Claude. What do you have? You have like a rifle and a blade.
I have
and,
a shotgun and a Webley pistol.
yeah. Why you?
And then
I
other
mean,
than
if you
that, I
want,
have
I mean,
knife-
you're
I have
skilled
a
in.
knife and a
You're
blade.
skilled with a melee weapon, right?
I'm skilled with bludgeoning things. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you took one of those things and it's charged, that
Yeah,
might be
That's
really
assuming
effective.
how heavy it is.
You've got a general skill with it, though, right? Like that's the way
Right,
these skills
so
work in this game.
All I'm saying is that
Yeah.
these guys are like big burly bodybuilder guys rushing at
Well,
me.
then
If it's like
Just lift it up and see.
if the thing weighs 45 pounds, that's why I'm
It
picking
is
up.
surprisingly light.
Then I'm taking it.
All right. It seems to be made of that same metal, like the armor, like Howard's knife. Right.
Nice.
They don't have knives. Do they have knives on their uniforms and everything?
Nope. They just have these big crescentic
And they're
blades.
wearing cloth uniforms. I mean, is
Yes, but the
material
material is
interesting?
like the material that guy who had the power armor had on. It's that surprisingly tough, like very, very difficult to cut with a normal implement kind of
So we should be
material.
putting this shit on for additional protection if we can fit into it. Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Do you want to strip it off the corpses?
I mean, if nobody else wants it,
I think the
Henry
idea-
is absolutely 100% wearing
I
it.
think I
Well,
definitely
the Russians are going to need to share
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
whatever we're
I'm just
gathering.
saying, if no one else wants
How
it,
many were intact of those?
Well, let's say 3 because the one was one was got fried, and one got damaged by. And what's fascinating is it looks like Yuri's Shashka didn't cut through its leg. He just hit the thing so hard that he
It was
buckled its
bludgeoned it.
leg. Yeah,
oh, okay, yeah,
and that's with a razor sharp Shashka.
yeah. That's
And it did not cut through.
I can't imagine the Russians wouldn't want this stuff, right? Like, I mean,
Right.
they're
Yeah, so that's anything we're going to do, we're just going to use to get out of here, divvy up the loot among the survivors. I mean,
All right.
when we get out.
All right. So we're gonna be looting the bodies. You're gonna be taking the armor. Jean-Claude, you're taking one of these poleaxe things. And
and what about the stuff on the heads of the zombies? That
it
that
is
had-
literally sutured into their
I'm gonna-
skulls.
all right, I will.
But I'll
Actually,
take
I
it.
don't know if Howard wants to help.
Suture it to your own
And
skull.
there are
No,
like
I don't want to
there are
suture
like
it. I want to take
metal
it.
studs sticking out of the back of their skulls. Like
I'm
at
very
the
interested to see what
spine
it
and,
does because it seems
like
like some
think like
sort-
the Matrix. Like there's things like sewn into their bodies.
Well,
Sure.
if you want to find out, this guy lost his head, so we could just take a head with us.
Throw it in a bag, yeah.
True.
I don't think we want the whole head if we don't need to take it.
I mean, I'm not going to be digging.
If I'm not doing
gonna
anything
take, like,
else,
10 hours
I'm going to
to
be
dig that out.
cutting the thing off the thing's head.
Well, we don't want to take
Okay.
too long because we know that
I'll
they're
do it
they
if
fire
Everybody else
somewhere
is
What if it
where-
going
goes-
through stuff.
Does
What if it
anybody?
goes through the head? Or-
These bodies have mostly
Oh.
rolled to the bottom of the steps, so you have to
We
go
don't
to
know.
the bottom of the steps to get
I
to
figure
them
that's where
anyway.
we're going.
So why don't we close with I'll just describe what you see at the bottom of the steps.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you guys rush to the bottom of the steps to go and do your maximal looting of the bodies. And when you get to the bottom of the steps, you are at a 4-way intersection. Okay, so your passageway meets a broad passageway, maybe 30 feet, 20, 30 feet wide. And then there's another passageway your width on the other side, continuing on. This broad passageway to your right leads to a ramp which rises up to a big steel door, looking surprisingly like the door on the other side of the ramp, or the other side of the balcony, I should say. To your left, however, is a different story. There is a large archway opening, again, this is in the 30-foot passage, opening into a quite large, like maybe half as big as the hangar sized, pretty much circular chamber in the stone, still dripping with ice. And sitting in the middle of the floor, hold on here. Okay, sitting in the middle of the floor on a tripod of, almost like a giant trivet. So maybe like a metal framework with three three posts sticking up supporting this object is an object about I would say about 15 feet in diameter, and it's overhead height above the floor on this base that it is standing on. And hang on, I'm just setting up the picture here. And it looks, oh, all right, this is sadly not going to be centered, but you will see what the object looks like. It looks like this. And it appears to be made of solid gold.
How large?
15 feet in diameter. And in fact, instead of 3 posts, like you see those circular things on the bottom, let's say there's 6 of them, there's 6 posts. They go into the circular holes. The back of it is hinged open and lowers down to the floor, and it is covered, every inch of it covered in ornate, intricate knotwork. And on the front of it, as you can see,
Oh, creepy.
is a face.
There aren't people. Are there people inside it?
There are not people inside of it, but you do see the strange controls sticking up. And you are looking at the front of it, and you can see the back ramp hinged down as it is centered in this big space. And as you look up, you can see that it's all stone here and then ice completely above. And that is where we'll leave it.
Alrighty.
All right.
Damn. All right.
How about that?
That's something to think
Awesome.
about.
Right.
Awesome.
Good job.
Good job, guys.
We
You only-
survived.
Only one casualty.
Can you give me a screenshot of the purple guys again?
Yeah, let me bring that up. I think I still have it open.
I'm gonna
All
put
right.
it part of the
I'm gonna
record.
drop in.
Right.
All
You
right.
guys are wrapping up. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night,
everyone.
Steve.
See you next
Good
time.
night.
Thanks. Good night, anybody
everybody.
who's leaving. Yep.
Good night.
See you
Yeah,
next
gotta
week.
get going. Good night, everybody.
See you guys.
Thanks for running it.
Yeah. Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks for
Great
thanks
time.
for playing.
That's it.
Oh, I'm glad.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to give that so Chuck can see it.
And it's all of like 12:45. Like you guys have, you got picked up at midnight, and now it's like 12:45, and you're in the middle of an alien base, found this gigantic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
Definitely took a turn in this adventure.
Yep.
Well, we finally found out what the whip sword does
Yeah.
That's right.
Something like that.
over and over again. That's great. And that's
All right.
what we got to do with these artifacts, man. We got to use them.
Yeah. All right. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, Dave. Thanks for coming.
See you, Randall. Thanks a lot.
All right. Sure thing. Take care, John.
Awesome.
Thanks for playing.
A lot of fun.
Oh, I'm glad. See you guys soon.